A very good evening to you. Welcome along to Wycombe Sound's General Election Results Programme. I'm Bob Johnson here with you through until tomorrow morning. It took several months and many interesting evenings awaiting the results of votes in the House of Commons, but on the 29th of October the other parties finally gave Boris Johnson what he wanted, an election. Will he get a majority to get Brexit done, or will it be second time lucky for Jeremy Corbyn? In 2017 he exceeded expectations as his party gained 30 seats, forcing Theresa May to enter into a coalition agreement with the DUP. Will he go one better this time and actually get the keys to number 10? Jo Swinson says that she has what it takes to be the next PM, but the Liberal Democrats will have to win considerably more than the 12 seats that they won 2 years ago to make that a reality. And locally, politics has never been more interesting. Steve Baker is defending a majority of 6,500 in Wycombe, but unusually it has started to appear on the at-risk lists, where the incumbent might be unseated. Beaconsfield is usually one of the safest Tory seats in the country, but after throwing Dominic Grieve out of the party for his opposition to Brexit, he's now seeking to overturn his own majority of 24,500 to win the seat as an independent. In Chesham and Amersham, Cheryl Gillen is attempting to be returned as the area's MP for the 8th time, whilst Aylesbury will have a new MP following the decision of David Liddington to stand down, as will Buckingham, which will have proper representation for the first time in 10 years, after being the seat of former Speaker John Bercow. We'll have reporters at all of the counts that affect the Wycombe area, and will be on air until the morning to bring you the results and all the drama on this general election night.
This is the award-winning Wycombe
Love
Sound.
music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Hi. And a very good evening to you. Welcome along to Wycombe Sound. 4 minutes past 10 o'clock is the time. And so just to reiterate the exit poll one more time, Boris Johnson is predicted to be heading back to Downing Street, with the broadcaster's exit poll projecting a Conservative victory in the general election. As official counting gets underway, the Mori poll for Sky News, the BBC and ITV puts the Tories on 368 seats, with Labour well behind on 191. The numbers suggest a commanding overall majority of 86 for the Conservatives, a net gain of 50 compared with the 2017 election. The Liberal Democrats are forecast to win 13 seats, the SNP 55, Plaid 3 and the Brexit Party none. Just under 23,000 people were questioned at 144 polling stations across Great Britain. Wycombe Sound tonight will have reporters at Wycombe, Beaconsfield, Chesham and Amersham, Buckingham, Aylesbury and also Maidenhead as well. But I'm delighted to say that joining me first of all is the Deputy Leader of Buckinghamshire County Council, Mark Shaw, who is a man who knows a thing or two about elections. Very good evening.
It's great to be here. I used to work professionally for the Conservative Party, so fought local elections, general election campaigns for over 25 years. I've also worked with parties abroad in Africa, former Soviet Union, the Balkan states, the Caribbean, to help them organise themselves and win elections.
So it's a pretty impressive CV election-wise, really.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's had its moments.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the fact that you've not only done it in this country, but you've done it across the world as well.
Yeah.
You know, that's quite impressive. So just before we went on air, I asked you how you thought it was going to go tonight. You said probably Boris by 40 seats, I think was your...
That's right.
Yeah, okay. And so the exit poll is saying that actually he's done better than that.
I think it was quite funny. I was at one polling station this morning for about 4 hours. It was a very cold church, but in a very lovely part of Chesham. The reception that I was getting from people compared to 2 years previously, when we'd had the last general election, was just totally different. I mean, bless, I even had one lady who could see how cold I was go home, make me a cup of coffee and bring me a slice of cake. I think 2 years ago, she'd have thrown the cake in my face. That was the difference, and you could feel that. And I came back straight away and sent a message through to my candidate, Cheryl Gillen, and said, you know, we've got this in the bag, but I reckon between 40 and 50. So it's going to be interesting if the exit poll is as correct as they have been in the past.
And not only that, you were warm and you were fed as well.
I was rather cold this morning, it has to be said, but that coffee and that cake were a lifesaver.
Now the weather definitely, you know, is always said to play a part. Do we think that that's really happened this year?
Do you know, it was always felt in the old days, and I'm talking 20, 30 years ago, that if it was raining, it would help the Conservative Party because they have more workers to get people out. That's changed over the years. We know that Labour, with momentum, have got many hundreds of workers. But it was the attitude of people at the polling station. I got there about 10 to 7, and there are already 15, 16 people queuing up to go in to vote, and you can just feel the difference in energy and attitude when people look at you as they give you their electoral roll number, or they nod at you, or they come out and it's two thumbs up. You know, it was very much like that this morning. So I'm interested that really has come through not just in Cheshire and Amersham, but in the National Opinion Poll exit poll.
Also joining me this evening, I have Cheryl Tissot sitting next to Mark, who is definitely politically opposed to Mark. So how are you feeling at the moment?
Well, you've just given me a huge electoral CV to follow, and I haven't actually got anything to follow it up with, I'm afraid.
Look, we can all say that tonight.
I'm here just helping with the commentary of the evening. But interesting exit poll.
Yeah.
They're usually quite
They're usually
on
fairly
point, aren't they?
Four out of the last 5 have been absolutely right
Yeah.
and come out with exactly the right result. And as I said, it very much feels the attitude that I was getting from voters today. When I was out meeting them, I did 2 different polling stations in very different parts of Cheshire. So it wasn't just one experience, there were a couple of different experiences there. So I'm really not surprised.
And likewise, when I went to vote, I usually go at 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm there waiting usually.
Wow.
But not today. No.
Oh, okay.
Today I went about 9:30, and it was really busy. And I thought it was just because it was a different time of day. But actually, I think that was just generally the turnout is higher across the country. I think it looks like.
So I spoke to the teller at the polling station where I went and voted, and it was described as being like a bus station, which definitely it hasn't been in previous years. She said, it's been really busy all day. You know, the fact that people have been saying, it's December and it's cold and it's raining and whatever, hadn't put people off at all.
I think the one thing that really came through to me talking to a lot of people over the last 4 or 5 weeks is that actually people are sick and tired of the Brexit debate. They actually want to get that debate ended. And whether they liked the Conservative Party or not, there was a realisation amongst the electorate that if they wanted to see an end to that debate, voting Conservative was the way to go.
I want to speak a little bit about the Liberal Democrats because currently, so they're forecast to win 13 seats, which I find very, very surprising, given that you've never really had more of a right-wing Conservative leader, you've never really had more of a left-wing Labour leader, and you would think that the Liberal Democrats would be clearing up in the middle. And the fact that they're only forecast to win 13 seats, which I think is only one more than they got last time, is a big surprise.
It was funny. I had a message come through from one of my residents just before I left home, and in it she said, I voted Conservative, Mark. I was thinking about voting Liberal Democrat because I'm a Remainer. But she said, what I realised was I entered the polling station, a vote for the Liberal Democrats was a vote for Labour, and I don't want that. I wanted a clear ending to this situation. So I think maybe that was something that an awful lot of people came to. And some people, I think, have come to literally in the last couple of days. It's taken quite a lot of time for people to triangulate on that. But I think if that exit poll is right, that will be the reality.
I think just from a layman voting point of view, I think that a lot of Remainers obviously wanted to make sure that we did have the opportunity to have maybe another vote on that or have the opportunity to remain. But the stance of revoking, I think, upset some people because it was probably too harsh, a way to go, because obviously a vote has happened. What you think about that is one thing or another. And I think that's probably also contributed to a decline in their votes potentially.
And what about them with the Labour Party? So, I mean, I very much feel that probably Jeremy Corbyn actually is being forced into a position that he doesn't want to be in, because I think we all know really that actually he's not that keen on the EU, in the same way that Boris actually possibly the reverse. You know, before 2016, very much was sort of hedging his bets, and then came out and said, right, okay, yes, I'm in favour of us leaving. So with regards to Labour, again, is that something that you think puts people actually off voting for them?
I think at the last election 2 years ago, people bought into, we'll repay your student loans, we'll repay you this, we'll pay that, we'll pay the other, we'll nationalise this. I think when that was replayed at this election, it was probably a poor election message going out, because actually people had lost their trust in Jeremy Corbyn, and they were hearing same old, can we believe him? And the answer's no, we can't. And I think the other thing that came over very much from me, from what people said, that they were very scared of the things that were coming out of John McDougall's mouth and the comments that he was making throughout the campaign. And people were seriously saying to me, and these aren't posh people, they're people like you and I, saying, do you know what, we're seriously going to think of moving abroad if Jeremy wins. So I think there was that whole element of doubt. And then when that gets into the electorate's mind, it's very hard to dispel, no matter how many workers you've got, how many leaflets you put through a door, how many times you scream and shout on stage. Once that doubt is there, it's really hard to shift.
What about the Brexit Party? So predicted to have no seats whatsoever. Nigel Farage not been seen today, so apparently he had a postal vote. I slightly wonder what was the whole point, really.
Well, I understand Nigel Farage is going to be Donald Trump's rabble-rouser in the States.
Okay.
I think we all need to go running. But the reality is, I think they've shot their bolt. Any party that is there on one issue, once that issue is being dealt with, sorted, they become irrelevant unless they've got a whole dialogue on different policies, not just one focus on one thing.
I mean, some of the forecasts that I've seen on YouGov very much say that actually it's going to have the reverse effect in the very Labour supporting areas, because actually the fact that they are running candidates in those areas means that the vote has been split and will probably enable Labour to get back in. Whereas actually if Brexit Party wasn't running, Boris tonight may well have had a majority of, say, 100.
I think that's absolutely right. But actually one of the things that I would say is that actually any party to have too large a majority isn't healthy either, because for good governance you need to be questioned, you need to be accountable, and you need to be brought to account. So actually the highest estimate is a great majority. If it goes to what I predicted at between 40 and 50, I'd be very happy with that as well, because I think that element of accountability is so important.
It's another thing that you can then put on your CV, saying, I said on Wycombe Sound, and it was exactly right as well.
I'm writing my CV now, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I noticed that. Mark and Cheryl, thank you very much. Do stay with us. It is just coming up to 10:15. You are listening to Wycombe Sound.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Hiya, Bucks! No, that's not just me being silly. It's a magazine and the website for Buckinghamshire. Honest. Reviews, food and drink, animals, sport and leisure, shopping. What more do you need? It's all there. Pick up your free copy today or visit hiyabucks.com. You want to know what's really going down? Just one call. Hiya, Bucks! Online at hiyabucks.com and available in selected branches of Waitrose and other quality outlets.
Need branded uniform for your business or club? Speak to the experts at Cressix Embroidery and Print. From printed t-shirts for the up-and-coming hen party, corporate wear for office staff, or heavy-duty workwear, we offer a fast turnaround without compromising the quality that has made us the award-winning choice for the past 20 years. Pop into our showroom, where you can find a large selection of the latest clothing and promotional goods from famous brands such as Regatta, Snickers, and Nike. All work is carried out on site, and our team are always on hand to help and advise. Let Cressix Embroidery and Print transform your image. Find us online at cressix.net or call 01494 533 007. Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas present appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the county. We'd welcome donations of small value gifts. Gifts for ages between 10 and 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each child. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas present appeal proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show with Pippa. Weekdays from 7.
Open fire.
My chimney sweep came round. Sounds like I have a big manor house. I really don't.
Was he unconscious?
No, he wasn't, but he said that I might be if I didn't get a couple of rocks.
Good job you got one then. Well done, chimney sweep.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show. Back tomorrow from 7. This is Wycombe Sound.
Just after 10:15, you are listening to Wycombe Sound, our election results special show. Bob Johnson with you, probably through until breakfast time. So in case you haven't heard, the exit poll is predicting that Boris Johnson will be heading back to Downing Street. The broadcaster's exit poll projecting a Conservative victory. Currently the figures look like this: Conservatives with 368, Labour with 191, Liberal Democrats with 13, the Brexit Party with none, the SNP with 55, Greens with 1, Plaid Cymru with 3, and the others 19. That is the exit poll, though, of course. Things could be very different. But as we have been saying with Mark Shaw and also with Cheryl Tissot, that actually normally in the last 4 elections, certainly, or is it 3 of the last 4, I think, the exit poll has been right. The only one I think that they got wrong was in 2015 when they said that the Conservatives would be the largest party, which of course they were, but they didn't actually predict that David Cameron would get a working majority, which he did.
He did, yeah.
Looking at the local races, and really politics has never been more interesting. So we have Steve Baker in Wycombe, who the seat I've never seen before has been one of those that's been discussed as being possibly they might be slightly vulnerable, whereas actually this year it has been.
I think it's going to be an interesting result. Personally, I think Steve's majority will go up. I think it will go up to maybe 10 to 12,000. If we see this scale of Conservative victory, it could even go up to 14. But I'm not one to scream or shout. You've got to start seeing those ballot papers being counted. And of course, it's been very interesting because the main opposition candidate has been a local councillor as well.
So Khalil Ahmed.
That's right, with Khalil. So it will have been a very fiercely contested seat. And I know, speaking to Steve throughout the campaign, he's been working very hard with his team. Conversely, actually, I'm a friend on Facebook with Khalil, and I know the stuff that he and his supporters and workers have been putting out. So I know that it's been a very, very fiercely fought campaign, and I think that actually Khalil had a good couple of hundred workers in the constituency today on polling day, from what I understand.
I mean, Khalil's very much been saying, that he is somebody who's lived in Wycombe for 46 years, I think it is. Tony Brodel with the Liberal Democrats also has very much been playing up her Wycombe credentials. Yeah. And then you've got, other interesting candidates. Julia Wassell, particularly, one of the Wycombe independents, a very well-known local politician.
Julia is an amazing lady. I've worked with Julia for 7 years, and I've got a lot of respect for her, and I've gone out in her electoral area with her. I know how much she is passionate about it and how much she knows about it. What I'm going to be fascinated with is if she can manage to hold on to her deposit, because I'm keen to put a fiver that she could just about scrape through and hold that deposit, which is 5% of the vote, which for an independent local
she's popular.
lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she is very visible. She's one of those people that she does get out and about. She clearly cares very passionately about local issues. And so I agree. I could see her doing quite well. And if she does actually keep her deposit, well great.
And of course, where she will be drawing support from will probably be both at the expense of Labour and the Liberal Democrats as well, especially given the electoral area that she represents.
We've also got a UKIP candidate standing. Remember them, which was a bit of a surprise. So Vijay Saroj. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. We haven't got a Brexit Party person standing in Wycombe. We've also got the Green candidate Peter Sims and also the Independent candidate Ed Gemmell, who also has been really campaigning just on one issue. So Ed is very much about climate change. So interesting as well to see. So we've got a Green person and a climate change person standing in the same constituency.
I think it's going to be again interesting to look at how the Green vote goes nationally. They're predicted to hold their parliamentary seat, which they always have,
yes,
Caroline
which is
Lucas.
down in Brighton, isn't it?
But, bearing in mind they did so well in the European elections, that they're going to fall back. It's how much they fall back by, how many deposits they manage to keep rather than lose, and are they making themselves a significant force back again in British politics?
Yes, I mean, it always seems to be the way that actually, in the smaller elections, people are quite prepared to vote for anybody, really, whereas actually when it comes back to the general election, again, it is very much the big two. And you think, well, I'm sure there are people out there that, again, maybe would vote with Lib Dem if more people voted for the Lib Dems. And so they're in this sort of vicious circle. It's ridiculous that actually people don't really vote for them because they know people aren't really going to vote for them.
And it's the whole vicious circle you get in. I was the Conservative agent in Stevenage for many years, and Stevenage was always a very strong Labour-held borough council. The Conservatives were very lucky if it had 1 or 2 seats on it. And one of the biggest problems was actually to prove to the people that in local elections the Conservative Party could win. And people perceived that we couldn't win, so they didn't support us. They voted for other parties. Yet at a general election, we would tend to hold that seat, albeit by 5,000, 7,000, 2,000, but we always won it. And people said, well, how did you do it? But it was because people believed we could win the parliamentary seat, yet local elections, we had no hope.
I mean, how can you turn that mindset around?
It's really tough, and the only way you start to do it is A, by working really hard as a political party, but starting to pick up those gains. And you have to look at your constituency like a chessboard and see where you can move your people around to where you're likely to break through. And once you make that breakthrough, you start to try and build around that breakthrough. But it's tough, and it takes a lot of committed people and a lot of people who want to go out day after day, night after night, talking to people, gauging the vote, getting involved in their communities.
So again, and that must be an issue if people aren't necessarily believing that you can win, to actually then persuade people that not only are they going to vote for you, but actually they're going to come out and do all of that work as well. So you can see the problem, particularly nationally, that the Liberal Democrats have got.
Absolutely.
And and it seems to continue all the time.
And of course, if this result it is true to the exit poll, they'll have a net increase of 1 seat. Yes, they did extremely well in the local elections and European elections this year, but they've literally fallen all the way back to where they were 2 years ago, and that's bad news for them.
Yeah. Are there any party leaders that should be worrying tonight? I mean, Jeremy Corbyn, this is going to be the second general election. Again, if the exit poll is to be believed, that he's lost.
Didn't he say that he would stand down if it didn't go his way?
I'm imagining that he will. I can't imagine that he's going to survive.
I think he's got no alternative but to stand down. I mean, to go down to 191 is an absolute electoral disaster for Labour. So I think he will go, and I think he will probably make that announcement quite early on tomorrow morning. I'd be surprised if he didn't. If we look at how the Conservative Party went in the late 90s, early noughties, that 10 o'clock the next morning.
They couldn't wait to get out.
Whoever was there, I'm going.
Yes, Michael Howard, William Hague, it was, sorry, I'm not hanging around at all. John Major instantly was at the Oval.
That's right.
I don't want to do politics anymore. I want to concentrate on the cricket.
That's right.
No cricket tomorrow.
No, that's the thing.
Or it'd be darn cold if it was.
Yes. Well, you wouldn't fancy being at the Oval in December, particularly. What about Jo Swinson? Do we feel that she will hang on? But obviously, she's the newest leader of any of them.
I think she probably will for a time. I think she's probably Marmite to people, and that's the problem, because she came out all guns blazing with the "I'm going to be your next Prime Minister" line. And I think maybe the British public sometimes don't like that. They don't want to see someone with all that bravado, and that may have gone against her potentially. She's newly elected as leader, so I think the Liberal Democrats will possibly give her a longer reign on that. But I think it's to be seen, isn't it?
Does it even partly come down to the fact that she's a woman as well, and because I can easily hear it being said, if a man came out with that bravado, we just say, oh yeah, well, they're just being a politician. When a female leader does it, are we then a bit like, well, who does she think she is, saying that she can be Prime Minister? I'm not saying it's right at all. I'm just wondering whether that's...
And it's one of those things where that every news outlet or media outlet picked up on that, and they questioned her and they grilled her about the fact that she'd made this claim that she was going to be in. And myself personally, as a woman, I just sort of think she's gone out with confidence, and that's what you've got to do. That's why everybody's in it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Really. So actually, if you're not going to say, this is what I'm going to do, then what's the point of being in the race? But
you can imagine what all of the media and the press would make of it if you came out and said, oh, well, I don't think I can make it as Prime Minister, but we're going to win a few more seats.
I think really, rather than it being an issue with Jo Swinson and what's going to happen to Jo Swinson, I think it's really a bigger question for the Liberal Democrats about what their direction is going to be and what they're going to concentrate on now and moving forward. And because they've obviously got their one thing, they've got their revoke wish. That can't happen now. So where do they go from here? That's the thing.
I think, and this may sound patronising for me to people listening to this. Actually, it's not meant to be. I think the Liberal Democrats tomorrow have to look at actually who have they got elected. And if they were to replace Jo, which I don't think they should do, to be honest with you, who would it be? Is there anyone credible there that can do it? And with this sort of result, let's face it, her own seat could be in doubt of Eastern Berkshire, so she may actually not get through. I think she will, but I think we have to be realistic. It's going to be a very tough time and a lot of heart searching for the Liberal Democrats after this election.
Of course, they have got a few notable figures who crossed the floor. So potentially there could be a couple of names there that could be promoted to leader, but then they've just arrived. Chukwuemeka,
and they would have no credibility with the grassroots party.
Yeah. So it's a difficult situation, I think.
And I think that's one thing, especially with the Liberal Democrats, that the grassrootness of its party has always been that close relationship with the leader. And I would feel, I think, if I was a Liberal Democrat, a bit suspicious of the Chukwuemekas. Have you just come to us because it was an easy door to come through at a difficult time for yourself because you'd burnt your bridges?
And very much, you were at the independent group or whatever they were called, and suddenly you've rocked up at the Liberal Democrats. I think you're absolutely right. With the exit poll being as it is, are we now thinking probably that Boris will be okay in Uxbridge?
Yeah, I mean, again, he suffered badly at the last election because at the last election what you saw was a huge rise in the last week of the Labour vote. You saw a huge collapse of the Liberal Democrat group. Don't forget, we as a party, the Conservative Party, actually polled more votes than we had done for a number of general elections. But it was that collapse of the Lib Dem vote. And I'll give you, for instance, I was the election agent in Watford. I won it from Labour in 2010. It was always the Liberal Democrats that were in 1,700, 1,800, 3,000 votes for us. At the last election in the Watford constituency, they collapsed to 5,000 votes.
Wow.
5,000. And at that stage, they literally had every councillor on Watford Borough Council, including the elected mayor, was a Liberal Democrat, apart from half a dozen people.
Okay. So, is there anywhere that you haven't been on election occasion, incidentally? Again, the fact you've covered elections in Uganda, Watford, Stevenage,
and Uganda,
yeah,
fantastic.
Absolutely. I didn't know that we returned people from Uganda, but there you go. Carrying on locally, let's look.
You mean we're not going to Uganda?
We're not going to Uganda. No, sorry. We've managed to get people at most of the constituencies, but not Uganda tonight. Let's think about Beaconsfield. Because clearly, normally Beaconsfield, ultra conservative, safe seat, not anywhere that that ever is interesting politically, really. The one thing that but you know what I mean. The one thing that people always say about Beaconsfield is, do you know that Tony Blair stood there in 1983? It's the
Absolutely.
only election he ever lost. But other than that, it's a safe
And I actually met Tony Blair in Beaconsfield.
Did you?
I did.
What,
yes,
back in 1983?
It wasn't in 1983. It was in 1989.
Okay.
He did a meeting for the Labour Party, and I went to listen to him.
Did he say, it's good to be back in Beaconsfield?
He did.
I remember.
He did.
Oh, did he? Okay. He remembered pounding the streets and going to the model village.
I don't think he pounded the streets too much,
no.
but he.
Okay. But yeah, so this year it's interesting. So we've got Joy Morrissey, who is the Tory candidate, and we've got Dominic Grieve, who is defending his own majority, although really that's the majority he's trying to overturn to get back as an independent.
That in itself is a fascinating thing, isn't it?
It's just crazy,
trying
isn't
to
it?
overturn your own
majority, and it's a big majority to overturn as well.
It is.
So we're looking at 24,500. That's a big ask.
It's interesting. I was speaking to a member of his team, Dominic Grieve's team, at lunchtime, and he was saying to me, "Oh well, it was looking good, but I'm not so sure now, Mark." And I think that at the beginning of the campaign, if I was a risky bettor, I would have put a £5 on Dominic to maybe hold the seat. I think that they selected a great candidate, a female candidate. She's very different to Dominic, far more personable than cerebral. And I think she's really hit the streets running. And the feedback that I've got, and I've been out there a couple of times, is that she's going to win. As I said, even at the beginning of this week, I'd said by maybe just 8,000-9,000, but a win's a win. I think it actually may be more than that now. I think more and more anger was coming up on the doorstep from people about the way that Dominic had acted, and people felt they betrayed them. Do you know what I mean? He betrayed them.
What was there though a similar from the other point of view? Actually, a lot of people who probably never had voted for Dominic before, but actually so impressed with the principled stand that he took, and very much saying, right, well, actually, I'm going to put the country first above the party.
I think he was in a position where he had no alternative but to stand as an independent. He'd created that corner for him. I think that he and his other colleagues that were expelled from the Conservative Party just before the election thought they could hold the party to ransom, and I don't think anyone should be bigger than their own political party, because being part of a party means you're part of a grouping, and you have to sometimes agree to things that you may not be happy with. Absolutely right to be principled, absolutely right to argue that point all the way down the road, but never think you're bigger than your party, and I think he made that mistake. And I know that I've seen on social media an awful lot of people just saying, well, we look forward to you going back to France where you spent most of your time, Dominic.
I think from a constituent's point of view who's not that into politics, though, I think what people love is someone who is actually a good constituency politician, who then maybe doesn't necessarily always follow the party line and actually is doing what is in the interest for the constituency. The thing, though, with Dominic and Brexit is, of course, that actually the Brexit vote in Beaconsfield was very, very close, and and yes, it just voted to remain, but it certainly wasn't a whopping victory for Remain.
Absolutely. And as I said, the sense of anger from people when going out with Joy was building throughout the campaign. It wasn't actually flooding away from the Conservative Party candidate. So I think it would be a Conservative hold. It's certainly not going to be 24,000 majority, but I think she will come home, feel relatively comfortable, and then at the next election things will rebalance themselves in the political world.
With your Conservative Party hat on, were you privy to any of the goings-on this week? Because previous to this week, I have to say, all of the Beaconsfield candidates seemed to get on really, really well. We had them here at Wycombe Sound, and you would not have known that they were fighting each other in an election. It felt more like a reality show where they'd actually turned up, and and they were all friends and they were all hugging each other, and it was lovely. It was a lovely atmosphere. But this week, there has been quite a big falling out with regards to some hustings that were meant to be happening and then were cancelled. Do you have any information you can give us about that, Mark?
Well, I believe it's claimed that Joy was only given 24 hours notice at the hustings. She already had something organised that evening to do, which she couldn't break. I think the trouble is, the closer you get to polling day, as a candidate, the more kind of fractious and embattled you feel, because actually what you tend to forget is there are thousands of people out there, and actually they're nice to you, or they're not bothering you, or they're not getting angsty. But as you get towards polling day, you get some residents from other political parties especially that become more and more attacking of you, and you do have a siege mentality, and when that happens, that's when people fall out.
It sort of sounds a bit like a reality show where actually, the longer you've been in there and you haven't got much food and whatever, actually it all starts to go a bit sour.
It's fatigue, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we're feeling it as a nation. I think we're all exhausted, from the whole process. I mean, it's not just been this election, it's been everything, hasn't it, this year? And so I can just imagine that, because as a candidate, you've got to be on it all the time, haven't you? Yeah. And actually, it's been a short but quite a long campaign, so I'm not surprised.
And you've got to go out there each and every day, each and every evening, with a smile on your face, put up with people attacking you as well as people saying, yeah, I support you. But it gets really personal, and people get very, very tired.
Does the fact that it happened in December make a difference? Because I know you're saying people going out in the evening, but very much actually the candidates, when they came in to me, were saying, well, actually we're not really going out in the evening, partly because we're concerned about our own people's safety, and also partly because once it gets dark, people don't necessarily like people knocking on the door, 7-8 o'clock at night. So people were very much saying, well, we're going out in the morning, in the afternoon, and really by about 4:30, we're calling it a day. Whereas I would imagine in May, you're pretty much probably out until 9-10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I mean, in a normal May-June election, you're knocking on doors till 9 o'clock in the evening. Of course, you can start a lot earlier in the morning with whether it's delivering leaflets or whatever, so you find the whole day is curtailed. I mean, you look at this morning, by 9 o'clock it was barely light, and you go out delivering leaflets, especially in rural areas. It's not so bad if you're in an urban area, terrace property, well lit, street lights. But like for me, I've got 2 villages that are in my electoral area. You go out there in the dark, and it's like you could be lost for days. It's like trekking the Gobi Desert if you're not careful.
And I don't think it got light today, did it?
No.
No, you're wanting to make news in one way, but you're not wanting to make news in actually one of the candidates has gone missing. Last seen, going down a darkened path.
And I know early on in the campaign, I was out delivering leaflets about 6 o'clock one evening, and I slipped and hurt my back on someone's doorstep where it was really slippery. Because I just literally went straight down like a sack of potatoes and had a bit of a bruise on my butt for a while, but
very nice.
I did recover.
Both Sharon and I are both pulling faces down. Oh dear, poor you, Mark. Well, we'll make sure that you're sitting very comfortably, and maybe we'll go and get you a pillow or something.
Blow up cushion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a long night anyway, so we want you to be as comfortable as possible. It's Mark Shaw, who is the deputy leader of Buckinghamshire County Council, and also Cheryl Tissot, who is a fellow Wycombe Sound volunteer. Mark is the only person here tonight who has political credentials, so we're hanging on to him, and it's very interesting as well, just to learn some of the some of the little tips and tricks that go on in elections. So we are very grateful that you are here, and we're very grateful that you are listening, and hope that you will continue listening all the way through the night, because we are aiming to be here until around about breakfast time. And if you're thinking that I'm being a little vague about that, well, I'm only saying that we'll see how we get on. If we've got a result sort of by about 4 or 5 o'clock, then maybe we'll call it a day. Possibly we will go all the way through until Nick Keir takes over breakfast at 7 a.m.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Green Telecom are your local telecoms company. Expert communication specialists established for 25 years. If you're looking for a new telephone system, faster, more efficient broadband, new phone lines, or cost savings on your existing lines, if you're moving offices or upgrading your mobile phone, then contact Green Telecom on 01494 775500 or visit greentelecom.co.uk. Green Telecom. Phone the world without paying the earth.
Are you looking for a new challenge? Why not come and work for us? Buckinghamshire College Group is a fantastic place to work. If you're looking for a career that will challenge and develop you, with excellent benefits including pension, generous holidays and free parking, we have a number of vacancies available, from lecturers, permanent and temporary bank staff, to support and admin roles in Aylesbury, Amersham and Wycombe. To find out more about our vacancies, search Bucks College Group online. We look forward to hearing from you. Bucks College Group.
Do you prefer this sort of cricket to this sort of cricket? Do you prefer this sort of bat to this sort of bat? OK, well, the next 30 seconds may not mean much to you, but if you prefer this sort of foul to this sort of foul, then listen up. Wycombe Sound is looking to expand our sports team Perhaps you're interested in sports journalism. Maybe you're a fan of a local club and can bring us regular reports from fixtures. Or maybe you want to transfer your passion from the terrace to the studio. We're after any age, background and experience. You just need to be a sports fan and have a knowledge of the local scene. Interested? Email contact@wycombesound.org.uk.
Mid-mornings on Wycombe Sound.
We're just kind of, trying to highlight all the positive aspects of the town. There are tons. So, anything we can do to kind of boost that, we're happy.
It's been a really fun year, hasn't it, so far? It's been a whole mixture of different projects and, whether it's events, whether it's looking at actual campaigns, anything individual, there's so much positivity in High Wycombe anyway, let alone then what's being added to it as well.
If you'd told myself back in the 80s that a vet from Hello would be saying, come on a motorhome holiday with me, then, goodness me, I don't think I would have believed you.
Having been there, I've tried all these things out myself, I know they work, so that's what I'll be sharing with people on the workshop as well.
Mid-mornings with Jonathan, Colin, Bob or Keith. Weekdays from 10 on Wycombe Sound.
This is Wycombe Sound.
Just after 22:11, you are listening to Wycombe Sound's general election results coverage. Bob Johnson with you through until tomorrow morning. In case you haven't heard, the exit poll has predicted that Boris Johnson and the Conservatives are heading for victory. The Tories with 368 seats, Labour well behind on 191. A commanding overall majority of 86 for Boris Johnson's party. That is the exit poll's prediction. The Liberal Democrats forecast to win 13 seats. The SNP a large 55, and we will chat about that a little bit later on. Plaid Cymru 3 and the Brexit Party none. Just under 23,000 people were questioned at 144 polling stations across Great Britain. That is only the exit poll. Of course, exit polls can be wrong, though in 4 of the last 5 elections they have been pretty much spot on. It is time now to leave the studio and head up the hill to Wycombe Leisure Centre because Chris Phillips is up there tonight reporting for Wycombe Sound. Good evening, Chris. And And most importantly, Wycombe Sound are there as well. Any sign of the candidates yet? Well, that will be very good. In case people are then wondering, well, why on earth are poor souls like you having to be there from 10 o'clock? That is the rule, isn't it? You have to be there before, basically, the polls close. You're not sitting there watching people swimming past or anything like that. Are they looking after you, though? Do they put on refreshments, stuff like that, or is it very much you have to bring your own? Okay, well, I'm glad to know that you're being looked after, and presumably, yes.
Papers, though you've got machines to do those, it takes time. So you have normally 3 days of counting postal votes, plus at the count itself there will be some being counted, because people can still drop their postal vote off either at their main council office or indeed at their normal polling station.
Presumably, if you're counting those postal votes, there are very strict rules, I would imagine, then around what you can say, or the fact that really you probably can't say very much at all.
Well, at the end of the day, I always knew, as an agent going to the postal vote counting, it gave me a good flavour of what's happening, because you can see the ballot paper, so you have tallies and you give yourself a good, clear understanding of where you are, especially if you know the electoral ward it's from, and it's normally, say, a very safe Labour area, but you're, say, breaking 40%, and it's like, wow, we normally only poll 28% here. You're doing quite well. But yes, you're not supposed to be able to come out and say, there's been 7,000 Conservative, 4,000 Labour, and 2,000 Liberal Democrat.
And definitely, again, not if you're in the media. That's we're
right.
very keen that a situation, say like in America, doesn't happen where they obviously declare actually whilst the polls are still open, and clearly it's fine if you're in an eastern state like New York, but actually if you're one of the voters in Hawaii, the election's done and dusted actually before you've possibly got round to vote. So
that's right.
That's why it is so strict, isn't it? Also interesting, what Chris is saying. So again, it is quite strict on the night where the vote is, so it's on lockdown. It sounds so serious, but so nobody now is allowed in to Wycombe Leisure Centre other than presumably the agent and representatives of the candidates.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long process, because first of all you've got to get your ballot boxes in. And of course, with Wycombe, people think it's just High Wycombe. It's all the villages around down to Marlow, so it's quite a geographical area to get it through to. You then start the verification process, where you count all the votes as they come in, okay, so that they marry up with the ballot box accounts. So what the presiding officer has issued, they've got the same amount of votes or ballot papers in, and then you split them into parties, and then you get to the exciting part where you start to actually count the votes. Once you split them into parties, though, especially if you've got a relatively large majority, you can see which way it's going. But it is a long, laborious process, and there's not a lot that you can do to make it quicker or more exciting. You know, we've trialled different forms.
I think it's very exciting.
We've trialled different forms, and nothing really works that well. The technology isn't that great. And again, if you remember, in the presidential election 2 or 3 times ago, the whole thing about the chads.
Yeah, hanging chads in Florida.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But again, I think that's something that actually we really like in this country, is that you know, it's so basic, our elections, you know, and you can see, you know, going all the way back to, you know, to the 19th century, that, you know, it's been done the same way, and that there isn't any technology. You know, it is.
Well, you know,
it's a human
I think
process.
the more simpler the process is,
Definitely.
the harder it is to abuse it.
Definitely.
Quite simply, and that's one of the things that is slightly coming more to the fore. It is electoral fraud, and that's something that if people are found out to be guilty of, they will end up in prison.
One of the comments that my daughter voted for the first time today, and I went with her to the polling station. We voted together, and when we came out, she said, "I'm surprised it was a pencil." Meaning, I'm surprised that she had to make the cross with the pencil,
Yeah.
and, you know, implying, well, hang on, you know, so somebody with a decent eraser could you know, rub out the cross. Why is it a pencil? Sorry to throw all of these questions at you, but again, you are the expert.
You can take your pen if you want. You can
okay.
use a pen if you've got a postal vote,
okay,
rather than a pencil. But there is no way that one of the ballot boxes that are properly sealed are taken to the count. They've got to be open, you've got to show the official seal, so nobody can have tampered with them, and you couldn't have little Betsy on the corner trying to erase them all out and vote a different way. You simply couldn't do it, and that's why you have counting agents from all political parties to ensure the sanctity of the count.
I asked the chief teller about this at the last election.
Oh, did you?
I did, because I was fascinated about it too. And it's a practical thing. It's so that they can sharpen pencils. If someone walks away with a pen, or if a pen runs out, they've lost a pen. But a pencil keeps giving.
I love that. That's the quote of the night.
Simple
A pencil
as that.
keeps giving. I will remember that.
Isn't just for Christmas.
It's not,
for
exactly.
life.
A pencil
Not just for
it's for life.
election.
We can now cross back up to the Wycombe Leisure Centre, where I believe Chris has one of the candidates. Chris. I can just about get what Peter's saying, but I'm pretty sure that no one else can. He's just slightly off microphone, so I think we will have to come back to Peter Sims. Apologies about that. The other thing that I've heard said with regards to the whole voting process is the fact that there's a number or something on the back of the vote, and so is it really a secret ballot?
It is a totally secret ballot. You can't trace where that ballot paper has come from. And so, for example, if in the polling station I'd have written Mark Shaw is the best on this, it would be thrown out because I could be identified because of my name. But also, if you've written just a phrase, it can be thrown out because your handwriting could actually be identified.
Wow. Okay.
And that's where, if you're a really good election agent, you're looking at those things to see if that ballot should be chucked out.
Wow. Okay. And so you are very much, you know, that it sounds like a big responsibility then, being the person checking, if you're, you know, looking the whole time to see whether or not actually this has happened.
Yeah. And don't forget, not so much in national elections, but in local elections, wards can literally be won by 1 or 2 votes. So the more you can get thrown out of the opposition, that's what you're trained to do. That's what you're there to look at.
And so with regards to the people who are actually looking, is that just sort of like one person from each candidate, or are there actually several of you?
It depends on how many the returning officers allowed there. Usually it will be 10 per party, but obviously if you've got something like 13 candidates, you probably haven't got space and would cut down. And that's where it becomes a harder exercise. The people who are counting the votes are also trained to look for anything that is deemed to be a spoilt ballot paper. So you've not just got the counting agents from the political parties, you've got the counters themselves that are there to do a job. And what they'll do is throughout the count, we'll be bringing these up to the election agents, for the election agents to go to and agree whether it's a spoilt paper or not. And that is all clearly defined in electoral law.
Wow. Okay. You know, it's impressive how much thought that there is that goes into this, but it's very reassuring, I think, at the same time to hear as well how much thought goes into it. And again, the fact that technology hasn't really infiltrated our elections at all. It is very much as it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're absolutely right. Going back to the 18th century.
And also, though, one of the things that's interesting, I think probably when you're watching at home and you're seeing the declaration, you slightly get the impression that really maybe the candidates have got a little bit of an idea of which way it's going, but from what you're saying, it sounds like actually you, when you're standing up on that stage, you know
the result because before you go to the declaration, you have to have the election agents agree on the result. So that's looking, as I said earlier, about the ballot box accounts, all those have added up. And then when you add up all the party results, it agrees with the ballot box result, and then you can say, yes, it can be declared. And I remember in one local election, I actually stopped a declaration half the way through because I hadn't agreed the result.
Oh, wow.
And they had to come back for me to agree it before it could be declared.
Okay. So they'd stood up and said, I hereby declare.
Absolutely.
And you had to do the
like,
embarrassing thing.
You know, you literally had to say, no, stop, we haven't agreed it. So
you were a bit like the person who stands up in a wedding and says, no, I know why they shouldn't be married. You had to do that bit.
Exactly. So you know the result as you go up there. And, of course, that must be the worst thing when you've lost, in the sense if it's been a marginal seat and you've lost by 1,000 votes. And all that must be going through your brain at that time is, what could I have done more to have pulled those 1,000 votes in?
Because I think, we all remember the Michael Portillo moment, where Portillo didn't necessarily give away that much, but very much Stephen Twigg, who was the person who defeated him, couldn't have done it better if he was in a Hollywood film, because when it was announced that the number that he got and he'd won, you can still see his face now just looking like, oh wow, but actually that was all, he already knew that he'd won.
That's right, he'd already knew that he'd won.
Right, okay.
And Bob, we've just got the exit poll as of 10:55 for the area. We've got Wycombe Conservative hold, Beaconsfield Conservative hold, Aylesbury Conservative hold, Maidenhead Conservative hold, Chesham Conservative hold, and Buckingham Conservative win. And of course that's a win because John Bercow stood down as an MP, so that was a new seat.
Okay, so that is the latest we have from the exit polls, suggesting that it is going to be a Tory clean sweep across South Buckinghamshire. We will be back with more election coverage after the 11 o'clock news.
National and international news on 106.6 FM. This is Wycombe Sound.
From the Sky News Centre at 11, the exit poll says the Conservative Party is on course for a general election victory and will have a majority of 86 in the House of Commons. The research by Sky News, ITV and the BBC calculates Boris Johnson will win 368 seats. Labour is predicted to get 191. Tory party chairman James Cleverly thinks voters are fed up with the opposition's Brexit stance.
I've spent much of this week, over the weekend, early part of this week, zigzagging across the Midlands and the north of England. And in long-standing Labour-held constituencies, there was fury.
We will be with you. After I've done a little bit of rambling, we'll be with you then.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, a Labour Party spokesperson says
fantastic.
It's too
then you
early
can
to
ramble
call
away
the
as well.
final numbers, but admits they knew it was going to be a
excellent. The more rambling you do, the less we have to do over it.
If this all turns out to be the case, it would be the biggest majority for a Conservative government since 1987.
That'll be absolutely fine.
Professor Michael Thrasher is one of those responsible for tonight's exit poll. He says it's extraordinary.
For Labour, it really is an appalling an election result, and possibly its worst performance in any general election since the Second World War.
SNP leader Nicola Sturgeon says it looks like it's going to be a good night for her party. They're on track for 55 seats. The Liberal Democrats are forecast to win 13, Plaid Cymru 3 and the Brexit Party none. The pounds surged in value. Sterling gained more than 2% against the dollar in the minutes after voting booths closed. In other news, New Zealand police say the bodies of 6 people are being airlifted from White Island. It brings the number of known deaths from Monday's volcanic eruption to 14. And there'll be a full quota of British teams in the knockout stages of the Europa League. Rangers drew 1-1 against Young Boys, while Arsenal fought back to finish 2-2 with Standard Liège, ensuring all 5 made it out of their groups. That's the latest. I'm Barry Weir.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound, online, on Radio Player and on 106.6 FM.
It's 2 minutes past 11 o'clock. You are listening to Wycombe Sound's General Election Results Show. Bob Johnson with you through until the morning. So the exit poll that was released a little over an hour ago, suggesting that the Conservatives are going to romp home with an overall majority of 86 for Boris Johnson's party, a net gain of 50 compared with the 2017 election. The exit poll says the Tories are going to win 368 seats, Labour 191, the Lib Dems 13, the Brexit Party none, the SNP 55, the Green Party 1 seat, Plaid Cymru 3 and the others 19. And as we revealed just before the 11 o'clock news, the exit polls suggesting locally that it will be a clean sweep for the Conservatives. So Steve Baker will get back in Wycombe. Joy Morrissey will take the seat from Dominic Grieve in Beaconsfield. And then, as expected, in Chesham and Amersham, Cheryl Gillan will be returned. And there'll be Conservative wins as well in Aylesbury and also Buckingham. And Theresa May will be returned in Maidenhead as well. Again, that is just what the exit polls are telling us. That's not the official result by any means. However, as we do also keep stressing, the exit poll has been right in 4 of the last 5 elections. And it always does pretty much give you a good indication of the way things are going. So it does look like it is going to be a very good night for Boris Johnson and the Conservatives. Now this evening on Wycombe Sound, we do have reporters at all of the local counts. We've heard from Chris Phillips up at Wycombe. It is time now to go to the Beaconsfield count and say good evening to Keith Higgins. Hello, Keith. Now, you say it's in Denham. It's not somewhere actually that I have to say that I know very well. And I think probably those in Beaconsfield or those in Gerrards Cross or Marlow imagine actually that it's happening a lot closer to home. But actually, so you're right in the south basically of the constituency.
Who's caused most interest here because he was the standing MP, Dominic Grieve, but standing as an independent candidate, and we'll go through that shortly why. The other 2 candidates we have here around about midnight, and what happens is that they arrive, And then various people, they're in lovely black T-shirts with the word supervisor on it. They open said boxes. And there's a team of 6 people, 5 of them counting, and somebody standing in front of them basically doing a tally chart by the look of it. And I think they're just checking that the right number of papers are in the boxes, because I'm sure you'll agree, Bob, it wouldn't be a good idea, would it, if we lost a paper or if we lost a box? That would be quite disastrous.
Definitely not. And Mark Shaw has done a fantastic job tonight already, telling us exactly why our elections are so fair and ensuring that actually everything, everything is as it should be, and has been filling us in on the rules. It has been quite fascinating. I didn't know that they got T-shirts though as well with supervisor written on them. Do they get to take those T-shirts home, or do they come out every election and you have to wear them again? I could throw that one to Mark actually, because he's just sitting.
I was going to say they'll probably have to come out every
do they? Okay, yes. You're not allowed to take one of the supervisor ones home. In case you were thinking of getting a souvenir, Keith, we don't think that will be possible. And has been filling us
well, we've got to look after the costs here in Buckinghamshire, haven't we? We've got to make sure that we don't give too many freebies away. So nice to hear from Mark, by the way. Nice to hear from him. And someone else to mention, and I think you'll hear from me later on, but we have here it's actually the Deputy Returning Officer, because apparently the full Returning Officer is at the Chesham and Amersham count, but Jim Furness is here. He's the Deputy Returning Officer, and I must admit, I do like his role. He basically is sort of overseeing everything, and it's almost akin at the moment. He's standing right at the back. It's a bit like a shepherd watching over his sheep. I think you can sort of picture that. He's sort of watching over all the people counting, and there must be well over 100 here, and he's just sort of surveying the scene. He's just standing there. He's not getting involved, which is probably the right thing to do. There's a table in front of me, and the ladies and gents on the table are very, very busy. As I said, they're just at the moment just checking that they got the right number of papers. And then, as I said, if you remember your statistics, Bob and Mark, from your school days, remember making tally charts?
Oh yes, we do. Yes.
Those lines that are usually sort of put this sort of 4 vertical lines, and when you get to the 5th one, you draw a horizontal.
Oh yes,
through diagonally.
Yeah. Well, I remember learning that way back at primary school.
I do that now.
Cheryl still does it now, Keith.
Is that weird?
Cheryl should have.
Cheryl, I was doing it the other day. A friend of mine, she was doing some research, and I had to do exactly what we're doing now. So there we are. And I'm going to give you one little secret, which I think I'm allowed to tell you. So I'm not going to give any names, but there are 5 candidates. I think you'll agree here, folks. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember learning that. Good. I'm glad somebody said yes. It's nice to know you're listening. And there are set up trays for when they actually do start the count. So as I haven't started yet, we reckon, by the way, about 1:30 the actual counting will start. But there are 5 candidates. You expect there would be 5 trays, wouldn't you, on each table? I'm going to tell you there are 7.
Wow.
I'm not going to tell you which ones have got an extra tray. I'll leave you to work it out. I'm sure you can guess. But a couple of the candidates have got an extra tray.
Right, okay. I was imagining maybe spoiled ballot papers and the ballot papers that haven't got anything on them. But presumably those ones don't actually make it through to the proper being counted.
But let me tell you the story about this, because I'm reporting to you from, wait for it, the doubtful ballot paper adjudication table. I'm not going to tell you. I think I said that correctly.
Wow. You do get about, Keith.
Name and a half, isn't it?
It is. We are quite impressed that on a Thursday night, that's where you are.
Yes, I'm right by the, let me say it again, the doubtful ballot paper adjudication table, which obviously at the moment is not needed because they haven't started the count yet. But that is where they will have a look at the papers that, things like maybe somebody didn't quite put the cross in the right place. Jim Furness was telling us, things like people, some people write their name and address on the ballot paper, which they shouldn't do.
Yeah, well, and again, Mark was mentioning that as well, that even if you just write something on, you could be identified from your handwriting, so that can get the ballot thrown out.
That is where they will have a look at the papers. Indeed. And I'm just going to pick it up. I'm not going to read it because I'm not sure I'm allowed to, but there's a lovely paper here on the desk.
Don't get arrested, Keith, okay? I'm not sure that we can afford the bail money.
ballot papers, they shouldn't. Funny enough, you should say that. I'll come back to that in a minute. Apparently, returning officers can be arrested. But anyway, the paper is from the Electoral Commission, and it says dealing with doubtful ballot papers in Great Britain supporting UK parliamentary elections. So I'm sure if I was to open this paper up, Bob and colleagues, we would have an in-depth look at what constitutes a spoiled or doubtful ballot paper. So, and that's where I think the returning officer, Jim, will come in later on, because I guess he'll be the one adjudicating on these. Although, again, Mark can confirm this, but I think the candidates can get involved at this point, Mark. If there is a doubtful ballot paper, I think there's a bit of a discussion with the relevant candidates.
It's usual to go through the candidate selection agent, but the candidate can be there as well and offer their opinion. But as we used to say as election agents, a candidate is just a legal necessity.
Okay, so thanks very much. That's yes, and I'm sure we'll meet some of the agents and have a chat to them a little bit later on.
Fantastic, Keith. We look forward to that. I'm just going to stop you there because I understand that we can now cross to the Maidenhead count, where I believe that Mimi is there for Wycombe Sound. Good evening, Mimi.
As we used to say as election
I am indeed
agents,
here at
a candidate
Maidenhead
is just a legal necessity.
And it is a high level of activity. The butt boxes came in, they've been tipped up, there's been very big conditions going on right now.
Fantastic, Keith. We look forward to that. I'm
I've got
just
the
going
returning
to
officer
stop
here,
you
David
there
Scott,
because
who's
I
going to talk
understand
us
that
through
we
a
can
little
now
bit
cross
of
to
the
the
process.
Maidenhead
So,
count,
David, tell us
where I
what's
believe
going on
that
at the
Mimi
moment.
is there for
Okay,
Wycombe
so
Sound.
we're
Good
in
evening,
the
Mimi.
first stage of the process. We do a two-stage process. First stage is checking the note.
Right, again, I think we're going to have to interrupt that because the returning officer, I don't think, is a robot or a Dalek.
But you
It
never
did
know.
sound, well, you never know, do you? But it did sound a little bit,
Outsourcing.
yes, a little bit robotic there. I like the way that all of the returning officers are trying to get on. You know, you start to think, you know,
their moment of fame.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've waited all year for this.
And yes, so the person that is there doing the declaration, how do you get that job?
Well, the person who'll do the declaration will tend to be the returning officer. In some places, it will be the High Sheriff or Lord Mayor, but it tends to be the returning officer. That's their moment of fame when they go up and I, the undersigned, you know, the old speech gives their bit and gives a bit of majesty to it.
Yes, and it's always quite interesting to see, you know, there's different styles to it. I've seen them previously sort of say, you know, and there shall be no interruptions, which, you know, which is always the worst thing that you can say, a little bit like a teacher saying that sort of thing, where you think, oh no, you really shouldn't have said that, because now they're going to cheer and going to boo, and, you know, it's going to turn into a pantomime. Whereas actually, if you don't say anything, you just get on with it.
And I know, and it depends how many supporters you've got at the count to how much noise is going to be made, what time it's declared, because, you know, if it's declared at 1:30 in the morning, people are still awake, they're still alive even. You know, come 5, 6 o'clock, they're kind of falling off their chairs a bit, wondering what day of the week it is. So, you know, again, it depends when you declare during the night about how excited people will be, and also how closeness to victory is as well.
Yeah, so thinking about the people that then come in and cheer, and that sort of the crowd, so who are they, and when are they allowed in?
They're your party supporters, they're your counting agents, they're your family. They're allowed in to oversee the count, but only the counting agents can sit down around the tables to actually look at the count. The others will be milling around, they'll be having a look as well. Most of them will be talking about how hard they've worked throughout the whole 4 weeks. You know, the legends just get bigger and bigger as the evening go on.
And do they have to be there? Is it like with the media? Do they have to be there before 10 o'clock, or can they just come in?
No, you can just walk in. And it's like your candidate, you wouldn't expect your candidate to be there right from the opening of ballot boxes, because it's a long night. They're going to be very stressed, they're going to be very tired. You want them to come in fresh. You want to be able, as an agent, to say, look, we've got this in the bag. I think we've got 10,000 majority, maybe 15, or, you know, in a marginal seat, look, I think we scraped through. I think we're all right. So you want to be able to prepare them for what the result is that you think it's going to be before you get the actual result.
Okay, we await the first declaration. I note that we haven't had that yet. As far as I am aware, that Newcastle and Sunderland, which is where it is predicted to be, are still obviously battling to do that. Last time they were a lot quicker. I think it was just after 11 o'clock.
I think it was about, was it 5 past 11?
Yes. Or possibly, I think it was more like 2 minutes past 11, because I remember sitting here a couple of years ago, and we had the news on, and then suddenly they were declaring, and then it was like, oh no, they're declaring now.
Because they have their race, don't they?
They do have their race.
That's the biggest battle of the election.
And they're literally running with everything.
They're running.
I mean,
that's the thing.
It's the students, isn't it? And they have their snake, their chain of... Yes.
And yet, fantastically, they make out that actually then it's not a competition, and of course it's going to be done absolutely properly and whatever. But clearly, the fact that you've got it looks a little bit like a pass the parcel race. Clearly, that's what they're doing. They want to win.
Absolutely, because to actually declare your result first is a pretty amazing thing, because it puts your town, your city, your area on the map. It's just a huge thing, because then all the people like me are then actually looking at that result, seeing how the balances have shifted. So we're just talking about Sunderland for another hour before others come in, sort of thing.
And when it comes down to being between Newcastle and Sunderland, well, we all know what a rivalry that is. So,
exactly.
It wouldn't be quite the same, if it was, I don't know, Aberystwyth and Worthing or something. But the fact it's Newcastle and Sunderland, it just adds...
It gives that footy gives it the added dimension, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. Hopefully we will be able to cross back either to Beaconsfield or to Maidenhead very shortly. You are listening to Wycombe Sound.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Getting rid of the gravel path, replacing the old garden gate, or just doing a little DIY. If you have some bits left over, you can always bring them to your local household recycling centre. Charges for non-household waste start at just £2.50, and you can pay using contactless cards or even your phone. Just take a look online to see what you may need to pay before you travel, so when you do visit, you'll be ready to tap, tip and go. For opening times and a list of prices, head to buckscc.gov.uk and click Household Recycling Centres.
Deadlines to meet, targets to reach, clients to see. You're busy, and the last thing you need is to be thinking about your business IT. Take the headache out of it with CST. We offer the best possible technical support service and can tailor-make solutions for your infrastructure, whatever your requirements. Outsourcing your IT is cost-effective, and with CST, you'll have total support. For more information, visit cstlimited.com. CST, as IT should be.
Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas present appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the county. We'd welcome donations of small value gifts. Gifts for ages between 10 and 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each child. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas present appeal, proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
Drive time, weekdays from 4.
Wycombe Santa is out and about on his sleigh. He will be in the Battersbury area. Of course, Duncan knows exactly where that is.
Lovely part of town.
He's going to be also in Dean's Garden. I hope so.
Get out my garden!
And Warren Wood.
Does Warren know?
I don't know.
Why is he just going around odd people's places? Lucky old Dean and Warren.
I hope they know.
Drive time, back tomorrow from 4. This is Wycombe Sound.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound, our general election results coverage. Bob Johnson with you through until breakfast time tomorrow morning. We can now cross back over to Maidenhead, where I'm delighted to say that the returning officer, David Scott, now joins us. Good evening, David. I'm imagining this time it's not quite as exciting in Maidenhead as it was 2 years ago.
No, but it's still...
You're listening to Wycombe Sound, our general election results coverage. Bob Johnson with you through until breakfast time tomorrow morning.
We've got an electorate of just over 76,000.
To Maidenhead, where I'm delighted to say that the returning officer David Scott now joins us. Good evening, David.
Once we've finished the verification process, we'll be able to declare an overall
this time it's not quite as exciting in Maidenhead as it was 2 years ago. And does it make a difference? So in 2017, I believe that you had 17 candidates, and tonight you've only got 4.
2017, 13 candidates.
Okay, 13 candidates.
Tonight, yes, that's right. We've only got 4, so they're much smaller ballots now, which should mean that we can sort them quicker, because obviously there's only 5 piles, 1 pile for each candidate and 1 pile for the uncertain or the rejected. And yes, we're hoping to complete
does
that
it make a difference? So in
middle of the morning,
2017,
so
I
it might
believe that you
be
had 17 candidates, and tonight you've only got 4.
Until we know the turnout, and we've got a better idea of the total
okay, 13 candidates.
Actual votes we've got to count, we won't know. But I'm expecting probably a turnout of about 75-76% across the overall borough, which obviously is divided into the 2 constituencies. Maidenhead has been the
Well, which does sound very impressive, considering that it's December, considering that it was an absolutely filthy day today. So the turnout pretty much is the same as it was 2 years ago.
Yes, it looks like it actually might be higher, and surprising, yes, because you're right, it's been a wet old day, and it's obviously been much darker for a much larger proportion of the voting day, but from the off, the polling stations had people coming through at a very steady rate, and that continued throughout the day, so
which does sound very impressive, considering that it's December, considering that it was an absolutely filthy day today, so the turnout pretty much is the same as it was 2 years ago.
Across the 2 constituencies, about 20,000 votes. The Maidenhead proportion of that is just short of 14,000. And that's going to be, as I say, probably reaching, if not exceeding, the 85% mark. You combine that with people who visited on the day, and we get the overall result. I expect that to be really
Fantastic, David. I'm sure that you are very busy, so we will let you go, but many, many thanks for speaking to us tonight on Wycombe Sound, and all the very best with the count.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is David Scott, the Maidenhead returning officer. So interesting to hear that he thinks that actually the turnout is going to go up from 2 years ago, which is very impressive, considering that if you had to pick a day for a general election, today would probably be the day that you would just not want a general election at all.
Well, I think it's the idea of hell to have it today. It was so cold, it was raining, but I think what it shows is the electorate's determination to go out and give a strong message to politicians and actually really say, look, we believe we have a democracy, we believe we've had a vote, and indeed we want that result of that vote delivered, and we realise the only way to do that is by having a strong government. And I think that's what we're seeing with some of these levels of turnout. I've just been looking at some WhatsApp messages from my own patch in Cheshire and Amersham, and some polling stations were reporting that 80% of people had voted, which is far, far in excess of what we saw 2 years ago.
I think also it possibly then busts this myth once and for all that actually the weather does have a say in elections. It is very much, if people are that motivated to go out and vote, they will.
Yeah, I think if people are impassioned, that's when they flood out, and that's clearly how they felt over this. And one of the things that I've been saying for a long time is that I'm someone who's fought for democracy, who's campaigned about democracy, who's lectured about democracy, and whether one likes the result of the referendum vote or not, the British people spoke, and they want to see the result of that delivered.
Okay, we can now cross to the count in Aylesbury and Buckingham. Claire Sherman is our reporter there. Good evening, Claire.
Hello, Bob. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm okay. It's a lovely plush building, the new Aylesbury Vale District Council building. So it's quite nice here, and I've got a nice sort of bridge where I can look out over the count. So they're just they're going through the verification process at the moment. That's likely, so they're counting. They're making sure that everything, all the votes are in the ballot boxes match up the right number. And that's, they say that's going to end about 1:30. They're predicting the result is going to be sometime between 5 and 6.
Oh, wow, goodness me. Okay.
A long night.
So I'm sorry, so you very much drew the short straw by the sounds of it.
I did, but I've got some coffee and they found some soy milk for me, so I'm doing very well.
Well, that's good, because, because I think it very much varies depending on whereabouts you are as to how much they look after you. I've certainly heard previously that, that actually you're not looked after at all, and then in other places, they go the extra mile and they try and find you some soy milk.
They've been very kind to me, actually, and they're going to find me lots of people to interview. I hope.
Well, that sounds good as well. Is there any sign yet of anyone, any of the candidates?
Yes, I think most of them are actually revealing about. I've certainly seen Conservatives, I've seen Lib Dems, I've seen Labour. I can only see over, because it's Aylesbury and Buckingham, I can only see over the Aylesbury bit, so I'm not sure what's happening with the Buckingham side, but yes, there seem to be representatives, at least, from all of the parties at the moment, and also, apparently, it was a very high turnout.
And of course, in Buckingham, they haven't really had any proper representation for over 10 years, because John Bercow was there as the speaker. I'm just seeing that it looks like Newcastle have won the race to declare first. They are declaring as we speak. So I shall just read out the results of that and see actually if we can cross to it, which I don't think we can, but I will let you know. So yes, the returning officer, we can see, is now standing on the stage at Newcastle upon Tyne at Central. It's the site that all people in Sunderland didn't want to see. So Newcastle have retained their title of declaring first. The Liberal Democrat candidate Ali Avi has polled 2,709 votes. We're now waiting for the Brexit Party's Mark Griffin to be declared, and he has got 2,542 votes. Chi Owara, who is the Labour candidate, who we are imagining will probably win this seat fairly comfortably, has got 21,568 votes. Next is Emily Payne, who is the Conservative candidate, and it'll be interesting to see how close she gets to that tally. So that's 9,290 for the Conservative candidate, and the final person standing in Newcastle upon Tyne Central is Tay Pittman for the Green Party, who has polled 1,365 votes. So Chi Owana elected with a majority in Newcastle upon Tyne Central of 12,278. I shall cross straight away to Mark Shaw for his reaction to the first result of the night.
I think it's very interesting that we've been talking about large turnouts, and we've actually seen the turnout fall by 2% compared to the last election there. I'm sure that's a much reduced majority in that seat, a very strong showing from the Conservative Party, but a very poor showing from the Liberal Democrats. Really is. So that is quite a surprise. Brexit still nearly got 2,500 votes. I'm just trying to add up if all three minority parties there have lost their deposits.
And I would think, yes, again, my maths isn't quite that quick, but I would think they probably have.
Yeah. So that is a really poor start for the Liberal Democrats. A start that you'd expect from Labour, lower turnout in a strong Labour area, their voters not happy with them, and a strong Conservative presence. It bodes well for the future, but we've got to see what the other results bring us. It's only one result.
And it's truly sickening for those in Sunderland, because Houghton and Sunderland South is just declaring now.
I think there could be some kneecapping later on.
Absolutely, yes. Definitely don't wear your Newcastle United shirt if you're out in Sunderland South at the moment. So they are just declaring as we speak. So they came second by about 2 minutes, I think. So there, Richard Bradley, the Green Party candidate, has 1,125 votes. Paul Edgeworth, who is the Liberal Democrat, with 2,319. The next one is Richard Elvin for UKIP, who only polled 897 votes. Very interesting, and he's up as well against a Brexit Party candidate, so it'll be interesting to see how that breaks down. Christopher Howarth is the Tory candidate in Houghton and Sunderland South, and he has polled 13,095, which in an area such as Houghton and Sunderland South is
quite incredible.
It's quite incredible. The Labour Party candidate with 16,210. So that majority must have been absolutely slashed. Bridget Phillipson is going to take the win in Houghton and Sunderland South, but with a majority of just over 3,000. Kevin Yule for the Brexit Party polled 6,165. So Bridget Phillipson is elected for Labour in Houghton and Sunderland South with a majority of just 3,115, which really isn't the sort of result that you expect in the North East, which is meant to be one of the red wall areas.
And I have to say that is an absolute disaster for Labour. Again, what we've seen there, in line with the previous seat, is a fall in turnout. It's shown their core supporters aren't going out. This is normally a very safe seat for the Labour Party, a 3,000 majority over the Tories. It looks as though it could be a long, long night for the Labour Party.
They also had Brexit and UKIP candidates in that constituency as well, so it's quite interesting to see how that potentially affected the result.
Well, and interestingly, so the Brexit Party candidate polling 6,000 votes. If you take the Brexit Party candidate out and think that those votes possibly would have gone to the Conservative Party candidate, the Conservatives would have won.
Yeah, absolutely. And UKIP even, I think, polled, was it 800?
So, yes.
Yeah. So, you know, that could have been a potential Conservative gain, but a brilliant result. And as I said, I think it's going to be a long night for Labour, but also the way the Liberals are polling at the moment, from what we've seen, just 2 seats, they're not doing at all well.
I still wonder what actually Nigel Farage and the Brexit Party were doing in this election, considering that, you know, this is the first seat now where we're looking and thinking, well, actually, the Tories would have won that if Nigel Farage... Now, I'm not a fan at all, but every decision that he's taken up to this election, you could understand where he was coming from. But this time, it just seems slightly perverse that he then said, right, okay, well, actually, I won't stand where the Conservatives are winning, but I am going to stand in the other seats. You think either be in or be out.
Absolutely, and I think when he withdrew from the Conservative held seats, it just became really a laughing matter of what he was doing, or for his own ego.
Because straight away you think, well, you know, if you had
you're getting what you don't want,
candidate,
or that's what you're telling us, the electorate.
Yes, you know, if you had got someone standing in your
and if we see go back to the result, a massive fall of nearly 19%. 19% for the Labour Party in Houghton and Sunderland South. That is humongous.
And yes, so the Brexit Party gaining 15.5%, and with the Tories 3.2%, that would have seen the Tories home.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yes, you know, not really understanding what Nigel Farage and the Brexit Party, what their strategy was, and it does seem to have backfired somewhat.
And again, my schoolboy mathematics that aren't really working at this time of night, I think virtually all the minor parties apart from Brexit there would have lost their deposit.
And we have another interesting one coming in. So Blythe Valley, Conservative gained from Labour in Blythe. Ian Levy is the new MP for Blythe Valley, up there in the North East. 17,440. He's beaten Susan Dungworth, the Labour candidate, who polled 16,728. So a majority of 712 for the Conservatives in Blythe Valley already. Yes, if Labour aren't doing well in the North East,
and again we see a fall in Labour support of 15%, huge amounts. That's putting an awful lot of seats as we look in the East Midlands, the West Midlands, the North East, the North West. It's going to potentially be a very difficult night for Labour.
Are we thinking that there will be any Portillo moments at all? I mean, people have been talking about Ian Duncan Smith, they've been talking about Dominic Raab. It's not now looking very likely. It's not looking very likely.
I don't see them having a problem, to be honest. I think the one place that the Conservatives will not perform so well will be London. I think we still face huge challenges in London, but it looks though in other parts of the country. And being born and coming from Wales, I'm very interested to see what the results in Wales are going to be like.
So at the moment, Plaid Cymru are forecast to have 3 seats.
And I think that's a fall of 1.
Yeah. And also, interestingly, in Scotland, the SNP with the the exit poll forecast to have 55, which I think is going back to 2015.
That's right.
Where basically, Labour Conservatives and Liberal Democrats held one seat each in Scotland, and the SNP wiped them out.
But on this portrayal, let's face it, it would look like that Labour could be knocked out.
Yeah.
And I think that's
yes, very true.
In Scotland, and when you go back only 10 years, they held virtually every seat.
You wonder whether or not, again, is this the beginning of the breakup of the United Kingdom?
That's right. I hope not. I believe in the Union. My grandfather was Scottish. It's something, and he was a communist, not even a Labour voter, but it was something that he held very dear, the Union, and indeed the Queen, because he fought in the Second World War.
I love the way that you get all of these little bits in. We learn more and more about Mark Shaw's life as we go through the evening.
I can't write my autobiography now. It's all out here on Wycombe Sound.
Was a communist. I'm very, very surprised. We're going to keep you, until the early hours. Definitely, absolutely, yes. Yes, go and find the handcuffs.
I didn't know I was in here for that.
It's getting late already.
I was going to say, it's 11:35. We're allowed to say these things. You are listening to Wycombe Sound.
This is the award-winning Wycombe Sound, Chatsworth on a Monday, with comedians.
One day, the most powerful man in the world is going to be stood in a radio studio while you do a link about a drunk pig.
Colin, you haven't lived enough. You've got to cause more shame. Life falling down. What? Get out there.
Not much gets past you, Colin. Top media man, Colin. That's the rest of it. Right, so you break a sport.
I've got friends who've got dogs. They show me pictures of their dogs, and I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't care. Keep that to yourself.
And Colin.
Sounds like a lot of fun. From 8 here at Wycombe Sound.
This is Wycombe Sound.
Listening to Wycombe Sound. Bob Johnson with you on this general election results night here through until breakfast time tomorrow morning. It's time now to go back up the hill to the Wycombe Leisure Centre. Ed Gemmell is standing as an independent candidate in Wycombe on the single issue of climate change. He told Chris Phillips why he thinks that the issue is important enough to fight a whole election on.
It's the most important policy affecting all of us in the country, in Wycombe, around the world. It's something we've got to change. Even since I started my campaign, the news gets worse and worse. It came to the point of having to reprint my leaflets during the campaign because what I put on as the facts and how bad it was had got worse again. The UN came out only last week with the UN Secretary General saying in relation to climate change that the point of no return is in sight and we are hurtling towards it.
But is this not the view of the Green Party? Are you not splitting the vote by standing yourself on basically what is a similar policy?
To some extent, the answer's already in the question. It's the Green Party, and the Green Party by necessity has a large number of policies, and the Green Party is Remain, proportional representation, social justice, and a whole load of other admirable policies. But time has run out on this big issue. We don't have time for everything else. We need to focus on this massive issue, take a war footing, think of Churchill's leadership in the Second World War, getting us towards a solution where we spent 47% of our GDP in paying for it, and 75% of our industry working on it, and we created near industrial miracles, such as building ships that had taken 250 days to build in 4.5 days in the middle of the war, and that's the sort of focus we now need to tackle climate change.
So you need really, though, one person leading. If both of you are going to be doing it, will you not be fighting one another, or are you going to join with them, or what would happen?
Well, what happens after the election is sort of still to be seen.
Yes.
I mean, I have started quite a few organisations related to climate change and waste. I've launched World No Disposable Cup Day. I've begun Believers Against Climate Change. I'm involved in the Wycombe Climate Strikes, and I'm speaking in schools and a lot of other platforms about climate. In relation to the Green Party and myself in the future. We'll see. Peter and I are friends with each other and that sort of thing, and I've nothing against the Green Party. I think they're great people. What I'm trying to bring is absolute focus on the single issue. So when we hear, say, Caroline Lucas from the Green Party talking, she talks about climate in the second breath about Remain, and then she has to talk about other things. But we really need to keep our focus. So,
have you found a lot of people sympathise with your views as you've been going around?
It has been a stunning experience. I've probably gone to 500 or 600 doors now in Wycombe, as well as into a lot of small businesses. I was expecting a more lukewarm response than I got. I got masses of people interested to talk. I was very surprised as well, because a lot of people say this is the young person's issue. It isn't. It's all of us. And knocking door to door, I found every single age group as worried about it. Many wanting more information, many wanting to know what they can do or why our leaders aren't doing anything. So the response was extraordinary.
It doesn't look as though you're going to get to be the candidate for Wycombe.
How could you say that?
But let's be realistic.
Yeah.
What do you intend to carry on stumping and to be again making your mark on the?
I'm going to carry on with climate change, whatever. I started in June, effectively my sort of ecological conversion, let's say, where I started spending 150% of my time on climate change, and the rest of it trying to pay my mortgage and do the other things. Because we have run out of time. And I mean, the real thing that got me going to begin with, which is still the same now, is when I thought about potentially my sons fighting in conflicts over drinking water in 20 or 30 years. And I thought of then coming back to say to me in 20 or 30 years' time, after they've been fighting in a war in Germany over drinking water, right, Dad, well, why am I fighting in this war over drinking water? You knew this 20 or 30 years ago. David Attenborough told you. You were told by tens of thousands of scientists. What did you do about it? And I don't want to be saying to them, well, I'm worried about my mortgage and the lease on my car and putting food on the table. I got up to do something and I had to push some of those other worries into a second place. So I will definitely work on it again.
And you'll stand again if there's another election in 5 years' time?
Well, 5 years' time is a very long time, and in terms of the climate, it'll be too late if action isn't taken within 5 years' time, so I can't say that. I think from a climate change perspective, the best result nationally in this election would be a hung parliament. From a climate change perspective, I am only standing on that. The Conservative Party have a much weaker manifesto in terms of climate action, and we'd be much better off if we put a stake in the ground in Wycombe. If I could get 1,000 votes, let's say, and then we were coming back to the polls in a year's time, then I think both Labour and Conservatives in the Wycombe area would be on notice that unless they put climate change at front of the agenda and are really convincing, that I'll be there taking votes away from them.
That was Ed Gemmell, the independent candidate standing in the Wycombe constituency, speaking to Chris Phillips a short time ago.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Hiya, Bucks! No, that's not just me being silly. It's a magazine and the website for Buckinghamshire. Honest. Reviews, food and drink, animals, sport and leisure, shopping. What more do you need? It's all there. Pick up your free copy today or visit hiyabucks.com. You want to know what's really going down? Just one call. Hiya Bucks! Online at hiyabucks.com and available in selected branches of Waitrose and other quality outlets.
Need branded uniform for your business or club? Speak to the experts at Cressix Embroidery and Print. From printed t-shirts for the up-and-coming hen party, corporate wear for office staff or heavy-duty workwear, we offer a fast turnaround without compromising the quality that has made us the award-winning choice for the past 20 years. Pop into our showroom, where you can find a large selection of the latest clothing and promotional goods from famous brands such as Regatta, Snickers and Nike. All work is carried out on site, and our team are always on hand to help and advise. Let Cressix Embroidery and Print transform your image. Find us online at cressix.net or call 01494 533 007.
You could be driving in your car. You could be walking your dog. You might just be working. But whatever you're doing, you're also listening to Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM. And if you're in business, your potential new customers could be listening too. So talk to them and let them know what you have to offer. Radio is a cost-effective and proven way to get your message across. And Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM could put together an affordable package that could work for you. So call 01494 449900 or email contact@wycombesound.org.uk.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show with Pippa. Weekdays from 7.
Open fire. My chimney sweep came round. Sounds like I have a big manor house. I really don't. Was he unconscious?
No, he wasn't, but he said that I might be if I didn't get a couple of drops.
Good job you got one then. Well done, chimney sweep.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show. Back tomorrow from 7. This is Wycombe Sound.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound's General Election Results Show with myself, Bob Johnson, here through until tomorrow morning. Not exactly sure when, but at some point, once there is a definite result in all of the constituencies that we are covering this evening. And one of those is Maidenhead, and we can cross now to Mimi Harker, who is there for Wycombe Sound. Good evening, Mimi.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Excellent. Well, you know what? It's buzzing here. I'm finding this a bit difficult because I'm usually on the other side of the barrier.
Yes,
so this is quite tough for me being penned away.
You are, you are very much known as a local politician. So what's it like being on the other side?
It's I feel like a caged animal actually. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'm used to being there, looking at everybody doing all the bits and pieces, counting all the papers, putting them into piles. That's what I'm used to looking at, watching to make sure that no mistakes are made. And here I am, miles from it all.
And so what is happening at the moment? Is there any sign of anyone around with regards to, obviously not the candidates, but their representatives?
Well, I have got standing right here waiting to speak to you. It's Councillor Stuart Carroll. Now, Stuart is Theresa May's Chief of Staff for Maidenhead, and he is also a local councillor. So I thought it might be quite nice to get his view on whether he thinks they might have a chance of winning or not here.
Good evening, everyone. I think we've got a good chance of winning, but as always, we're not complacent, and we're just waiting to see the ballots come out and for the count to begin.
But you think there's a good chance you might win here?
I think we've got a very good chance. Theresa's an extremely popular local MP. She's got a fantastic record since 1997. But throughout this campaign, we play to win. We never take anything for granted. It's always very dangerous to do that in any election. And the feedback on the doorstep has been extremely positive. So we'll obviously wait for the count, but we're feeling optimistic.
What were the main issues for you on the doorstep as you were going around? Because obviously people were calling it the Brexit election.
Yes, I think Brexit certainly came up, and I think there was an overwhelming feeling across Maidenhead, as I think we're going to see across the country, to just get Brexit done, get on with it, move on from it. But I think we also had a number of local issues come to light, and I think actually this was an election here locally about Theresa's record, and I think what we're going to see this evening, I certainly hope so, is a validation of her very strong local record. She is a very popular, well-liked, admired MP, and the reason for that is because she works so very hard and she takes her role very seriously. And I think people can easily forget that when sometimes people stand down as Prime Minister, they just resign for by-elections, they go into the wilderness, they go off to international jobs. Not Theresa. Maidenhead's always come first, and she's proven that again in this election.
I have to say that is one of the things that I really did admire, the very fact that having resigned as PM, she then literally a couple of weeks out, was it, and then she was back into it again, back in the House. There are still some of them who are elected who haven't come back after they've had senior positions, so that's pretty admirable.
Absolutely. I've known Theresa for about 10 years, worked with her very closely. She's an incredibly resolute, tough, determined lady, and she feels very passionately about politics. She is extremely enthusiastic about Maidenhead, and I think what you learn with Theresa is, what I've seen over that period of time, is that she is devoted to public service. That's what drives her. That is her ethos, and despite perhaps that disappointment of standing down as Prime Minister, she got over that quickly, and I think that's testament to the person and the personality, and why I very much hope she gets returned here this evening and returned emphatically with a good majority.
Well, I wish you the very, very best of luck, and congratulations to everybody on the enormous amount of hard work you've been doing in this very, very brief election period. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Brilliant to have you as a guest. So, Bob, how's that stacking up against the rest of the area.
Yeah, it all sounds good. I wonder what the vibe there is like compared to 2 years ago, because obviously 2 years ago when Theresa May was the Prime Minister, she had another 12 candidates standing alongside her, whereas this time you've only got 3. Yeah.
Indeed.
You don't have, for instance, this time you don't have Lord Buckethead and you don't have Howling Lord Hope there, who whatever you think about them certainly must have brightened the place up a little bit.
Indeed. I mean, I've got Stuart here. I mean, I'm very happy to ask him that question.
Compared to 2 years ago, because obviously 2
If
years
you'd like
ago
me to.
Oh yes, definitely.
So
If he's still
Indeed.
around, he had another 12
He's still here. He's chatting to a couple
You know,
of
which does he prefer? Did he enjoy it more in 2017, or is it much better just having the 4 candidates standing? And you don't have Howling Lord Hope.
So Stuart, 2017 was a very different kettle of fish because there were 13 candidates at that election. So how was that compared to this time round with just 3 other people up against Theresa May?
Well, I think it's a very good question because I was here for the count in 2017 and we had an array of candidates. We of course had the legendary Lord Buckethead who was here with all his glorious outfit. And I think when you have that number of candidates, it actually is very hard work for the staff and the officers who are counting the ballots, because they have to verify the ballots and count the numbers. So this evening we're expecting a smoother, quicker count, and therefore hopefully the results will be declared much more rapidly. So I think in Maidenhead we're all very happy about that. We had an array of candidates.
Does that answer your question, Bob?
It certainly does. We have had a rumour here tonight from one of our volunteers that Lord Buckethead is actually a woman. Is there any truth in that rumour, do you know?
So, is there any truth in the rumour that Lord Buckethead is actually a woman?
I couldn't possibly comment on that. It was very difficult to discern from his or hers fantastic outfit, but I wish him or her the very best.
Well, we will be carefully watching it in Uxbridge, which is where I believe that Lord Buckethead is standing tonight. But yes, that is the, I don't know whether that's sort of like known nationally or whether that's just a rumour that started here at Wycombe Sound Towers. But yes, you heard
do you know what? I'm not even sure we're allowed to ask those sorts of questions
I'm
anymore.
not quite sure. I know. Well, in the last quarter of an hour or so, it's all got a little bit saucy. You didn't hear the main bit of sauciness that we had just before we came to you, but I think you probably would have enjoyed it, Mimi, knowing you. Thank you very much for bringing us the latest from Maidenhead. We will, of course, be back with you.
Absolute pleasure.
Do we have any idea as to what time they might be declaring?
We're looking at about 3:30 at the moment.
Right, okay. Well, I hope that they're looking after you there. I hope you've got lots of coffee and treats and things to keep you going until 3:30.
Water, and we've got a box full of sweeties and biscuits.
Oh, okay. It sounds like you're doing pretty well. Claire Sherman up in Aylesbury and Buckingham's doing very well because they actually went and found her some soya milk. But you sound like you're doing all right. If you've got sweeties,
doing very well. We've got sweeties.
That sounds
good.
That sounds good to me. Mimi, thank you very much. We will be back with you later on. They are expected to declare in Swindon North shortly, so we will keep an eye on that. In 2017, it was held by the Conservatives. Justin Tomlinson won it with a majority of 8,335. It'll be interesting to see what happens with regards to that majority and how much it rises for the Conservatives, particularly the way that things have gone so far with the Conservatives winning Blythe Valley. I have a quote in front of me from George Osborne, the former Chancellor, and it's rather wonderful, and it slightly shows the naivety maybe of the Conservatives in places like the North East. So George Osborne saying, "We never thought we'd get Blythe Valley. We had hopes in a place called Tynemouth, which we might come to later. There's a Conservative candidate in Hexham who I heard a couple of days ago saying we're going to win Blythe Valley, and I thought, oh, he's being a bit optimistic, this guy, but he was right, and that's a pretty spectacular win." I love the fact that the quote, he says, "We had hopes in a place like Tynemouth," suggesting that he's never actually heard of Tynemouth.
That constituency was Conservative held back 15, 20 years ago, and regularly used to produce, I think, a Conservative Member of Parliament, but has been Labour-held and relatively safely held ever since. But I think it just shows that if you're prepared to go out, to speak to people, to meet people, to address the issues that people want addressed, you can make a huge difference. The area I represent isn't a traditional Conservative area, but I hit the issues straight on. I go and speak to everyone, and they know who I am, and that can make such a huge difference.
Also, in the North East, it was one of those areas that voted very decisively to leave the EU, and I think Labour are being hit very heavily about that tonight.
Absolutely, and I think they will look back in anger, many of their members of Parliament that are left, at the mess that Jeremy Corbyn and his henchmen took them in over the Brexit subject.
It will be very interesting to see how the Labour Party come back from this and who they elect as their next leader.
Well, of course, the way their electoral system works, their electoral college, it will probably be another hard left candidate, because they have a large membership, much of whom are made up by the very hard left-wing Momentum group, the trade unions. They're not going to go for a Tony Blair Mark II. They're really going to go for a Jeremy Corbyn Mark II, in my view.
And it's interesting that you very much feel that with Jeremy Corbyn, it's still a reaction against Tony Blair, even though that we've had a couple of leaders since Tony Blair. It's still everything is about him. But so you don't feel that actually this time it will be a reaction against Jeremy Corbyn. It will still be very much to the left of the party.
Yeah.
Which it's still just such a crazy political time. The fact that you've got a Conservative leader who is so much to the right of the party, you've got a Labour leader who is so to the left, and in the middle, and as we're seeing with the Liberal Democrats tonight, where the exit poll is suggesting that they're only going to gain one seat, there's just a sort of vacuum there.
And there certainly is some gossip out there that Joe could actually lose his seat, Joe Swinson. So, it could be actually another very poor night for the Liberal Democrats and leave them in a huge abyss.
Similarly, with regards to the turnout in Wycombe, we are hearing that definitely in some wards it has gone up. So again, showing what we're saying about the turnout, that actually, despite it being the most filthy day, and despite it being cold in December, people having all sorts of other things to do other than getting to the polling station, they have been going.
It's a reason to come out today. I think some of the elections.
That's so true as well.
Some of the elections in the past, you could be forgiven for thinking, do you know what, we're ticking along.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah.
But actually there was a reason, whether it be the B word or whether it be other issues.
Whether it be even something as crazy as dogs at polling stations, which I know is a very big thing.
Don't get me started about that.
It certainly is.
I'm very upset about the dogs at polling stations thing.
You didn't actually take your dog, did you? Because your dog refused to go out.
To come with me.
I think that could have been the rain.
Yeah, he doesn't go out in the rain, so I didn't get a dogs at polling station picture.
But I think that definitely inspires a few people to go out and put the cross in, even though it was pouring with rain and it was pretty hot.
Well, this is true. At one moment this morning, I was left with looking after a dog and baby, and the baby started to cry, and I was opening the door to the polling station so the mother could hear. No matter what I did, this baby wasn't for calming down.
I'm quite impressed that you were left with that responsibility.
I'm just writing that down for the autobiography.
Yes, okay, that's another. Yes,
childcare,
that's child and dog care. Okay, I'd be worried about the dog as well. That the dog maybe might, be running away.
The dog was really quite cute, bless his only small little terrier.
And did they take the all-important selfie and the hashtag dogs?
They didn't, because the owner was a little aged.
Okay, so you don't think that they were on Twitter?
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you very much, both of you. You are listening to Wycombe Sound. Bob Johnson with you through until I was going to say the early hours, but actually it's not really early hours, is it? It's through until about breakfast time. Polls still saying the exit poll, in case you haven't heard, that it was released just under 2 hours ago now, very much having the Conservatives romping home, 368 to Labour's 191, the Liberal Democrats on 13, the Brexit Party with no seats whatsoever, the Green Party with 1, the SNP with a whopping 55, and the others with 22, the others of course making up those in Wales. Plaid Cymru predicted to have 3, and then the Northern Ireland parties as well. The Northern Ireland parties are declaring tonight. Sometimes the counting in Northern Ireland doesn't actually happen until the Friday, but they are declaring tonight, from what I understand. Obviously, last time that did have an impact as to what happened. Doesn't look like it's going to be quite that way tonight. Coming up after 12 o'clock, we will be crossing to Craig, who is at Chesham and Amersham for Wycombe Sound, getting the first impressions as to what's going on from there. We will be continuing crossing to Chris Phillips up at the Wycombe Leisure Centre to find out how it's going up there and whether he's still got his cups of coffee and still managing to keep going. We will also do that with Claire Sherman as well, finding out whether or not she's still got her soya milk going in Aylesbury and Buckingham. And we will have Mark and Cheryl staying with me in the studio as well. You are listening to Wycombe Sound. Our general election coverage continues.
National and international news on 106.6 FM. This is
From the
Wycombe
Sky News
Sound.
Centre at midnight, the general election exit poll is suggesting a big Conservative Party win. It's on track to claim 368 seats in the House of Commons with a majority of 86. In contrast, it looks like it's going to be a difficult night for the Labour Party, with projections it'll get just 191 MPs. Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell says the result of the exit poll looks dramatically bad for his party and points to Brexit as a major factor.
A lot of this, I think, was Brexit fatigue. People just wanted it over and done with, and it put Labour in a very difficult position because the vast bulk of our members supported and campaigned for Remain, but a large number of Labour MPs, including myself, had constituencies that voted Leave.
The exit poll for Sky News, the BBC and ITV hints at another landslide in Scotland for the SNP. It would continue to be the third largest party in the Commons with 55 MPs. The SNP's Humza Yousaf says the Westminster government won't be able to ignore his party if that's the case.
If any of the polls that we've seen over the recent months are true, they point to the SNP winning the election in Scotland, and our message could not have been clearer. We stood on a very clear mandate to stop Brexit, to let Scotland have its own say.
Joe Swinton's Lib Dems are apparently on track for 13 MPs. Plaid Cymru could get 3 and the Greens 1. We've already had the first results through. Newcastle Central won the race to declare, with Labour holding that seat. The Tories have taken Blythe Valley from Labour, which had held it since 1950. In other news, authorities in New Zealand say they've recovered 6 bodies from White Island. It brings the number of known deaths from Monday's volcanic eruption to 14. And in football, all 5 British teams in the Europa League have qualified for the last 32. Rangers drew 1-1 with Young Boys at Ibrox, while Arsenal sealed their place in the knockout stages with a 2-2 draw away at Standard Liège. That's the latest. I'm Barry Wheeler.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound, online, on Radio Player and on 106.6 FM.
It's 2 minutes past 12 o'clock. As Anton Deck would say, good evening, good morning, depending on your point of view. You are listening to Wycombe Sound, our general election results programme. So far, there have been 3 results declared. The Conservatives have 1 seat. And very surprisingly took up Blythe Valley. And the Labour Party have 2 seats. They've won Houghton and Sunderland South and Newcastle Central. No great surprises there. We do, of course, have reporters across South Buckinghamshire. And we can cross now to Craig, who is at Chesham and Amersham. Good evening, Craig.
Good evening, good morning.
Indeed, good evening, good morning, as they do say down under, and you're the perfect person to come to after that little introduction. So, how are things looking at Chesham and Amersham this evening? Is it a hive of activity as it's been elsewhere so far? We do, of course, have reporters.
Absolutely, yes, it is. Counting got underway about 11 p.m. Everything has been delivered by the looks of it. There's no more boxes coming through. They're quite structured here. They're going through earlier some instructions, and they expect to have the first round of counting done by about 1:30, and then they will then sort of move the votes into there's 4 candidates here at Chesham, and they'll sort of move those into the 4 candidate areas and they expect a declaration between 3 and 3:30 a.m. here. So we'll be awaiting with anticipation for that, Bob.
Okay, so you're not doing the worst with regards to the declaration. I think Claire was talking about Aylesbury and Buckingham maybe not being declared until about 5 o'clock. So you're doing okay with 3:30. Again, I'm sort of asking about the treats and snacks that are provided just because I'm interested to see who's doing the best. So are you being looked after?
Absolutely, I can thank Viv here for that. There's tea, coffee, sandwiches, cakes, slice, you name it. It's just fantastic.
Okay, I'm going to declare then. I think Chesham and Amersham are the winners then. Because you sound like you've got everything. We've had water and sweets. I think in Maidenhead. We did have soya milk up at Buckingham. Chris doesn't sound like he's doing very well at all at Wycombe, but you sound like you've got a whole array there of goodies.
Half the people that have come in here tonight have bought a tray or something, slices or something with them. It's just fantastic. Really, if you're hungry, come up to Chesham.
Fantastic, great. We shall be back with you later on. Many thanks for joining us, and many thanks for reporting in from Chesham and Amersham. We have another declaration going on at the moment in Newcastle upon Tyne East. Nick Brown, the Labour Party candidate, with 26,049. You would expect, obviously, Labour to be romping home there. It'll be interesting to see Robin Gwynn, the Conservative candidate, how many he gets. He's got 10,586. Nick Hartley for the Green Party is the next one who will be declared and has 2,195. And finally, Wendy Taylor for the Liberal Democrats. And actually, we've just now cut away on my monitor to Sunderland Central. But anyway, I think we can take it very much that Labour have held Newcastle up on Tyne East. But again, the Conservatives doing all right in an area that actually we weren't expecting. Sunderland Central now declaring. So the battle between Newcastle and Sunderland is continuing, even though Newcastle have definitely won the war tonight, as they were the first to declare at around about 11:20, I think it was. So Tom De Silva, the Conservative candidate in Sunderland Central, with 15,372, which to my mind sounds like a lot for an area like Sunderland Central. Julie Elliott, the Labour Party candidate, is the next one. She has 18,336. Labour are going to hold Sunderland Central, but with a reduced majority of just under 3,000. Rachel Featherstone for the Greens, the next person to declare. It'll be interesting to see how the Greens do, because they were doing very well, or they certainly did quite impressively in Newcastle Central. So she's got 1,212. Niall Hodgson for the Liberal Democrats being the next candidate with 3,025. The interesting thing will be how many Vilral Paki has got for the Brexit Party, because clearly if he's got more than 3,000 votes, then possibly if those had all gone to the Conservatives, they would have held, or they would have gained that seat. And he's got 5,047. So again, if the Brexit Party hadn't stood there, then there would have been a surprise, and the Conservative candidate would have been elected in Sunderland Central. And that's not a place that you would expect the Conservatives to even be coming close.
It's certainly not. And again, I think that's a really fantastic result for the Conservative Party. And it just shows, as we discussed earlier, had Brexit not stood, we would be taking more and more seats in what has traditionally always been Labour-held, Labour heartland, and really their votes are deserting them by the thousand.
And I do at these points often wonder what David Cameron is up to this evening.
In his shed thing?
In his shed thing, thinking, if I had nailed that referendum, probably none of this would be going on right now. And I know you can say, well, it's gone the Conservatives' way in the end, but yes, in an alternative reality, if the referendum hadn't been held,
it was certainly a rough road to get there in the end.
It certainly was, and also, Theresa and her surprising decision, having gone on that walking holiday in Wales, I think it was, to then come back and hold the general election when she did.
Yes, I think she would have been better to stay in Wales.
I think, possibly, had that not happened, clearly we wouldn't have had an election until 2020, whereas actually we've now had 2 in 2 years.
Yeah.
But very much so far, it is going the Conservatives' way. But again, I keep having to say it, very interesting, in these results, in these Labour heartlands, the Conservatives would have actually been winning the election so far, because they would have taken 2 seats.
If you look at the Brexit vote, UKIP vote, we would have gained a further 2 seats at this stage.
Yes,
in places
again,
where
you never
we
would
would
have
never have thought that we would have stood a chance.
It's normally a very strange thing with general elections that actually the early results normally are very much in Labour heartlands, and and you're looking at the scores on the doors as they were.
3:30 in the morning to start surging.
Yes, you go to bed and you think, Labour are doing well, aren't they? And it doesn't always go that way. But actually tonight, very, very different. Very, very surprising results coming in so far. Cheryl, how are you seeing it now? Sort of like a couple of hours in, early results.
Surprising, obviously the northern, what do they call it, the red wall.
The red wall.
The red wall seems to have some bricks missing now, and that's but we could see that there were problems arising with the Brexit Party being up there as well, because I think Labour have had a problem with the Labour Leave vote, and I think that's coming home to roost now.
Something that Ed Balls, the former Chancellor, has just said, apparently. Comparing this election to 1983, he said that part of the reason for the huge loss then was a leader who didn't command public trust and a manifesto that people feared was going to be expensive and difficult for them to deal with. And the way that Jeremy Corbyn has fought this election, particularly with John McDowell, so prominent as well. In fact, again, as a person who is interested in politics, but isn't, I'm not Laura Kuenssberg, I'm not somebody who lives and breathes it. I very much felt that actually looking at the Labour campaign, I saw more from John McDowell than I did from Jeremy Corbyn.
I think that's very much, and I think in part they almost tried to keep Jeremy Corbyn away from people, and Diane Abbott away from people.
Yes,
and
again, another person
when she was
hardly
seeing the
been
person,
heard.
she had 2 left shoes on. And it was a real end goal. You should be hopefully proud of your leader, and especially in elections in Britain today, whilst we all say they're not presidential elections, the figurehead really is the party leader, and they're the ones that take the flak or take the roses at the end of the night.
Yeah, and I also think, and again, exactly the same as Bob, I'm not a political animal. I watch and observe and try and participate from the sidelines. But to me, it seemed that the Labour Party and Corbyn in particular became complacent from their surge that they had in, was it 2017? I've lost track now. One of the elections we had fairly recently, and that with the sound of Jeremy Corbyn ringing in his ears, I think he actually thought that he was potentially rock star and took his eyes off the prize, and that is I think that's what's happening here, and they're going to have some big questions to ask themselves in the morning.
It felt very different this time, the Labour campaign to 2017. 2017, it felt almost a little Tony Blair-esque, which I know is a very ironic thing to say, but
there was promising the world.
Yes, there was a sort of a groundswell of positive opinion behind him, whereas this time very much it seemed to be that they were telling us that there was this groundswell of positive opinion, but it really wasn't, wasn't coming out at all. And the fact that the whole anti-Semitism thing just kept bugging the Labour Party, and it took Philip Schofield of all people to finally get something from Jeremy Corbyn with regards to that. Again, just didn't play with me very well.
No, I think that's absolutely right, and I've known some great figures in the Labour Party who are Jewish that are no longer with us, but they would turn their grave about what it's become now and the way the Jewish people have been treated, and thought thought of by some members of the Labour Party, clearly not all members of the Labour Party.
I think as well, you can similarly say the same with Boris and his campaign, and the fact that so many incidents, the hiding in a fridge,
he was just showing he was cool.
Stealing someone's phone, there were so many things, and again, I felt that it was a shame that actually nobody really nailed him in the way that Philip Schofield actually managed to nail Jeremy Corbyn.
I suspect Boris's whole campaign was led on the preface of don't let Boris go out on his own and start speaking from an unprepared list. It was keep under control, keep this a tight election, don't let what happened with Theresa May, where it just went haywire all over the place and there was no focus. I think his managers have done that with him, but of course actually that isn't seeing Boris at his best. The trouble is with Boris, you're just never quite sure what's going to come out, and that's why keeping him under a tight rein was probably the right thing to do in election, but it meant that people actually didn't see the best of Boris Johnson.
But it's amazing that we're talking about a man who's going to be our Prime Minister again, and so clearly is going to be our Prime Minister that actually we're talking about him in those terms.
Yes, absolutely.
It's just slightly staggering that it comes to that. I would say with regards to the Conservative campaign, and I mean what you've just described with regards to the strategy that we think probably they did with Boris, it does sound a little bit like 2017, but the actual campaign had a very different feel to it. In 2017, it felt almost like Theresa and everybody associated with the Conservative Party had almost been told, don't say anything. We're not going to do anything, we're not going to say anything, we're just going to have this election and hope for the best and hope that we get back in, and clearly it didn't happen. Whereas this time, yes, it seems with Boris they very much tried to manage him and tried to ensure that yes, he's not face to face with Andrew Neil. Yes, he was face to face with Philip Schofield, but they had ended up taking a selfie rather than a very sort of serious interview that maybe Jeremy Corbyn got. But yeah, it definitely felt different this time to 2017.
I think there was more control in the campaign, there was more focus in the campaign. I think that we went into the last campaign in 2017 and thought we were going to win easily. It was too long a campaign because there was several weeks' notice, and 7 weeks gives the media in particular far too long to play around with what's happening, and the media played a blinding game in the 2017 election. They weren't able to do so quite as well in this campaign because it was much shorter.
How do you think the media has been in this campaign? Because again, as somebody who is in the media and having observed, I think the BBC actually have struggled quite a lot this campaign. They haven't quite been as good and quite maybe given what the public expect in the way that they may have done previously.
I think that's right. I think the shortness of the campaign makes it harder for the media to have a greater influence because it can't keep peddling the same stories or finding the stories to bash the government with, whoever the government is of that day. I think it depends how the parties themselves are dealing with the media, how close they're allowing them to get or not get, or keeping that arm's length approach. But as I said, I think the Conservative campaign itself has been slicker, but it's been slicker because it was a shorter campaign. Several weeks last election, 2017, with Theresa May was just far too long and was asking for trouble. I think
actually, the public appreciate shorter election campaigns when it goes on for 7 weeks.
And in this weather, a day would have been too long.
And I think the media that has actually had a bit of a mare, if I'm honest, with this. And I think it's because it's a social media, it's a social media led world now. And I think what's caught, not naming, but I think what has caught out some of the prominent political editors and commentators is actually their interactions on social media have come back to haunt them, and it's been seen impartial or whatever, or not been impartial or whatever. So I think next time or from now on they have to really think about how they are communicating on social media.
I think that's so true. That actually, it's not even now, I think, become the social media election. I think it's gone beyond that. We just now are so au fait with social media. We expect it to be there, and we don't even almost think of it as social media. It's just another way that we can access things, and it's very much replaced some of the the former indicators of an election. For example, today, I've heard nothing really about the newspapers. I've not really taken into account what they've said. And you think back years gone by, particularly the Neil Kinnock with the light bulb, was the last person out to
and the Sun's paper in the past, their final edition before polling day.
Always very much, they are going to call the election. And of course, yes, they were supporting Boris, but it's not relevant anymore.
And I think the problem with the social media aspect is that some of the prominent political editors and commentators would have their piece on the news, but then they tweet out this line, and it's actually, that's a very personalised view of whatever they're saying at the time. So of course then everyone's like, well, you shouldn't be taking that line or whatever. And I think there has also been a lot of piling in on news pieces that haven't necessarily warranted it as well. So I think it's been, in that regard, been a bit of an ugly campaign this time.
And I think the trouble as well with social media, if I'm being quite honest, it allows those keyboard terrorists to appear to take over the campaign. And actually, if you'd seen some of the posts in the Chesham and Amersham constituency, you'd think it would be turning Labour tonight. It's not going to. But because you've got a virulent group of people that are just there all the time, spreading messages, putting out things that aren't always completely true, and that sort of thing, you can feel that it's heading in a very different way to what it actually is.
Mark Shaw is with me, from who is the deputy chairman of Buckinghamshire County Council.
Deputy
leader. Sorry. Dear, oh dear. And Cheryl Tiso, who is also a Wycombe Sound volunteer. It's getting late. It is. 20 past 12. We shall be going back up the hill in a minute to Wycombe Leisure Centre to speak to Chris and find out what's happening up there. You are listening to Wycombe Sound, our general election results coverage.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Green Telecom are your local telecoms company. Expert communication specialists established for 25 years. If you're looking for a new telephone system, faster, more efficient broadband, new phone lines, or cost savings on your existing lines, if you're moving offices or upgrading your mobile phone, then contact Green Telecom on 01494 775500 or visit greentelecom.co.uk. Green Telecom. Phone the world without paying the earth.
Are you looking for a new challenge? Why not come and work for us? Buckinghamshire College Group is a fantastic place to work. If you're looking for a career that will challenge and develop you, with excellent benefits including pension, generous holidays and free parking, we have a number of vacancies available, from lecturers, permanent and temporary bank staff to support and admin roles in Aylesbury, Amersham and Wycombe. To find out more about our vacancies, search Bucks College Group online. We look forward to hearing from you. Bucks College Group.
Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas present appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the county. We'd welcome donations of small value gifts. Gifts for ages between 10 and 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each child. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas present appeal, proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
Mid-mornings on Wycombe Sound.
We're just kind of, trying to highlight all the positive aspects of the town. There are tons. So, anything we can do to kind of boost that, we're happy to do.
It's been a really fun year, hasn't it, so far? It's been a whole mixture of different projects, and whether it's events, whether it's looking at actual campaigns, anything individual, there's so much positivity in High Wycombe anyway, let alone then what's being added to it as well.
If you'd told myself back in the 80s that a vet from a low would be saying, come on a motorhome holiday with me, then goodness me, I don't think I would have believed you.
Having been there, I've tried all these things out myself, I know they work, so that's what I'll be sharing with people on the workshop as well.
Mid-mornings with Jonathan, Colin, Bob or Keith. Weekdays from 10 on Wycombe Sound.
This is Wycombe Sound.
22 minutes past midnight, you are listening to Wycombe Sounds General Election Night Results programme. Bob Johnson with you through until breakfast time. Time now to go back up to the Wycombe Leisure Centre. Councillor Tony Green spoke to Chris Phillips about his experience campaigning for the Conservatives in Wycombe.
I think the response is as I would have expected it, given in my the years I've been doing it in Wycombe. So nothing that led me to believe that there was going to be an upset one way or the other here. But people have particular issues. It's an odd election because it's more than just a straight political one. We have the Brexit factor as well.
And in Brexit, I mean, Steve has opposed Brexit in the past. Well, he's opposed the policies of it, although he's on the Brexit ERG group, isn't he?
He is. Well, he leads the ERG group.
Yeah.
He's obviously very keen on Brexit.
Yes. But he's voted against, so far, virtually every...
He voted against 2 out of the 3 proposals put forward by Theresa May on the basis that they didn't give a clean Brexit. He voted for Boris's one on the basis that although it wasn't ideal, it did achieve a clean Brexit, and therefore we could move forward with that as a country.
Do you think that the actions he's taken has affected the vote today? Will it go down? Will it go up? What do you think?
I think it will go up. I mean, certainly, having seen the exit polls, Wycombe is predicted to go up, and I would think that would be in line with what getting on the doorstep. I think there's a few normally Conservative voters who have an issue with Steve's view of Brexit, or indeed with Brexit altogether, and may not be voting for him. But conversely, we found people who would traditionally vote Labour, who are saying because of Brexit they would be supporting Steve. So I think with the general swing towards Conservatives that the exit poll has suggested, and the kind of, I think it's fairly balanced, those are not voting for him because of Brexit and those who are voting for him because of Brexit.
I think so people are thinking also with the stagnation that you were mentioning earlier on in politics. I think this is a problem, isn't it? That people are just fed up with this sort of nothing happening, it's only about Brexit and nothing else is going on. Is that generally what you found people?
I think so. I was expecting people to complain about having the third general election in 2 years or whatever it is, and would be fed up. But it was almost the opposite. That I think people were pleased to have the opportunity of breaking the deadlock and actually Parliament being able to move forward. So I didn't find a lot of hostility because of the number of elections. People just wanted the decision made, I think.
Yeah, and the government in place rather than a hung Parliament.
Yes, so that the country can move forward, not and then start discussing things other than Brexit and the general day-to-day politics that governments have to do.
Yeah. So are we looking, do you think? I mean, you've had a wander around, I know. What's your view at the moment?
Of the result here?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I think the supporters of the other candidates are looking a bit despondent, may I say, and after the exit poll, obviously, that wouldn't have helped, but I don't see any great belief here from anyone that anyone other than Steve's going to win.
That was Tony Green speaking to Chris Phillips up at the Wycombe Leisure Centre during the count tonight. And right now we are going to cross over to Aylesbury. Coral Simpson is standing as the Green Party candidate there. She's been speaking to Wycombe Sound's Claire Sherman and has been talking about how her day's been going so far.
It's been okay, to be honest. I've had lots of people messaging me today going, I voted for you, which is really lovely. And, I don't think I'm going to swing 32,000 Conservative voters my way, but if I increase my percentage of the vote share, then that for me is a win. So, yeah, it's going all right.
And what are the main environmental issues do you feel in Aylesbury?
The big ones round here is HS2, you know, that will have an enormous impact on our environment, and it's a thing that people really care about, particularly in Stoke Mandeville and Wendover, and, you know, going off and towards Missenden and those kinds of areas. And then obviously there's round that side of Aylesbury, the Oxford side of Aylesbury, you know, it's going to affect those guys as well. So that's a real huge thing, because it is going to tear through our community. And I was fortunate enough to go and speak to some of the guys in Wendover, and they showed me their mine tunnel proposal, which is, you know, if HS2 is forced through, it's less environmentally damaging than the one that HS2 are proposing, with the viaducts and the cutting and all of that stuff. But yeah, that's the real big environmental issue around here.
And is that what people talk to you about?
It is what people talk to me about. I mean, obviously people are concerned about climate change, but it is such a huge thing, climate change, and it is massively global. But of course, we have to think global and act local, so we all have to be doing our bit. I hear a lot of things about, oh, you know, we need more roads and blah, blah, blah. Actually, from a green point of view, no, we don't need more roads, we need less cars. That's what we need. We need investment in public transport, and we need to make it financially viable for people to use public transport. At the moment, the financially viable option is car or flying. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. Why are people going to pay £130 return trip on a train to Newquay when they can get a flight to Spain for 40 quid? You know, it makes absolutely no sense, but that is the position that people have been put in. And if you've only got a certain amount of money to spend, it costs money to have morals these days. You know, and actually what we need is a shift. We need to shift that paradigm and actually make it more financially viable to be a public transport user. If I could, I would give my car up today. You know, but I don't have loads of money and I can't really afford it. So what can you do?
Do you feel you might have lost out because of people tactically voting?
For sure. I've even had some of my very best friends come up to me and go, look, we love you, darling girl, but we're voting tactically. And I have to respect their decision. I have to respect that. And you have to understand that there's things that are bigger than us and bigger than me. And if people's agenda is, you know, making sure that the Tories don't get a oh gosh, what's the word? Come on, Coral, it's really late at night. Majority, there you go. If people's agenda is making sure that people don't, the Conservatives don't get the majority, then I have to respect their decision to do that. And, you know, as long as people can want to vote with their heart and they can vote Green, then that's fine. I'm all good with it.
So what do you do next?
I'm just going to keep being green. We've got local elections next year, and we've got a really good chance of winning some local elections next year, so we're just going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at that and try and keep our Green councillor and hopefully build on our one Green councillor and maybe even get 2 or 3. My goodness, can you imagine? Because it's really important. It's really important to have those green voices. You think about Caroline Lucas being our only Green MP, the amazing work that lady has managed to do. Can you imagine if we had 2 or 3 Green MPs? Can you imagine if in Buckinghamshire we had 2 or 3 Green councillors pushing forward the Green agenda and pressuring the other parties to become more environmentally conscious and aware? You know, that would be amazing.
That's Coral Simpson, who is the Green Party candidate standing in Aylesbury. We've just had another result announced at Swindon North, where Justin Tomlinson has been elected with a majority of 16,171 for the Conservatives. An enormous majority there. Earlier on, one result that we didn't bring you that was announced was the result in Middlesbrough, where Labour's Andy MacDonald has held the seat. He received 17,002 votes. The Conservative of Ruth Betson receiving 8,812. Mark Shaw, your reaction to the Swindon result and the Middlesbrough one as well?
I think the Swindon result is particularly interesting. At the last election, he had a majority of about 8,000. It's gone to 16,000. Interesting that the turnout was slightly down there compared to 2 years ago. But, you know, as we discussed early on in the show, would the bad weather prevent people from going out? Well, actually, what it's shown is that similar amounts of people have actually gone out, but actually people have really swung around in how they're prepared to vote. Middlesbrough, yes, I guess was never going to be the greatest Conservative hope in this election, but we still polled well there. and it's a reduced Labour majority, and I think there's going to be an awful lot of worried faces at Labour Party headquarters tonight.
The Deputy Mayor stood as an independent candidate in Middlesbrough and polled 4,548 votes, which I think skewed the results slightly. Interestingly, the Brexit Party candidate in Middlesbrough polled 216 votes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite amazing or interesting how the Brexit voters fluctuated up and down in the results that we've seen so far. And of course, we're not going to see a true reflection because they didn't stand in the Conservative-held seats anyway. So we're not going to really see a national position of actually how strong or how weak they are. What we can gauge is people's feelings in certain geographical areas, and I think it's coming out very much against Labour at the moment.
Well, when we get to more Remain southern areas, will that start to weaken off a little bit for Conservatives, though?
Well, it's going to be interesting when you go to the real Conservative heartlands to see what the turnouts are, if they've actually increased, because that's very much the feeling that we had in Chesham and Amersham, which traditionally Cheryl Gillen has about a 20 to 22,000 majority, so we're going to see an increase there because Tories really wanted to come out and ensure that they got the Conservative candidate elected. So we're going to have to wait some time though into the night for that, so we can only talk about what's in so far, but what we've seen of what's in so far, the Liberals are not doing well, and actually Labour are doing appallingly badly.
Let's now hear from one of the Labour candidates. Let's go back up to Wycombe Leisure Centre, where I believe that Chris Phillips has Khalil Ahmed with him.
I do indeed, actually, Bob. Yes, Khalil is with me now, and he's joined me. He's just arrived at the count, and we're actually at the point now where they're separating out the votes into piles. So we're working our way towards the final count and the magic hour of about 2:30 when we have the declaration. Khalil, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
How's it gone for you this year?
It's been a fairly tireless year, but I can safely say that it's all been worth it. Every single one of it. All these conversations I've heard had with the people of Wycombe on the doorstep, in the high street, and in my campaign office. My team, absolutely wonderful. I think it's been a very good exercise, really. It's something that I do as a councillor, but perhaps not as much as I obviously had to do for the general election, needless to say, because my area is slightly restricted, right, just to my boundaries.
Did Brexit come up for you a lot?
Brexit did. It was a sore point. There were quite a few people who were quite alienated with the whole issue that why the country hadn't left, regardless of whether one voted to remain or leave. It was, I heard this on the doorstep. However, there was a lot of people who were quite verging on the side of remain, and there was a few would leave as well. So it was balanced out in itself. So I think that 248 kind of resonates, right? So we went quite a few different areas, and that quite resonates. But I think overall, on balance, right, that Remain is probably on the higher side.
I mean, Jeremy Corbyn has sat on the fence, hasn't he? He's not actually come.
Well, I disagree with that. I don't think he's really sat on the fence. I think initially, as you saw, that Labour had put forward their position on the 6 tests, right, and they were never met. Labour were never given the opportunity to be part of the Brexit negotiations during Theresa May's government in itself. So I don't think that, it may come across that, he wasn't clear, for his party in terms of where they stood. However, where we are now, I think, before this short campaign, I think it was made crystal clear that, should we form a majority government, we would go back to the EU, negotiate a credible deal, that would protect the economy, jobs, workers' rights, environmental rights, and we put that on the table within the next 6 months, along with the Remain as an option.
So, in other words, give us another chance to vote on it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's 3.5 years, really, because, since then, right, if you start looking at it, if you start analysing it, you had a referendum which was challenged on how authentic it was in terms of the information that was made available. Did people know what they were voting for? You could agree or disagree with that, whichever way you look at it. But on balance, if it was so crystal clear, and if it was that straightforward with all the people who campaigned to leave, then why haven't we left? It's quite clear that we are stalemate and we haven't been able to leave. Just to sort of say that Parliament has prevented this from happening, I think is wrong.
Okay, coming back to local politics now, how much does the NHS and the fact that we don't have an accident and emergency that Wycombe come up, does that come up frequently for you?
NHS is very, very sore point for many, many people, including myself, right? I, as a Wycombe resident, having lived here for 42 years of my life, I realised that the biggest loss, right, that Wycombe has sustained amongst many others is the A&E department, along with the maternity and paediatrics department. I think that was a huge loss. And I think that an active campaign should be ongoing. I'm not saying that it wasn't fought at the beginning when it actually was lost initially. At the time, the MP may have obviously fought, the local councillors did, but I can't see that same kind of inspiration and encouragement right from the current MP who has other ideas, or not I say current, but obviously somebody that served between 2010 till recently. It was always on a different basis of having an urgent care treatment centre, and now more so I think it's been revealed that he'd like to have a flagship, a blue light centre or something where he merges other blue light services into one hub.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party have said they're going to pour more money into the National Health.
Without a doubt, yeah. We, have pledged, right, to pour much more money into the NHS in order to provide more doctors, more nurses, and that in turn will give the resources in terms of obviously fully funding, right, the ability to run a new A&E as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. It's not in the National Manifesto, so I'm going to make it clear for your for your listeners that isn't the case. I'm not promising the return of the A&E, but that is my passion to obviously fight for it as much as I can. Yeah. I know that local campaigners such as Save My Hospital, Osma Hafiz, has been fighting for this. Yeah. She has got thousands and thousands of signatures on this in itself, and I would love to obviously get the people behind me on this campaign, and if I am the representative at Westminster, I will actively fight for that in itself.
Well, looking at the parcel of votes on these tables, yours is rising up a bit, isn't it?
Well, I can't see from the back of my head, but I'm pleased you said that. Yeah, no, I did. Well, I didn't get much of a wander because as soon as I came in, I was approached by yourself and by another radio station. So I'm pleased to obviously, as I said, I've always got time for Wycombe Sound at any time, and I said that to your previous presenters as well. So absolutely. But coming back to this in itself, A&E is definitely one of the key issues. I have a number of other pledges, but I think A&E tops it, and that has been felt on the doorstep on many surveys that we've done. So that's why I'm obviously passionate about bringing that back.
Khalil, I think we'll find out in about a couple of hours' time.
We will indeed, sir.
Thank you,
Chris. Can I just ask you to ask Khalil who he'd like as the next Labour leader?
All right.
Chris?
That's a very interesting thing, actually. Khalil, if Jeremy Corbyn were to stand down as a result of the exit poll we've heard, where there's likely to be an 80 majority in favour of the Conservative, would Jeremy Corbyn stand down? And if he did, who would you like to see as the Labour leader?
I couldn't possibly say, right, because I don't really trust any polls, right? After what we've seen over the last couple of years, I don't really trust any polls, right?
Well, at the same time, Chris, the results that are coming in are looking pretty awful for Labour so far.
Or wrong in itself. I will just wait and see. As far as the leadership election is concerned, I care not to comment on that because I don't know for certain.
But looking at the polls coming in, it's, as Bob was just saying, it's not looking too good at the moment for Labour. I mean, everything is looking definitely negative for Labour. So, I think that the general consensus was if Jeremy hasn't succeeded in bringing up the Labour vote, then someone would need to replace him.
That could be, that's obviously something that we need to think about, but one thing you need to realise, right, that ever since Jeremy Corbyn actually took charge of the Labour Party, the membership also went up in huge numbers. Now I know lots of people here in Wycombe. Wycombe's membership went up by threefold since Jeremy Corbyn came on board. Now that obviously says something. If so many people were taken on by and inspired by Jeremy Corbyn, then does that mean, right, that he is such a bad person or a bad leader?
Well, I would put it to Khalil that the result for Washington and Sunderland West has just been declared. The Labour candidate there has hung on with a majority of 3,000. That's in a place like Washington and Sunderland West. And they have already had a defeat tonight in the Blythe Valley. So I think that Khalil saying how much faith he has in Jeremy Corbyn, it's not really adding up now.
No. In Blythe Valley, you've lost it. That's gone. 3,000 in Washington and Sunderland. That's really down on what you would normally get in the north.
Yes.
So you are losing votes, aren't you?
That is true. But hey, we did expect to sustain losses, and I'm sure other parties will sustain losses as the night goes on. So it's too early to call, really, just because, we've seen a few casualties. Yes, I've seen Sunderland, go down, in terms of their majority as what they used to be comfortable before. But I'm sure as the night unfolds, we will also see, that there will be others. But, casting a mind back to 2017, we won Canterbury, which had never been, read as well. So, you've got to balance it out in itself, that, whilst we took lots of other, Conservative held seats, is it going to be a completely reversal? I don't think so, Yeah, we will sustain losses, but, time will tell.
Your optimism.
Well, I am. You see, I am definitely optimistic about my party as well as I am optimistic about the result that we're going to get here.
The future. Khalil, thanks very much for talking to us.
No problem, sir.
Thank you.
Yep, many thanks to Chris and to Khalil Ahmed for speaking to us. He, of course, is the Labour candidate for Wycombe. Very interesting hearing what he has to say. The Washington and Sunderland West result, which came in during that conversation, Labour's Sharon Hodgson was held at that with 15,941 seats. The Tories' Valerie Allen polled 12,280. So Labour holding that with a majority of 3,723. Again, Mark Shaw, not sounding like the sort of numbers that you would expect in the North East.
Absolutely, and we've never seen results like this. Bearing in mind the gain we made in Blythe Valley, it's never been Conservative held, created in 1950. This is absolutely shocking for Labour, and it's going to be tough for them to rebound to very quickly because the shock takes a long time to get over. I saw that in 97 when the Conservative Party got decimated in that general election. It took a good 4 years for the party to start to actually gather itself and move forward rather than have a blame culture of what went wrong.
Should Jeremy Corbyn have actually believed in his own convictions? We all know that he's not a fan really at all of the EU, and come out and actually campaigns to uphold the referendum result, particularly in places such as Sunderland, Blythe, Newcastle. We know that they voted very, very much to leave the EU.
Look, I think Jeremy's biggest problem is he's always been a campaigner against something. He's never been a campaigner pro something, in the sense that he's never set a positive agenda. It's always been about negativism, and the elite establishment, whether it's in the Labour Party, whether it's the Conservative Party, is always wrong. And I think that has been his biggest issue, being a leader of a national party, is that he's supposed to be the person who's looking visionary, who's looking to the future, who's being positive, and actually all he's really been able to do, to be quite frank, is smudge policy and to promise the world to everyone and threaten to nationalise everything. And actually he's just quite frankly being found out.
That is the Deputy Leader of Buckinghamshire County Council, Mark Shaw. You're listening to Wycombe Sound. It is 1:45.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Getting rid of the gravel path, replacing the old garden gate, or just doing a little DIY. If you have some bits left over, you can always bring them to your local household recycling centre. Charges for non-household waste start at just £2.50, and you can pay using contactless cards or even your phone. Just take a look online to see what you may need to pay before you travel, so when you do visit, you'll be ready to tap, tip and go. For opening times and a list of prices, head to buckscc.gov.uk and click Household Recycling Centres.
Deadlines to meet, targets to reach, clients to see. You're busy, and the last thing you need is to be thinking about your business IT. Take the headache out of it with CST. We offer the best possible technical support service and can tailor-make solutions for your infrastructure, whatever your requirements. Outsourcing your IT is cost-effective, and with CST, you'll have total support. For more information, visit cstlimited.com. CST, as IT should be.
Are you always interested in what's going on in your town? Do you like making sure the facts are right? Are you fanatical about balance, about hearing both sides of a story? Then Wycombe Sound wants to hear from you. We want you to help us tell High Wycombe what's going on in High Wycombe. Be Wycombe Sound's eyes and ears in the town and get the satisfaction of hearing your news reports on Wycombe's own radio station. Call us now on 449900 or email newsroom@wycombesound.org.uk. Help us to write, report and be the news in High Wycombe.
Drive time, weekdays from 4.
Wycombe Santa is out and about on his sleigh. He will be in the Battersbury area, which of course Duncan knows exactly where that is.
It's a lovely part of town.
Going to be also in Dean's Garden.
Does Dean know?
I hope so.
Get out my garden!
And Warren Wood.
Does Warren know?
I don't know.
Why does he just go around odd people's places? Lucky old Dean and Warren.
I hope they know.
Drive time, back this afternoon from 4. This is Wycombe Sound.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound. Bob Johnson with you on our election night special, bringing you the results from South Buckinghamshire, going right through until breakfast time. We have reporters at all of the local counts, including Keith Higgins, who is at the Beaconsfield count, and he's with the Green candidate, Zoe Hatch.
We're here, well, they're still verifying the counts, so they haven't started yet. But can I tell you one thing that struck us at Wycombe Sound when all you candidates appeared for the panel? How friendly you all were. And compared to the divisive nature of the campaign that's been happening the last 4 weeks, that really touched a nerve with us. We're really impressed with how friendly you all seem to be.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to have a chat with you. It's really struck me as well, and it feels like something that's really important and actually really hope-filled, that in this constituency we're all able to share and exchange different ideas, different opinions, but keep things incredibly civilised. And I think that bucks the trend of the national mood as well as perhaps just what's been happening over in the other constituency. And I think that's something that we really need to, all of us, move back to as soon as possible.
Absolutely. And well done to all of you for, as I say, conducting the campaign in what I consider to be a proper manner. Let's have a look at the campaign, Zoe, and obviously you were campaigning on climate change, being the Green Party. Was that one of the main issues you found when you spoke to constituents?
No, I think it's something that's really, really important. But of course the Green Party isn't just a climate change party. It's just that we recognise that climate change and the breakdown in biodiversity is something that's going to affect us all. So we're really a party that's about well-being. We're a party about social justice as well as climate justice. But we recognise the two things go hand in hand, because unfortunately when climate breakdown does occur, when we get things like flooding in this country or when we get food shortages, it's going to be the poorest in our society that suffer first, and then they're the ones that are going to suffer the most.
How about any local issues that you picked up during the campaign?
I think across the board something that people are really, really worried about is air quality, as we've got the increase in traffic and the increase in congestion. Obviously with air quality control areas being announced in a number of different areas across Beaconsfield, people are now finding that it's fair enough to recognise these poisonous, noxious fumes and the impact that they're having on their health, but they're not really seeing anything from local government in order to actually make the change to improve things. So people are trying to walk their children to school, but really, really concerned about what's happening with them and the level of toxicity that they're being exposed to on a day-to-day basis, and they're not seeing any change there, and that's really worrying for them.
But as you said, it wasn't just sort of air quality and environmental issues. The NHS was an important part of your campaign, wasn't it? And of course Brexit.
Yep, well, you've mentioned the B word, and of course we are a Remain party and we're a People's Vote party, and we really felt with regards to the European question, with regards to Brexit, the most important thing was that we went back to the people, because we've had 3 years now and things have changed, and we've now got a lot more information than we had when the first referendum was called, and we really felt that the only way to really resolve this, considering the fact that it had been so desperately mismanaged all the way along, that's what we've said, that there may have been an opportunity after the first referendum for everybody to got round the table, all parties, to really find a way through this, but instead it just got more and more divisive. So what we really needed to do now was to go back to the country and just have another check-in to see if that really is what people wanted. And I'm afraid if the exit polls are anything to be believed, it doesn't look like that's going to be something that's going to be happening, but we'll see how the night unfolds.
Well, I was just going to ask you as a final question. You touched on it. The exit poll, there was a gasp around the room when it was announced at 10 o'clock. It looks like it's a Conservative majority. You know, I wouldn't say a landslide, but a pretty hefty majority. And obviously the country sees, whatever the reason they voted for the Conservatives, they're going to have a pretty hefty majority in the government.
Yeah, well, the last time I was actually involved in any at account and president account, it was 1997, of course, when we had the Tony Blair landslide majority, and I wasn't, I wasn't hoping that there was going to be a landslide in the opposite direction tonight, but I guess that's a possibility. It's really disappointing. I think it's heartbreaking. I think that we need to change and move towards proportional representation, because I think there's going to be a lot of people that are feeling the same way as me tonight, and they're feeling like their voice once again can't be heard. And until we find a way to make sure that everybody's voice is heard, we're always going to have these kind of divisions, and we're going to continue in the mess. It's not as if Brexit's going to get done on the 31st of January, despite what Boris has been telling us.
Well, I just wish people would take a leaf out of the constituency here, and as we said at the beginning, how you guys fought the campaign, in the true spirit. And Zoe, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to chat to you.
Many thanks, Keith. That's the Green Party candidate Zoe Hatch speaking to Keith Higgins at the count for Beaconsfield. Zoe there being an advocate of proportional representation. Mark, as our election expert tonight with experience in Uganda, Stevenage and various other places, how do you feel about the first past the post system and the fairness of it?
I'm a great believer in the first past the post system. PR, you look at how it's used around the world, you look at even in our own electoral system in the European elections, it just doesn't feel right. When we had a referendum on it, which admittedly was a first past the post referendum, the reality is that people did not want to go for it. Now, politicians can't keep going back and say, we should have this, we should have that, when the people have spoken, call it quits, move on to something that people want to talk about.
When you were on the receiving end of the result in 97, were you sitting there saying the same thing then?
Yes, because it's something that I've always felt. 1997 was an absolutely dreadful general election for the Conservative Party. I was running a campaign in Hertsmere. We went from an 18,000 majority down to 2,500 majority. Weren't sure we were going to hold, because literally every seat around us was going to Labour, but we held. That's justice. That's the right way of doing it. It's worked so well for this country for so long. We see with many of even our European partners, where they have PR, that they've perpetually been in hung governments, and actually that's what we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years. It's actually not good for governance, it's not good for the country, it's not good for investment, and it's not good for trade.
Cheryl, what are your thoughts on PR?
I think, as again, my layman sort of like political life that I lead, I think it sounds good on paper, because at the end of the day, everyone's vote should count. And in a democracy, that's how it is. I don't really understand the first past the post system, why that was ever used, but it is what it is. Can't give you much more than that, I'm afraid, Bob.
Okay, fair enough. One thing that came up time and again when I was speaking, particularly to the current incumbents, so Dominic Grieve and Steve Baker. I know that we're not really meant to call them that, but I think as it's now after 10 o'clock, we can say former MPs, and Steve looks like probably he's on his way back to being, whereas Dominic possibly is going to be the ex-MP for Beaconsfield. I asked them both about the Fixed Terms Parliament Act, and so they basically pulled the same face and said, no, it's got to go. Mark, what are your thoughts?
I very much agree with it. I'm a child that was brought up in the 70s and saw the Labour government then brought down by its then opposition, the Conservatives, the Liberals and all the others in the House, because it just wasn't performing. It was destroying the country. It was ruining the country. And that's absolutely right. Parliament should have the ability to dissolve itself at any stage if people have lost confidence in that Prime Minister, in that political party, or it can't command a majority. And I think that's absolutely right in a democracy. The Fixed Term Act, at the end of the day, was brought in to keep the Liberal and Conservative government from 2010 going till 2015 and give some surety. I can perhaps understand why it was done, but fundamentally I don't believe it's right, and I think it should be axed.
And it doesn't even work, does it? Because, look what we've done in the last 3 years. So, I think they should get rid of it as well.
It was brought in, and we've never had as many elections as we've had in the last couple of years. It's worked completely the opposite
to what it was meant to do.
Yeah. And I would be imagining as well that with the result tonight, that is probably one of the first things that's going to be on the new government's agenda when they return.
Well, I'm a great believer with legislation. If legislation isn't enacted or it's just plain wrong, it should be removed. Don't just keep it there. Remove it.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I think we are going
I'm
to
quite unanimous on that one.
we were getting that impression. Interesting news obviously there's lots of rumours flying around tonight, but one of them being that Tony Blair's former constituency, Sedgefield, looks to be among the tidal wave of Labour seats that may be turning Conservative, which again is just fairly unprecedented.
I mean, that would just be an amazing result if that came off of the Conservative Party. Again, an unprecedented win. It would be a total shock. And again, the ripples that it would cause for local Labour parties, because every one of their councillors, every one of their MPs that are lost will be looking over their shoulder thinking, could that happen to me next time?
Yeah.
I think it's a double whammy there as well, because they voted to leave the EU, and Corbyn is very unpopular. So that's what's going on up there, and how do you come back from that?
I wonder if that's the Birmingham Edgbaston result, which I can remember from '97 being the moment where you thought, oh, okay, right, we can see which way this is going.
Absolutely.
And then of course later on, Labour went on to win Hove that night as well, and you thought, goodness me, they've won Hove.
And the level of penetration that Labour got in that election was just amazing. With the seats that they won, that they would never have hoped to win in the first place. And the Conservative government at that time had, however you want to look at it, been inept for its last 5 years. I think in part of that was because it never thought it was going to win in 92 and was looking forward to a bit of a rest and coming actually back in 97, not getting decimated.
Yes, yeah. And again, interesting that, all the way back in 92, as we were saying earlier on, the newspapers played such a big part in that election, whereas now you think, that seems like a different age.
Well, it does, but although I have to say I remember being out at the launch of that campaign in Luton with John Major, and it was an amazing experience, but one I'd rather not repeat again.
You are listening to Wycombe Sound. We have Mark Shaw with us, and also Cheryl T. So we will have Pippa Sawyer joining us as well after the 1 o'clock news. We will continue to go to the various counts. We have people tonight at the counts in Wycombe, Beaconsfield, Chesham and Amersham, Maidenhead, Buckingham and Aylesbury. Still, the counts go on. I don't think we're anywhere near any declarations yet locally, but as soon as we are, we will bring them to you.
National and international news on 106.6 FM. This is Wycombe Sound.
From the Sky News Centre at 1. Boris Johnson's decision to call a snap general election to push through his Brexit plan appears to have paid off, as the broadcaster's exit poll predicts a commanding majority for the Conservatives. The results suggest Mr Johnson's party will win 368 seats. That's well ahead of Labour on just 191. It would give the Tories a majority of 86, which, if borne out by the official results, would be its biggest since the 1980s. Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab says the Tories have gained voters who haven't backed them for some time.
Part of that was about Brexit. Part of it was, I think, the sense of positivity that the Prime Minister and the Conservatives have offered. I think we've got some great candidates across the country. And let's face it, part of it is about wanting to break through the uncertainty.
Labour is forecast to lose 52 seats, and the Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell has described the numbers as extremely disappointing. Labour's Barry Gardiner says if those figures are correct, it's a blow for the country.
If that is the case, then obviously it's a devastating result for us. And not just for us. It's not just about our party. This is about all the people who were really needing a Labour victory to improve their lives.
The SNP is predicted to win 55 of the 59 seats in Scotland. The Liberal Democrats could get 13, Plaid Cymru 3, the Greens 1 and none for the Brexit Party. We asked the Lib Dems' Christine Jardine if she thinks her party's leader, Joe Swinson, was a problem for their campaign.
I don't accept that. Yes, we were squeezed, but I really don't think you can place that
on Jo. She ran a very strong campaign. No politician is ever going to please all the people all the time.
Newcastle Central won the race to be the first constituency to declare, with a Labour hold. Of the earliest results to come through, the most revealing was in Blythe Valley, where the Tories gained the seat from Labour, which it had held since 1950. That's the latest. I'm Barry Weir.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound, online, on Radio Player and on 106.6 FM.
2 minutes past 1 o'clock. You are listening to Wycombe Sound on 106.6 FM in High Wycombe and the surrounding area. You can also find us online at wycombesound.org.uk, and we are on Radio Player as well, which is an app that you can download from all good app stores. I'm Bob Johnson here with our general election results show going through until breakfast time. Let's now go back over to the Beaconsfield Count, where I believe that Keith has been joined by the independent candidate Adam Cleary.
That's right, Bob. Thanks very much indeed. Yes, I've got Adam in front of us with us. And Adam, first of all, thank you very much for giving up your time for Wycombe Sound. It's going to be a long night, isn't it?
It certainly is, yes.
Now, one thing I must say, Adam, is that when all the candidates came to Wycombe Sound for the one-to-one interviews and the panel session, we were all quite taken by the friendly nature between the five candidates. And given the divisive nature of this campaign, we really just wish people could sort of take that and replicate it throughout the country. Have we got the perception right? Did you feel it was a reasonably friendly campaign here at Beaconsfield?
I did think it's been very friendly and relatively civil. I mean, a little bit of toing and froing, but I think the candidates have maintained, yes, very good standards generally.
Well, can I say thanks very much indeed, and we really appreciate that. Let's have a look at what you've been finding when you've been going around people's doorsteps in the constituency here. So what have been the main issues? First of all, nationally, has it been Brexit?
Yes, I mean, I think Brexit is a big issue. Most people say you're the first person to come here in 30 years. That's the number one thing to say. The second thing is they say, I'm not voting for that man, by which they mean Corbyn. And the third thing they tend to do is agree when I sort of point out the nature of the way in which Conservatives have failed to deliver Brexit. So we'll have to see what their verdict is here on the night.
OK, so that's the sort of national picture. Have there been any sort of local issues you picked up on your campaign trail?
Well, I mean, there's, depending on the part of the constituency, there's dissatisfaction with the provision of secondary education, especially in Burnham and Ivor. In Ivor, there are a range of very difficult issues around road traffic and infrastructure and Heathrow expansion. And so there's quite a lot of dissatisfaction there. And the Ivors, unfortunately, has been an area that's been somewhat taken for granted and not given the attention it deserves. So it's very localised when you go around the constituency. Different areas have different issues. In Beaconsfield, it's planning. So it just depends which part of the constituency you're in.
That's right. I mean, it's such a diverse area, the constituency. There's bound to be these differences. The NHS has obviously been something big. So any mention of local hospitals at all on your campaign trail?
Well, yes. I mean, it's a persistent feature that people are dissatisfied with A&E facilities, which they feel they're too far away, and they're also dissatisfied with GP waiting times, and so there's a lot of questions about that and how that can be improved. And I mean, I think it is the fact that the primary care in the constituency is quite mixed, and I mean, it's something that the clinical commissioning group is looking at, and it's something for which there is no magic wand, but generally there is quite some dissatisfaction with the level of service. Yes.
Thanks very much, Adam. I mean, just one last question, and we've seen the exit polls. Indeed, there's been obviously quite a few declarations, but the exit poll at 10 o'clock was predicting almost a Conservative landslide. Has that come as a surprise to you?
I mean, a little bit. I'm sort of gratified that people are not willing to support Corbyn, because I do think that would have been a disaster. And it does show that the British people are very moderate, sound, sensible people, and that radical policies do not attract them. And that is why you have to really fight elections from the centre. You cannot win elections from the left. So I think that's something the Labour Party has to relearn.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of inquests later on tonight if the exit poll is correct. But Adam, thank you very much for your time. And again, can I thank you on behalf of Wycombe Sound and the constituents here at Beaconsfield? As I said, we really were impressed by the way all 5 of you fought your campaign. Very, very well done.
Delighted. Thank you very much for interviewing me.
No problem at all. That's Adam Cleary there, Bob, one of the independent candidates here at Beaconsfield, and good of him to give up his time for Wycombe Sound.
Thank you very much, Keith. Another result that's just come into us. The Conservatives have held Nuneaton. Marcus Jones elected there with a majority of 13,144. We have also been hearing that the turnout for Wycombe is apparently just over 70%. Yet again, I think once and for all, dispelling the myth that actually, if it is raining and if it is not a very nice day, people won't vote. If they really want to get out there and vote, and so over 70%. What was it previously? He says, just looking at his
looking at Mark, hopefully.
And looking at Mark, Mark looks like he might know.
He doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay. So all right. So
we'll find that out.
So last time's turnout was 69.4. So it's only just slightly up. But even so,
on a day like this, in the middle of December, you would expect it to fall quite substantially as a rule of thumb. The fact that it's gone up, I think, shows how eagerly the political parties have been fighting the seat. So it's going to be an interesting result, but I'm still confident of a Conservative hold.
Yes, I mean, interesting what we've been hearing about the postal votes, and maybe that actually, they're looking quite good for Khalil. But the way that everything is going across the country, I think we have to think that it will be a huge surprise actually if Steve Baker was unseated.
It would be a huge surprise on a night that the Conservatives are picking up heartland Labour seats. Yes, it can happen. But it would be a surprise. The exit polls show that we should hold it, and I think that we will do.
Again, we haven't really had any odd results. Now, definitely, in 2017, there were some that you thought, all right, okay, that shouldn't be happening. But because of the strange political times that we were in and we still are in, that maybe that there weren't too many surprises tonight so far. Apart from the fact that yes, the red wall seems to have collapsed. There's been nothing that stood out as that's a bit of an odd one. It's going the same way.
I think that's right, and there's clearly a story theme running through now. Okay, we still only had a handful of results, but actually they're all starting to show the same thing. In Conservative held seats, you're seeing the majorities increase. I think Nuneaton was a Labour held seat for a while. In the Labour heartlands, their majorities have just collapsed. They're falling by 10, 13, 15%. Those are huge figures. And I'll keep coming back to Blythe Valley probably all night long. But to win a seat that you've never won before, just amazing in a place that you just would never expect to see a Conservative victory. And the fact that Sedgefield looks as though it could go Conservative. Wow.
Yes. Yeah.
That is a huge wow.
Yes. Yeah. A seat that for so long, because of Tony Blair, was just synonymous with Labour. Yeah. And you can see them there at the Trimdon Labour Club where Tony Blair used to go and make addresses. Goodness me, the fact that actually that's gone to the Conservatives.
I mean, I just wonder with some of these Conservative candidates in these places if they had any inkling they were going to win. I'm just hoping we're not going to see any heart attacks there at the count.
Yes, so let's definitely hope that we don't see that. Is that anything that you've ever come across in your political career where actually, as we were saying earlier on, actually the myth is that the candidates don't know when the declaration is being made. They do know.
They do know.
Well,
they know the vote, that they have to stand up there, and that's why I often look for the one that's smiling, because that's going to show who's probably won it. But I don't think there's going to be many smiling Labour faces tonight. That's certainly the impression we're getting so far. I've also just seen that Broxbourne is another Conservative hold. I have to say I was the election agent there in 2007, and that's a great win for Charles Walker. Can't see the breakdown of the votes, but he will have won really very well there.
OK, we can now cross back over to Maidenhead, where Mimi Harker is the reporter for Wycombe Sound, and I believe that she has the Labour candidate with her. Mimi.
I do indeed. It's Pat MacDonald who has stood in this constituency as the candidate for the Labour Party. So, Pat, what's it been like for you?
It's been fascinating out on the campaign trail. It's been really brilliant getting to talk to loads and loads of people in the constituency. And it's a very strange election because there are people who voted for us who I never thought would vote for us. And there are people, sadly, who for this election haven't decided to support the Labour Party. So that's been a bit of a disappointment. But I think it's what I would call a Marmite election. They either love you or they hate you.
So those people who you would have hoped voted for you and who didn't, what reasons did they give, or what do you think that's all about?
I think our leadership has failed to persuade people that they can do a reasonable job running the country. And I think we need to look at their position because they clearly haven't persuaded the nation to support them. So maybe it's time for a change at the top and have someone in charge who the people of this country can believe in, because we have a responsibility as the Labour Party to be there for the poorest and the weakest in society. And we have failed them at this election, and we're going to have 5 years of conservative arrogance and misrule, and that will hurt the very weakest in society. And we need to make sure that at the next election we are there for them, and we are the choice for ordinary people in this country.
So where do you think the leadership actually did go wrong?
They haven't cut across. They're younger voters they've done fantastically well with, but the older voters have not trusted them. We've not been helped by the media in this country, because if you look at the majority of the media, it's been absolute bile for weeks and weeks and weeks. And I mean, someone showed me a copy of the Daily Mail on Saturday, and it was just pages and pages of bile. And that is not honest, unbiased reporting, is it? That's just, pushing your particular point of view. And I think the media in this country have a lot to answer for. Not all of them, but the big nationals. They take a side and they just push it and push it and push it, and they don't care about the truth. And that's a shame, because journalism used to be about the truth, but in certain newspapers in this country, it's no longer the case.
Do you not feel, though, that quite a lot of people, in fact, the majority of the people that I speak to, say that that's the case across the board, regardless of the party you support, that they're finding that the media is biased, and therefore the media's response to that is, well, we must be doing our job right if everybody thinks we're biased?
No, I'm not saying all of it, but I'm talking about the national press. I mean, you can't read pages and pages and pages hammering the leader of one party and telling everybody that the leader of the other party is Mother Teresa. It's just complete nonsense, isn't it? That's not honest and accurate reporting. If someone wants to run a story criticising us in an honest and fair manner, that's fine. But when they're just turning out bile for the sake of, poisoning people's minds, I mean, that's just a disgrace.
So if you wanted to change one thing about this election, what would it be?
It's too late to change anything. The votes have been cast. The people have decided, and we have to, for the next 5 years, live with that decision. But what we have to do as a party is make sure that the next time there's an election, we are ready and we put forward a platform and a leadership that people can support and people can vote for.
I mean, this isn't your first election. No. So what would you do differently next time?
Oh, I will stand aside and let someone younger do it next time. I've had 3 goes at this, and I've got other things to do. I would like to see a much younger member of the enthusiasm and sell the Labour Party to the people of Maidenhead.
And looking at the party as it stands currently, do you not feel somewhere along the lines?
If I look at our party manifesto, there are certain things that I wouldn't have put in the manifesto, but vast majority of it is old-fashioned Labour views. I mean, I think we moved to the right under Tony Blair, and we needed to come back to the left. But if we're going to sell people a left-wing agenda, or left-of-centre agenda, I would like to say, we needed to do it with a leadership they can believe in. And that's the thing. Thousands and thousands of young people have gone out and voted for what we had in our manifesto. And if we could have a leadership that everybody could get behind, I think we'd be a real force to reckon with the next. And for the poorest and the weakest in society, we have to be there as an alternative to looking after the rich.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you for your time. And again, well done on your campaign. A long, hard-fought campaign.
I'm very tired, and after tonight, I'm going to bed, stay there for a long time. Good night.
Good night. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mimi. That was very interesting. I mean, it's a tough gig being the Labour candidate.
It certainly is. And of course, there's no point asking, like, do you think you're going to win? Because it just isn't going to happen, is it? It would be some seismic change. It would be to sort of make that happen here. So it's a question of let's wait and see. But it's looking good. I mean, I'm watching the papers being counted at the moment, and the atmosphere is it's hushed, but it's very measured. You know, it's very measured. It's a good atmosphere. It's a good atmosphere. Everyone's concentrating.
Yes, it sounds a lot. So Lord Buckethead hasn't made an appearance.
Well, no, because apparently he's elsewhere this time.
Yes, he is actually. Yes, so I
yes.
think he is standing in Uxbridge. So again, I say
indeed.
he or she. We will wait and see when the Uxbridge vote is declared. Mimi, thank you very
Absolutely.
much. That is Mimi Harker, who is our reporter down in Maidenhead tonight.
It's been really nice. We've had such a positive reaction.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Need branded uniform for your business or club? Speak to the experts at Cressex Embroidery and Print. From printed t-shirts for the up-and-coming hen party, corporate wear for office staff, or heavy-duty workwear, we offer a fast turnaround without compromising the quality that has made us the award-winning choice for the past 20 years. Pop into our showroom, where you get a selection of the latest clothing and promotional goods from famous brands such as Regatta, Snickers, and Nike. All work is carried out on site, and our team are always on hand to help and advise. Let Cressex Embroidery and Print transform your image. Find us online at cressex.net or call 01494 533 007.
Hiya, Bucks! No, that's not just me being silly. It's a magazine and the website for Buckinghamshire. Honest. Reviews, food and drink, animals, sport and leisure, shopping. What more do you need? It's all there. Pick up your free copy today or visit hiyabucks.com. You want to know what's really going down? Just one call. Hiya, Bucks! Online at hiyabucks.com and available in selected branches of Waitrose and other quality outlets.
Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas present appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the... Welcome 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas present appeal, proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show with Pippa, weekdays from 7.
Open fire. My chimney sweep came round. Sounds like I have a big manor house. I really don't.
Was he unconscious?
No, he wasn't, but he said that I might be if I didn't get a couple of rocks.
Good job you got one then. Well done, chimney sweep.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show, back this morning from 7. This is Wycombe Sound.
1:20 in the morning, you are listening to Wycombe Sound's General Election Results Programme. Bob Johnson with you through until breakfast time. We can go back over to Maidenhead now, where Mimi Harker is with the Liberal Democrat candidate Josh Reynolds.
It's been really nice. We've had such a positive reaction from people on the doorstep. It's my first general election campaign as a candidate, so it's a steep learning curve, but it's been a really positive experience. We've loved it.
And what have been the main subjects on the doorstep when people have spoken to you?
So, of course, lots of pundits are calling it the Brexit election. Brexit's been very high up people's agendas when it's come to the election. But also, we've had a lot of people, and the climate emergency is an incredibly key aspect for lots of people. I would say almost as much as Brexit was. But then also, you've got the NHS and schools is a key driving factor for lots of people in the election.
Looking at it from the outside, one of the really big differences for those of us who were here for the 2017 election, the number of candidates. Because for this election, we've only had 4 candidates running for the whole election, whereas last time around it was 13. And what do you think was the reason for that?
Well, I think you're always going to have more candidates when you've got the Prime Minister. I think you look at Boris Johnson in Uxbridge at the moment, and he's facing many of the same crowds that were here in 2017. But I think the candidates that we've had, I think it's been a really good election. And I think having 4 candidates, it's been really nice to have that, because we've been able to do lots of hustings going into lots of schools, and lots of schools locally have had hustings where all 4 candidates have been there. And that's been really nice for 16, 17, 18-year-olds to have that experience.
And of course, that's something you support.
Yes, of course, definitely. I got involved in politics from a young age. I would definitely support votes at 16, because I think young people have got a passion, they've got a drive, they know what they want. And the fact that their voices can't be heard the way that they probably should be is a shame.
It's really interesting you say that, because if you'd asked me that question 3-4 years ago, I would have said no, absolutely 18-year-olds and upwards. However, my view has changed, having taken part in a debate about that subject. And I do feel actually that if you give 16-year-olds the vote, the ones that are interested are going to take part.
Exactly, and you see if you're not interested in a subject, you don't really get involved in it, and I think that's the same for young people as it is for anyone else. And you can see there are young people who I speak to when we have takeover days at the council, for example. There are young people, I think it's 13, 14, who are really passionate and have a lot of knowledge, and the fact that they've got that knowledge and they're being denied any chance to really be able to show that and put that forwards, I don't think it's right.
If you were to predict where this is going nationwide, what would you say?
It's very early in the morning. I couldn't predict, so yeah, who knows?
Bless you. Well, I had to ask the question. It would have been unfair of me not to, but let's have a chat later. Josh Reynolds, thank you very much indeed for chatting to us here on Wycombe Sound.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mimi. That's Mimi Harker reporting in from Maidenhead. So a couple more results in the northeast have recently been declared. Workington of the Workington Man has just been declared, and it has gone to the Conservatives from Labour with a majority of 4,176.
Well, I think Workington Man is going to be legendary in tomorrow's headlines, I have to say. That is an immense result for the Conservative Party. Nearly 50% of the vote. You would not. I wish I'd have put a fiver on that, because I think we'd all be going out for drinks tomorrow night. You a gambling man. Not normally, but I should have been this time. I mean, that really is a fantastic result, and such a dreadful result for the Labour Party.
And meanwhile, Wansbeck, which is also in the northeast, has recently declared, and with regards to that, the Brexit Party effect has happened again. So Wansbeck is a Labour hold. Ian Lavery held it with a majority of just 814. He received 17,124 votes. Jack Gebhard for the Conservative received 16,310. And in third place was Eden Webley for the Brexit Party with 3,141.
As you rightly say, had they not stood,
that would have also gone to the Conservatives. So you do wonder what Nigel Farage was
and I
playing
think
at.
Actually, I mean, these are amazing results, but if we see these paralleled in the West and East Midlands, we're going to see a large amount of gains potentially for the Conservative Party. And traditionally you would look at the Midlands as being the breakneck ground for how you win an election in this country. So that is going to be fascinating as those results start to come in. We've already seen Nuneaton with an excellent majority for the Conservative candidate there. It'd be nice to see one or two more just to get a feel of how things are going.
Are we now thinking that possibly the exit poll was maybe slightly on the underestimating side?
It could be, but, never count your chickens.
And are we still expecting maybe to see a couple of odd results as well?
There can always be odd results. Every election you'll see wins and losses, and you wonder why. But let's face it, I think if you were at Labour Party headquarters, the champagne's been locked away for another year.
I mean, what is that like? So you've clearly been on the receiving end back, say, in 97 and 2001. I mean, by 2005, maybe things were looking a little slightly better, but certainly 97 and 2001. What's that like, running a campaign when you lose quite so catastrophically?
If you know what you're doing when you're running a campaign, you know how well or how badly it's going to be. Yes, you can't give absolute figures, absolute percentages, but I remember speaking in the old days in the 1997 campaign to central office and said, look, it's going really bad here. Labour are swarming us. The Liberals are declining at rates of knots. You know, I'm going to be lucky to hold it with 3,000. We held it with about 2,500 that year. And the person from central office literally went, really? Do you know what you're talking about? It's like, I can tell you. And it's only when you run a well-run, well-executed campaign do you know where you really are, how successful you really are or not. Labour really are going to be dispirited. They're going to be all over the place. There's going to be a blame culture, and they'll also be looking for a new leader.
We have had a couple of the turnouts now confirmed. For Beaconsfield, the turnout 74.7%, the highest turnout since 1992. Right. And in Chesham and Amersham, the turnout 77.2%.
And that leads into what I was saying earlier, that the feedback I was getting from polling stations that we had turnouts up to 80%, you know, which was just incredible.
And the comparison, so Beaconsfield in 2017, the turnout was 72.3. So yes, that's definitely up. The turnout in Chesham and Amersham back in 2017, 77.1. So again, ever so slightly up. Yeah. But yet again, people definitely coming out and voting. It's getting worse for Labour. They've lost, or the SNP have gained the seat of Rutherglen and Hamilton West. The SNP candidate, Margaret Ferrier, getting 23,775 votes to Jed Killen's 18,545. The SNP majority 5,230. The result coming in from Darlington, the Labour candidate receiving 17,607 votes. That's Jenny Chapman. Peter Gibson for the Conservative is just being revealed now. Be interesting to see, is 17,607 enough to hold it for Labour in Darlington? You would imagine that probably they should be holding somewhere like Darlington. The returning officer is definitely building up his part here, in the way that sometimes
he's playing a pantomime villain here.
I think yes. It's a quite interesting background as well that they have in Darlington, with some strange sort of like silver curtains that very much do look like a pantomime. So Labour have held the seat, we believe, or have they? It's difficult to tell with that coloured rosette. No, the Conservatives have gained it. Wow. So Peter Gibson is elected as the Member of Parliament for Darlington for the Conservatives. I can't remember an election that's been quite so damning quite so early, but the fact that the Tories are taking all of these seats in the North East that you would never ever put
just incredible
with the Conservative Party, places like Darlington are not anything that you would imagine at all.
Just an amazing night, and as you rightly say, so early in the night when you expect Labour to be skipping away in the lead, they're not. They're really being pegged back. Just quite incredible, really.
The current state of play is so the Conservatives have 8 seats, Labour have 10, the SNP have 1, the Conservatives gaining 3, Labour losing 4, the SNP gaining 1. Mark, I believe that we have come to the end of the evening with you.
We have, sadly. I've got to go now.
Many thanks for joining us. It has been absolutely fascinating. I feel that we've learned a lot about you.
We have.
Over the past
it's all written down.
Hours. Yes, absolutely.
I've logged it all, Mark.
I think we've been really Team Wycombe Sound tonight.
I think so.
So thank you very much for having us.
Well, that is quite all right. Thank you very much for your support of the station, because you are fantastic. You are on the station a lot. We do appreciate that, both with your transport hat on and with your deputy leader of Buckinghamshire County Council. And you are always welcome back as well.
Always delighted to support you guys.
You know, for the next election, which actually now looks like it's probably not going to be for 4 or 5 years.
I'll be totally grey-haired then.
Yes, yeah. Well, you're doing all right on the hair point of view. Don't speak to me about grey hair. Thank you very much. You are listening to Wycombe Sound. Bob Johnson here with you through until the early hours of the morning.
This is the award-winning Wycombe Sound, Tuesday evenings on Wycombe Sound.
Hi, this is Mr. Q. why don't you join me on Mr. Q's Country Music Show every Tuesday between 8 and 10 p.m, where I'll be playing some of your favourite country music hits by some of your favourite country artists, bringing a little bit of Nashville to Wycombe.
This is Wycombe Sound.
Listening to Wycombe Sound. It is 1:32 a.m. You wouldn't normally have me on at this time, but it is because it is the general election results programme here with you through until breakfast time. Many, many thanks again to Mark Shaw, the Deputy Leader from Buckinghamshire County Council, for being our guest over the past few hours. Some fascinating insights into elections generally. I have learnt a lot, as I'm sure you have, Cheryl.
I have learnt tons tonight.
Absolutely.
This morning,
yes,
wherever we are.
Wherever we are.
Yeah,
yes, that's why I'm doing the slight Anton Deck saying good evening, good morning. No one's quite sure exactly whereabouts we are. We are hearing again now, as I said earlier on, lots of rumours flying around, such as the fact that possibly Sedgefield is going Tory, Tony Blair's seat up in the northeast. Another thing that we are hearing is that it is looking quite close in Wycombe, apparently. We are hearing from people up at the Count that the Tories are looking more concerned than they were earlier, apparently. It is looking close. And we hear that there is a likely declaration from Wycombe in the next half an hour. And I'm just making sure that I am getting the confirmation of that. Yes, in the next half an hour, a likely declaration from Wycombe. Let's now go back over to Chesham and Amersham. We haven't been there for a little while, where Craig has been speaking to Alan Booth, who is the Green Party candidate in Chesham and Amersham.
Our proposals for renewable energy are to get 70% of it produced by wind power. Onshore wind, which has been banned by the Conservative government, is now the cheapest form of generating electricity there is. And it's cheap and it's fast, and we can put it up really quickly, which if you compare with nuclear power, we've got 2 stalled projects in Wales and down in Somerset where nothing's really happening right now. And it's billions and billions of pounds that will need to be making those things. So with wind power you can put it anywhere, and you can tap in solar, and you can build in systems where you can store this energy, and this is what we need to do. We need to have an integrated way of living. I mean, what I've been saying in hustings is that we need to have an ambition to change the country along the lines of what the Victorians were doing. And they built the sewers, they built all the cities, they built the roads, the railways. They electrified things. We had gas, then we had another kind of gas, and they did it all quickly. I mean, it was literally to move fast and break things like Silicon Valley does now, and that's the kind of thing we need to do. They did it with steam power. We've got modern technology. Why can't we do it?
What's your hope for tonight?
Well, I'm hoping to definitely retain the deposit. In the YouGov polling that came out of the weekend, they put me in a 4 to 8% band in this area. Last time I secured 3%. That was double the national average for the Greens overall in the country. It would be great to get back up there. We've been 5.5% before in Chesham and Amersham. A bigger Green vote would be a message to central government that we are watching.
That's Alan Booth, who is the Green Party candidate in Chesham and Amersham, speaking to Craig Carlefelt. It is 25 minutes to 2 o'clock. We are getting more information now with regards to Wycombe. We hear that Steve Baker has just arrived at the count, and that the candidates there are being called together. So it sounds like we have a imminent declaration, which was a bit of a surprise because we had heard, I think it was going to be at least 2:30, but clearly there they're getting it done in Wycombe. It is time now to say a very good evening to the one and only Philippa Sawyer, who has joined us.
Good evening.
How are you doing?
I am very well, thank you. I'm just still trying to take it all in and wondering how on earth I'm going to follow Mark Shaw.
Well, if you give us lots of anecdotes about various places that you have stood or been the agent, and also all of the countries that you have gone to and overseen elections, then that's how you can follow Mark Shaw.
Okay,
because
fantastic.
that's what he's been doing since 10 o'clock. Cheryl and I have been scribbling it down and are going to produce the...
I've got it all. I know it all now.
The unauthorised biography of Mark Shaw will possibly be in shops in time for Christmas.
Absolutely.
Perhaps I'll come in from a different angle then.
Yes, so I think you'll be okay doing that. As we have been saying all morning, never can I remember an election that has been quite so sort of decisively almost called so early on. The fact that the Conservatives are having all of these successes in the North East and possibly not winning all of the seats, but massively reducing the Labour majority, I think we all know the way that actually this is going.
Yeah, I think we do, and it's reminiscent actually of 1983 when we had Margaret Thatcher versus Michael Foot.
Yeah.
So it's it does remind me of those days. Sadly, I am old enough to remember that election, although I didn't vote in it. Wasn't old enough to vote at the time. I think there's a couple of stark things to look at. The first is Nigel Farage, and actually the Brexit Party have damaged the Conservatives in the North East. If we remember in Houghton and Sunderland
South,
the Conservatives lost it by 3,000 votes.
Yes.
And if the Brexit Party hadn't got 6,000 votes, the Conservatives would have taken that seat. And there's been 2 or 3 instances.
Yep. So Wansbeck as well in the North East. The Labour majority there, 814. The Brexit Party vote was 3,141.
Yeah.
Do the maths.
So I think Nigel's going to have a few questions to answer because it's sort of actually, in fact, doing the opposite to what he's been predicting. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to him next. I'm sure I heard somewhere earlier he's going to just take 6 months out and go and lie low somewhere and then see what happens with the withdrawal agreement and so on by spring-summer 2020, and then perhaps come back with a new campaign all about reforming our election process. So that's the first thing. The second thing is Jo Swinson. We haven't had her declaration of her seat yet, but the word is that she might well lose her seat. And I think on a personal woman-to-woman level with Jo Swinson, I so feel for her. I think she didn't have long enough after becoming the leader of the Liberal Democrats to really get into her stride. She needed a bit more media training. She needed to be to have a more slick presentation. And I feel for her, and I think, it will be very sad if she loses her seat. And I'm not sure, actually, who I can think of somebody else who's ready to step up and be the next leader of the Liberal Democrats, and I don't think they've. Also,
it depends which ones of them get in.
Yes, yes. And of course, a large number of the Liberal Democrats before we broke up for the election were people who had crossed the floor. So I think they're predicted to get 13 seats. Are they going to be the same 13 or the 12 plus 1? Are they going to be new elected Liberal Democrats, and will those people who crossed the floor and didn't have by-elections, will they pay?
Yeah.
Because they jolly well, in my opinion, should have had a by-election in all of those seats. And that goes for Anna Soubry and, a few others as well. So a very sad evening for Jo Swinson, whether or not she hangs on to her seat. And then the big question is now going to be the fight for the soul of the Labour Party, and how is that going to develop over the next 6 to 12 months. John McDonnell saying earlier this evening that he's not going to step straight in as interim leader. He's sort of ruled himself out of that. So you've got the sort of the Blairite faction with the Emily Thornberrys and the Keir Starmers. Are they going to come back and move Labour back to a slightly more centre position, try and grab back that centre ground, or are we going to have, a new, younger, more invigorated, really left-wing leader, and those on that side of the party are you've got Angela Rayner, she's in the frame, and also Rebecca Long-Bailey, who have both been very loyal, of course, to the Corbyn wing of the party. So, could Labour split? Could we see, two new parties coming out of it? Labour, one of the oldest institutions in the UK, so...
And I think with Labour, whatever happens, it has to be big and it has to be seismic. We've already had Tom Watson, the former deputy leader of the Labour Party, saying tonight that all the people who are going to stand for the leadership of the Labour Party signed up to that manifesto, and so it's on all of them. They have collective responsibility for the defeat. So actually, if you think of it from that point of view, then it's not just about the Corbynista side or the Blairite side. It's actually their whole ethos at the moment.
Couple more results coming into us. Labour have held Jarrow, which you probably think, well, yes, tell me something new, but actually in the context of what's been happening in the North East tonight, that is news. They held it with a majority of 7,120. The Brexit Party effect didn't quite happen this time, so the Brexit Party polled 4,122 votes there, so that's not one of the areas where you can think that the Conservatives actually would have taken the seat if the Brexit Party hadn't stood. We are also hearing that the Speaker has retained his seat, as you would expect, because obviously the other parties are expected to stand aside. So the people of Chorley have voted for Lindsay Hoyle, which of course actually was probably another Labour loss because he was a Labour MP anyway. We understand that counting has now started at Beaconsfield. They did have a little break there, so counting now has started. They're probably looking rather jealously at their colleagues at Wycombe, who we understand are shortly ready to declare. We are also hearing as well that Theresa May has arrived in Maidenhead. So again, we will wait to hear, and you would imagine that she probably hasn't arrived early.
No.
You would imagine that they are probably ready to declare fairly shortly.
Yeah.
Actually all of these declarations so far, should they happen, are coming earlier than we'd heard.
Yeah. I mean, certainly Theresa May, you will think that she's probably been out. She's had a very nice dinner somewhere with a close circle of chums.
We don't know this, but
if I was Theresa, that's what I'd do. And it was, we saw pictures of Theresa campaigning yesterday. When I say yesterday, I mean Wednesday in Beaconsfield, with the Conservative candidate, obviously, but looking 10 years younger.
Yes, I exactly what I was going to say to you. Was looking so relaxed and just
happy,
and happy and healthy,
like she's had the weight lifted off her shoulders
in a way that you don't normally get with prime ministers, because they a bit like the England football manager. They always end up, when they finish the job, they look about 30 years older than they should. But actually, Theresa hasn't had that.
And I saw Theresa at another event earlier on in the spring, and again it was an event where she was surrounded by her friends, and again then it was like a different woman to what you'd see on TV in the Commons. You remember all those huge votes that went against her earlier in the year, trying to get that withdrawal agreement through, and she looked grey and she looked like she had the weight of the world on her, and it's like seeing a different woman in Beaconsfield this week.
I mean, it was very brutal. I said this to Cheryl earlier on with regards to Jo Swinson. What was some of the real flack that she got thrown at her? Was that because that she was a woman Prime Minister?
I don't know. I mean, you remember there was a photo shoot where she was wearing the leather trousers and looking very relaxed on a plush sofa, and she got hammered for those by what's the lady's name? She was the education secretary in the Conservative Party, having a go at her own leader, yet then they don't have a go at David Cameron when he was wearing suits that were worth thousands of pounds at a time. So,
or William Hague, where he was wearing his baseball cap.
Yeah. I think perhaps it is because she's a woman, but maybe it's not so much because the object is the woman. I think it's the insecurity of the person who's throwing the insults, actually.
Yes, again, I wonder, does Boris get the same insults thrown at him that Theresa May did? But then but at the same time, half the time, it was Boris and some of his mates who were throwing some of the insults at her anyway.
Yes, yes, it was. Yeah. But I think.
I know what you're saying. So it's not necessarily the fact that it's because she's the woman. I think it's also easy that when insults are being thrown, it's easier to throw them at a woman. So I think that's probably where that came from. But I think Boris gets probably more flack than Theresa ever did. But he's a different character, and he possibly thrives on it. Who knows? We don't know him personally enough to, and I don't think we'll ever get beneath the Boris facade to actually know that. I don't know.
Another Conservative gain from Labour. They have won the constituency of Peterborough. Paul Bristow has been elected there with a majority of 2,599. Interestingly, the Brexit Party candidate there polled 2,127, so it would have been an even more whopping majority had the Brexit Party candidate not stood. But Paul Bristow winning Peterborough for Labour. The Tories have held Raleigh and Wickford with a whopping majority of 31,000. They've also held Basildon South and Thurrock East with a majority of 19,922. Labour have held Makerfield with a majority of 4,740. They've also held Caerphilly as well with a majority of 6,833. I can tell you that the state of play currently then, the Conservatives have 11 seats, a gain of 4. Labour are on 15, that is down 5, and the SNP have 1 seat currently, which is a gain. And as we said earlier on, Theresa May has arrived at Maidenhead. We understand that Steve Baker has arrived at the Count up at the Wycombe Leisure Centre, and so we are hoping that there may well be a declaration there shortly, which we will go up the hill to, where we have Chris Phillips, who is waiting for us, but that should be shortly.
OK, so we need to ask Chris. We need to get the reaction from Chris when he sees Steve Baker's face, because last time in 2017, what happens is the agents get called to the person in charge, and the agents get given the results.
Yes, well, we've learnt a lot tonight from Mark Shaw, because I did put that to him, and I said, that actually when you're sitting at home, the perception is that actually they don't know. And I took him back very much to the Portillo moment, where Michael Portillo looked fairly relaxed about it, but Stephen Twigg, who won the seat, couldn't have played it better if it was a Hollywood film, because he really did react as if he didn't know and couldn't believe that he'd won. And I said to Mark Shaw, well, did he know? And Mark was, yeah, of course he did.
Yeah,
of course he did. They do know. And so yes, so this perception that actually it's the first that they know about it when the returning officer announces it, it's not true. They do already know.
Yeah. But do you remember the Labour leadership election where you had the two Miliband brothers?
Yes.
They were both running, and obviously they'd both been told what the results were before they were declared, and Ed Miliband was looking very solemn, and David Miliband was beaming from ear to ear, and all the pundits were saying, David's won it, and of course it was the other way round. Ed was thinking, oh my goodness,
no, I've done it.
I've now got to put all of this into practice.
Yeah, and David was putting on the brave face. So you don't know, do you?
No.
Until those results are
Do you think they
declared.
used to play poker together, maybe, and they sort of perfected the
Possibly,
faces? Yeah,
possibly.
And they said, well, let's play to the media, and you can look miserable and I'll look happy. You're listening to Wycombe Sound. It is just coming up to 10 to 2.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Are you looking for a new challenge? Why not come and work for us? Buckinghamshire College Group is a fantastic place to work. If you're looking for a career that will challenge and develop you, with excellent benefits including pension, generous holidays and free parking, we have a number of vacancies available, from lecturers, permanent and temporary bank staff to support and admin roles in Aylesbury, Amersham and Wycombe. To find out more about our vacancies, search Bucks College Group online. We look forward to hearing from you. Bucks College Group.
Green Telecom are your local telecoms company. Expert communication specialists established for 25 years. If you're looking for a new telephone system, faster, more efficient broadband, new phone lines, or cost savings on your existing lines, if you're moving offices or upgrading your mobile phone, then contact Green Telecom on 01494 77 5500 or visit greentelecom.co.uk. Green Telecom. Phone the world without paying the earth.
You could be driving in your car. You could be walking your dog. You might just be working. But whatever you're doing, you're also listening to Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM. And if you're in business, your potential new customers could be listening too. So talk to them and let them know what you have to offer. Radio is a cost-effective and proven way to get your message across. And Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM could put together an affordable package that could work for you. So call 01494 449900 or email contact@wycombesound.org.uk.
Mid-mornings on Wycombe Sound.
We're just kind of, trying to highlight all the positive aspects of the town. There are tons. So, anything we can do to kind of boost that.
It's been a really fun year, hasn't it, so far? It's been a whole mixture of different projects, and whether it's events, whether it's looking at actual campaigns, anything individual, there's so much positivity in High Wycombe anyway, let alone then what's being added to it as well.
If you'd told myself back in the 80s that a vet from a low would be saying, come on a motorhome holiday with me, then, goodness me, I don't think I would have believed you.
Having been there, I've tried all these things out myself, I know they work, so that's what I'll be sharing with people on the workshop as well.
Mid-mornings with Jonathan, Colin, Bob or Keith. Weekdays from 10 on Wycombe Sound.
This is Wycombe Sound.
You are listening to Wycombe Sound. The declaration is just being made in Putney, which again is one of those areas that was definitely worth looking at. The Labour candidate has 22,780 votes. That's Fleur Anderson. Fergal McEntee for the Green Party, 1,133. We are waiting for the result for Will Sweet, but we are going to go straight up the hill to the Wycombe Leisure Centre and Chris.
Indeed, thank you very much, Bob. Yes, indeed, we think there's going to be a declaration very, very shortly. The candidates are actually moving towards the rostra, and we're about to hear an announcement very, very soon. Sorry if I'm out of breath, I've just run across from the other side of the room, and of course it's the returning officer Catherine Whitehead who will be making the declaration.
Can you give us any indication of how they're looking at the moment?
So would the candidates like to join me on the stage?
Okay, so we are imminently hearing the result from Wycombe. Steve Baker, obviously the incumbent. Khalil Ahmed standing for Labour, and the reports that we were getting were that it was looking close.
Sorry, there is a step at this end.
Oh, we could have walked around.
Hopefully none of the candidates are injuring themselves as they're entering the stage. Labour have gained Putney from the Conservatives, incidentally.
Julia.
First interesting and good result for Labour of the night.
And we're waiting for Catherine to announce the result very shortly.
Obviously, VJ wants to make an end. Is she going to be long?
Just waiting for VJ at the moment, so he'll come up and join them.
Has somebody told Julia we're here? We're going to do an empty chair.
Yeah. You can hear voices as they're waiting for VJ to join them, and then Catherine will make the announcement. This is Catherine Whitehead, as I say, who is the returning officer for Wycombe District Council. And
is VJ actually there?
One of the tables has just collapsed here, but that's it. It means actually that the count is over earlier. I mean, it's was predicted at 2:30, but it is coming up to 2 o'clock. And I can say, actually, Bob, from what we're gathering, it's very, very close.
Yes, that's what we've been hearing.
That's the news we're getting at the moment. Right.
You can see it, good.
Right, she's here apparently, VJ. She's coming in now. Oh, yes,
it is a man, VJ Thoreau.
Towards me. And then going around to, she'll go to the rostrum and go on the
possibly the returning officer doesn't seem to know either.
Hear the declaration. And yes, there she goes. So she needs to be there, not hanging around. Come on, you're supposed to be there. Get yourself up on the rostrum.
Julia, she's coming now.
Yeah, there
Sounds
she
like
goes.
they're waiting for Julia Wassell as well.
Yes, there she is. Right, very shortly we will hear the declaration for the Wycombe constituency. As Bob is saying, Skies have just warmed their cameras up to get going, and the crowd who are around the rostra, and now all the candidates are on the panel, on the stand, and we shall hear.
So the declaration of the result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Wycombe. I, Catherine Whitehead, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Ahmed Khalil, Labour Party, 20,552. Baker Stephen John, the Conservative Party candidate, 24,766. Bradell Tony Belinda, Liberal Democrat, 6,543. Gemmell Edmund John, Independent, 191. Sims Peter James, Green Party, 1,000.
Well, I think you got the result, or certainly the gist of the result there. So Steve Baker is returned as the MP for Wycombe with a majority, I think, of around 4,000.
Yeah, and that's very close to the figures that we had last time round in 2017. So I think the Tories last time got 24,000, the Labour Party got 20,000, and the Lib Dems got 4,000. So Tony Bradell has put on 2,000 odd votes for the Liberal Democrats, and what we're missing is how Julia Wassell did. Julia Wassell, the Independent, she is a county councillor and a Wycombe district councillor as well, a very, very popular local councillor, and it would be nice if we could just get a confirmation of what she polled this evening. But Steve returned as the MP for Wycombe for the Conservatives.
So not quite as close as it was being forecast, but I do think that when they're up at those counts, they do like to hype the tension up slightly, don't they?
Yeah, and it's been a very hard-fought campaign in Wycombe.
They're all weary and probably a bit hysterical.
Yeah. Let's just see then if we can get the result for Julia Wassell, just to see, because Julia, being from the Wycombe Independents, is on the left, and I wonder, how much she may have taken away from Khalil.
And very much a very prominent local politician who has a very good reputation locally as well.
Yeah, very popular indeed, and there were lots of posters up in support of Julia around Wycombe that we saw earlier this week.
You are listening to Wycombe Sound. It is our general election coverage. Steve Baker has been returned as the Member of Parliament for Wycombe. We still await declarations in Beaconsfield, Chesham and Amersham, Maidenhead. We understand that Maidenhead is fairly imminent because Theresa May has already arrived. And we also await for the declarations in Aylesbury and in Buckingham.
National and international news on 106.6 FM. This is Wycombe Sound.
From the Sky News Centre at 2. Boris Johnson's gamble to call a snap general election looks to have paid off. A broadcaster's exit poll shows the Conservatives are on course to win a big majority, securing 368 MPs. That forecast appears to be borne out in the early results, with the Tories taking Workington, Darlington and Blythe Valley, which have all been held by Labour for decades. Cabinet Office Minister Michael Gove says the result gives a new emphasis to hit the next Brexit deadline at the end of January.
The Prime Minister was very clear. He would use a mandate, if the British people gave him one, to make sure that we had the withdrawal agreement concluded by the 31st, and we then moved quickly and expeditiously to secure a new arrangement with the EU. But we can do that in a timely way.
Jeremy Corbyn's party's forecast to get 191 seats. That would be its lowest total for decades. Labour's Dawn Butler says the Conservatives' message throughout the campaign seems to have won over voters.
You know, you cannot deny that that was a great soundbite. You know, get Brexit done. It's very simple to digest. It's very simple to repeat. The fact that it isn't true and you can't just get Brexit done didn't really matter.
Former Labour Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, says if the exit poll is correct, Jeremy Corbyn will have to resign. There could be good news for the SNP, which could return to near complete dominance in Scotland, securing 55 of the country's 59 constituencies. It could gain the Lib Dem leader Jo Swinson's seat in East Dunbartonshire. Her party is expected to get 13 seats overall. Elsewhere, Plaid Cymru's forecast to end the night on 3, the Greens on 1. Its co-leader, Jonathan Bartley, is blaming Jeremy Corbyn for agreeing to the election in the first place.
Labour voted full square for this general election. It took them a couple of attempts, but then they went for it and they believed that they could win it. And we thought that was a very reckless thing to do.
Meanwhile, the exit poll results led to a surge in the value of the pound. That's the latest. I'm Barry Weir.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound, online, on Radio Player and on 106.6 FM.
2 minutes past 2 o'clock, you are listening to Wycombe Sound. It is our general election results special. So the Wycombe result came in at 1:57 a.m. and was as follows. Steve Baker, the Conservative candidate, winning 24,766 votes. Labour's Khalil Ahmed with 20,552. The Lib Dems' Tony Brodel with 6,543. Peter Sims for the Green Party, 1,454. Julia Wassell for the Wycombe Independent Party. She polled 926. Ed Gemmell got 191. He was the independent candidate. And Vijay Soro for UKIP getting 324. So Steve getting home fairly comfortably in the end. We are awaiting the results in Beaconsfield. We understand that that's going to be a little while, but Maidenhead apparently is imminent. The story really of the night, though, very much it looks like Boris Johnson is romping home. The only result of note so far that has gone in Labour's direction is that of Putney. Other than that, the Conservatives making some incredible gains tonight, particularly in the northeast of England. I'm joined in the studio by Philippa Sawyer and also by Cheryl Tiso, both Wycombe Sound volunteers. Cheryl, who has been here since the very beginning at 10 o'clock, and Pippa, who joined us at about 1:30 after Mark Shaw had to leave. Pippa, Steve Baker comfortably returned then.
Well, you say comfortably, Bob. He's polled 24,000 odd, which is about the same as 2017. But let's not forget that in 2015 he had a majority of 14,000. That was halved in 2017, down to 7,000. I'm talking in round numbers here. And his majority this time round is just 4,000.
Do you want me to give you the exact numbers? Or no, I don't think.
No, I don't think we need to do that. We can see
last time 6,578, and yes, okay. So going down. I wonder whether this, whether this actually he's reached the bottom now, because clearly he's been campaigning on Brexit. He said in his interview with me that things have been very, very different and unusual over the last couple of years. If Boris now gets Brexit delivered, I wonder whether at the election, possibly in 4 or 5 years' time, whether or not we might actually see that go up again.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair to Steve, Brexit is what drives him. It's what made him come into politics in the first place, the whole European issue. He didn't come into politics because he had a passion particularly for education or the NHS or the economy. It was the whole European issue and democracy and governance and so on that got him into politics in the first place. So I think there's been a lot of criticism of him spending all his time in Westminster and not being here in the constituency where there's so many things that need his attention. So I'm not surprised to see his majority has gone down, but he'll sleep well tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, majority of 4,214, and so the previous majority is 6,578. So so it's gone down by a couple of thousand. But whereas I think back in 2017 it was very much sort of said by those from Wycombe Sound who were at the council that actually you could see that that he was quite surprised and disappointed. I think you're right. I think probably tonight actually he'll sleep quite well. I
think so. Yeah. Who's not going to sleep well in Wycombe tonight? I don't know really. I mean, Khalil for the Labour Party. I know that they were certainly working very hard. We saw them around the university trying to get those students on board and to get those young people who I guess traditionally hashtag grand sweeping statement, but young people are perhaps more likely to vote or be sympathetic to the Labour Party, and that's not come together for him. Interestingly as well, Julia Wassell, she's probably taken a bit away from Khalil tonight. You got the Greens as well, so perhaps if you'd added all of those up together, that's where it would have started to look very close.
Yes, yeah.
The question mark for me is, what on earth is UKIP doing standing in Wycombe? Why?
We all wondered that question.
The Brexit Party stood down because it was a Tory-held seat, and what on earth are UKIP thinking? Is it the only thing I can think of, though I'm prepared to say out loud, is that they wanted a tougher Brexit than Boris has on offer. And that's the only thing I can think of. UKIP are very much for the clean break, for the no deal. Let's just walk away, cut all ties, and start again, and let the Europeans come to us. That's the only thing I can think of. But
and unfortunately, we can't give an answer because Vijay Saro was unable to find time during the election campaign to come in and speak to Wycombe Sound, whereas everybody else, to be fair to Vijay, he did come in for the roundtable discussion. And he definitely has attended all of the hustings in Wycombe that I've seen. But interestingly, wasn't able, was what he said, to find time to come in for a one-to-one interview. Which makes me slightly wonder whether he just relished the opportunity of actually being able to badger Steve Baker with regards to Brexit. Whereas, the prospect of coming in for a one-to-one interview, as I say, 5-week general election campaign and you're standing for Parliament, I was surprised that he was unable to find the time. But again, maybe he'll speak to Chris later on and we'll be able to address that.
Did you ask Mark Shaw about the business of putting down a deposit and losing your deposit, and under what circumstances that happens? Because we've got...
I keep now thinking of things that we should have asked Mark Shaw. Which is always the way, isn't it?
We did brush on deposits, and then we came away from it, and we didn't quite dig any deeper.
Okay, well, we'll have to give Mark a call later, I think.
Yes, we will.
Because we've got Ed Gemmell who got 190 something.
Yes,
191, I think it was, and then Vijay as well. And I wonder at what point...
Ed Gemmell, 191, Vijay 324, Julia with 926, so again won't have got her deposit. I don't believe. And Peter Sims with his 1,454. Again, I think that's a lost deposit as well.
I think so, but in the case of the Greens, I think the Green Party, they know that they're not going to win the seats, but it's about putting that green agenda out in front of everybody when we're all focused on politics. And I think for the Green Party and for everything they stand for, that's just part of the cost of getting the message out. So I get that, and I think the Green Party have accounted for that. They've they've certainly got the message out across Wycombe. They've been at all the hustings and so on, and obviously it's something that we're all talking about in terms of climate change and, you know, being more eco and recycling and transportation and all of those things.
And the Greta effect. But I think the interesting thing, and I was expecting actually that Peter Simms probably would go up considerably, but when you actually look at the last 3 elections in Wycombe, so 2015, when Jem Bailey stood for the Greens, she polled 3,086.
Really?
Whereas Peter last time in 2017, 1,182. This time 1,454. I would have thought that, you know, the whole green environmental movement has never been more in the news than it is at the moment.
I think potentially a lot of the Green vote went elsewhere as a tactical vote as well.
Good point.
During this particular election, so I think actually it's not necessarily a clear indication of their support in the local area.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And also, of course, because it is such a high-profile subject these days, you know, one of the first things Steve Baker said at the panel discussion that we hosted was, "We are all environmentalists now." Do you remember that,
Yes,
Bob?
I do. Yes.
So, you know, maybe if somebody
previously, like a rock star might have said, not the MP for Wycombe.
It's Bono,
yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. You know, oh yes, we're all I'm not going to try and do the Irish accent, but you could see that, couldn't you? We're all environmentalists now.
Yes, absolutely. So it would be nice to hear if we can maybe go back and hear what Steve had to say a little bit later. And at the moment we're waiting, I think, for Beaconsfield is going to be coming up shortly.
So I think Beaconsfield still is a little while away, because they seem to only start counting at about 1:30.
Yeah, they
okay.
Which, you know, so I think they're probably quite jealously looking at their colleagues over in Wycombe, who are probably now, you know, packing up and on their way home. Maidenhead might have a result by 2:30, we're hearing. I'm interested that on one of our monitors, Nigel Farage has just popped up, who I haven't seen for quite a long time, saying that the way that the PM's deal is worded is not satisfactory. I do think, and I'm no fan of his particularly. I think he's got a bit of a nerve, actually, you know, even appearing now tonight.
Yeah.
When you know, we all know that actually, well, that's the side that he's on. He is very much of the right of politics, and he's actually been a thorn in the side of the right this evening, as the results in the North East have proved.
Yeah, he needs to just go away and have a long holiday, I think.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see if he does take that advice. I'm not necessarily convinced that he will, but, you know, and it'll be interesting to see what he comes back with.
It looks like he's gone into demand mode, as is per usual. I think he's, you know, saying it's not satisfactory, the wording, and we need this and I want this, but actually, you know, he could have done something by dealing with the election better.
I find it a little bit pathetic, actually, on general election results night, when you then come out and say things, particularly when the result has been so decisive. You know, completely fair play to the Labour candidate in Maidenhead that Mimi spoke to earlier on, you know, who very much was, you know, was looking at the result, was talking about the fact that, yes, of course, there will now be a leadership campaign. You know, that when you've been as resoundingly beaten as that, you know, I think that's what both the people who are your party members and the electorate generally wants to hear, and to see Nigel Farage still really banging on in the same way that he has been over the past couple of years, when it is so decisively clear that, you know, that people have got behind Boris's Brexit strategy is unbelievable.
But the trouble is that the Brexit party, although it's called a party, it's not structured in the same way as your traditional party. So there aren't members, they don't have votes. You know, basically people have... I'll have to be careful with how I word this, but I think people have basically paid for the privilege of standing as a Brexit candidate, but they've got no say in the party. It's not like there's a committee or anything like that. It's a new party. It's only been formed within the last few months, and very much they've had to go straight into this campaign really without having any of their own internal structures and so on in place. So, you know, if Nigel did decide to lie low for a bit, then, you know, who would take over?
It's literally the Brexit Party Limited. It's literally a company.
Yeah.
And they quite openly didn't have any form of manifesto going into the election, because it was all about the one question, which obviously being Brexit Party it would be.
Yeah.
But you've got to have your backup plan.
Also, the whole, you had to pay money to stand. That sounds like one of the things that actually, when we're doing the mid-morning show and we have one of the scam experts on, they'd say, "Oh no, don't fall for that one." Just it's amazing that actually, that they got away with it. The result in Hartlepool is very shortly to be declared. Peter Mandelson's old seat. So it will be interesting to see what happens there. Seats in the northeast definitely have had a habit of going blue tonight, or if they haven't gone blue, then they've come very, very close to it. There is a Brexit Party candidate standing in Hartlepool, Richard Tice. It'll be interesting to see how many votes he gets. Mike Hill is standing for Labour there. Stephen Houghton standing for the Conservatives. Andy Hagan is the Liberal Democrat candidate. You've also got a couple of independent candidates as well. Bringing it slightly back locally, I've also just been told that Alexa Collins of Labour has turned up to the Beaconsfield count as well. So the fact that the candidates are beginning to arrive in Beaconsfield possibly means that actually that declaration might be a little bit earlier. And we can now cross to the Wycombe Leisure Centre, and Chris has Steve Baker.
I do indeed, and Steve's with me now. Congratulations, you're back as our MP.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be back, of course, but I'm also well aware that I've lost a few thousand voters on this occasion.
You have indeed. It's gone down by 2,000 to 4,200.
It's been a chastening campaign. I have been stridently condemned by a number of voters, which I shall always remember. I've also been lauded and praised by voters on my side of the argument. I've certainly gained Labour voters. One gentleman in particular, 3 generations of Labour voting, followed closely what I've done and decided he would vote Conservative and vote for me. So I've had both praise and condemnation. It's been a chastening campaign, but I remain convinced that everything that I've done was necessary. If I had not done what lies in the past, then we would not have had a deal around which the Conservative Party could unite, and this country would be falling apart. So I remain proud of what I've done, but it's now the case that I need to demonstrate to former Conservative voters in Wycombe that we can move forward and unite around the future which Boris has negotiated.
The comments I was getting on the doorstep was that everything else had been almost strangled, everything had gone, it was Brexit, Brexit, Brexit. And things like the national health, the fact the accident and emergency. I saw pictures of you bringing Matt Hancock down here.
Yeah, so it's not the case that everything else had gone by the board, but certainly there's been no capacity in the media to report anything else. I'm certain that I've carried out a wide range of other tasks in my time in Parliament in the last few years. But it is certainly the case that dealing with Brexit in a minority parliament has been utterly debilitating for our political system. Utterly debilitating. When I became a minister in the Department for Exiting the EU, we expected that the government could collapse at any moment, and we've been limping forward in minority, and it has done the country no good at all. So if this exit poll is anything like correct, and we have a clear majority with which to govern, then I believe that will do the country a great deal of good to get back to having a manifesto, keeping the promises in the manifesto, and governing in the national interest, and that's what I hope we'll do.
You support Boris's current Brexit plan?
Absolutely, yes. So we had to make some considerable compromises to accept the withdrawal agreement because Boris only changed the backstop. But in the way he changed the backstop and the future that he's negotiated, that makes it possible to have a great relationship with the European Union, but one crucially consistent with being an independent country outside the EU's legal order and the political project of integration. Because let's not forget, the EU is not only about trade, it's about a wide range of other areas of integration. And the country voted to leave, however imperfectly, and that's what we must do. So I think if we deliver with Boris's deal with strength and confidence, we'll deliver a relationship which I think anyone objective will be able to look at and admire.
I'm smiling because all your supporters are all having their pictures taken over there. They're obviously going to want you to join them very shortly.
They clearly do, but Wycombe Sound comes first tonight, I'm afraid.
Well done.
All right, thank you very much. And a huge thank you to everybody who did vote Conservative, and to those who didn't on this occasion. You know, I hear you, I feel chastened, and I do now have to get on and deliver this manifesto.
Yes, and work.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Steve.
Chris, we are looking forward to seeing Steve in the Wycombe Sound studios more often as well. If you could mention that to him, because he did mention that to me when we had our chat earlier on this month.
Yes, indeed. I certainly will go and mention it to him. As I say, his supporters are all coming over, wanting him to be centre stage in their picture, which is why we ended up cutting that interview a little bit shorter than I'd planned. But they're all there having big smiles. But he was a reduced majority, and he recognises that he has obviously clearly lost a bit through what he's been doing. But having said that, I think Bob Khalil has added to the percentage votes. I haven't done my maths yet. I was hoping to do those before we talked to Steve, but I think Khalil's results have gone up. 20,000 is amazing for the Labour Party. But having said that, I've just looked at last figures. It was 20,188.
Oh, you've beaten me to it, yes.
Rafiq Raja actually got in 2017, and Khalil has got 20,552, so it's only actually gone up by about 400, less than 400 votes, so it hasn't actually gone up that much. What's interesting is that the Liberals have gone from 4,000 to 6,500, so there was obviously an increased Liberal vote.
I can hear that they do sound like they're beginning to clear up quite rapidly there.
Yes, they are.
Have all of the other candidates disappeared, or is anyone hanging around?
No, the place is deserted. The only people that are left here at the moment are the Tories, the Conservative supporters, who obviously, as I say, were having their pictures taken, big smiles on their face, all here. And of course, Steve is still here doing an interview with the Bucks-Free Press. That's all that's left. 2 policemen and a few people.
OK, well, thank you very much, Chris. Sterling job up at the Wycombe Counts, and make sure that you don't end up having to help put the tables away or anything like that. Many thanks for reporting in from the Wycombe constituency. That is Chris Phillips up at the Wycombe Leisure Centre. A different story up at Buckingham and Aylesbury. Apparently, Claire Sherman telling us that they're still nowhere near getting a result there. Also hearing in Amersham and Chesham that the declaration is likely to be made between 3 and 3:30, and that things are looking very close in Beaconsfield as well. Whilst Chris was speaking to Steve Baker, the result came through from Hartlepool, which yet again, I know we keep now saying about it, the Brexit Party effect. So Labour were returned. Their candidate got 15,464 votes. That's Mike Hill. Stephen Houghton for the Conservatives got 11,869. Richard Tice for the Brexit Party coming third with 10,603 votes.
Yeah.
So Labour holding that purely because the vote was split between the Conservatives and the Brexit Party.
Yeah, and the Brexit Party, it was their chairman, Richard Tice is the chairman of the Brexit Party.
I think he was one of the highest sort of like ranking people in the Brexit Party to stand for.
Yes, he absolutely was. And he went for Hartlepool because Hartlepool was one of the highest Leave votes, I do believe. So that's why he went for Hartlepool. And again, here we go. The Brexit vote has been split between the Conservatives and the Brexit Party. And if the Brexit Party had stood down, then the Conservatives may have taken that seat. But as it is, Labour returned in Hartlepool. It's been a Labour seat for a very long time. And going back to Peter Mandelson and, of course, years and years before that. So, again, more questions for the Brexit Party to answer.
One just for Mark Shaw, wherever he happens to be. I'm sure he is listening to Wycombe Sound. I think this was one of the ones that he mentioned that he did stand as the agent in. Hemel Hempstead, the Conservatives have held that. You'll be glad to know, Mark, I'm sure. Majority of 14,563. Having said that, he did seem to be an agent in pretty much, I think he possibly named all 650 constituencies whilst he happens to be
He's marvellous. He's just everywhere.
It's quite impressive, isn't it?
So Hemel is true blue,
traditionally Tory.
But Watford, just up the road from Hemel Hempstead, that's one to watch, and we've not had the result from Watford.
No, we haven't. No, was Labour during the Blair years, and then went back to being Conservative. But yes, very much is a constituency that does change hands occasionally. We can see on the monitor that Jeremy Corbyn has arrived at his count. Be interesting to hear what he has to say. I think again you can pretty much guarantee that he will have held Islington North, but not...
He looks a bit stressed.
Yeah, yes.
Should we just say that and leave that there?
Again, he has got that England football manager look, hasn't he?
Yeah,
When they just lost 2-0 to Iceland or something.
Yeah.
He's not looking particularly chirpy at the moment. You are listening to Wycombe Sound. 2:25 is the time.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Deadlines to meet, targets to reach, clients to see. You're busy, and the last thing you need is to be thinking about your business IT. Take the headache out of it with CST. We offer the best possible technical support service and can tailor-make solutions for your infrastructure, whatever your requirements. Outsourcing your IT is cost-effective, and with CST, you'll have total support. For more information, visit cstlimited.com. CST. As IT should be.
Getting rid of the gravel path, replacing the old garden gate, or just doing a little DIY. If you have some bits left over, you can always bring them to your local household recycling centre. Charges for non-household waste start at just £2.50, and you can pay using contactless cards or even your phone. Just take a look online to see what you may need to pay before you travel, so when you do visit, you'll be ready to tap, tip and go. For opening times and a list of prices, head to buckscc.gov.uk and click Household Recycling Centres. Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas Present Appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the county. We'd welcome donations of small value gifts. Gifts for ages between 10 and 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each child. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas Present Appeal, proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
Drive time, weekdays from 4.
Wycombe Santa is out and about on his sleigh. He will be in the Battersbury area, which of course Duncan knows exactly where that is.
It's a lovely part of town.
He's going to be also in Dean's Garden.
Does Dean know?
I hope so.
Get out my garden!
And Warren Wood.
Does Warren know?
I don't know.
Why does he just go around odd people's places? Lucky old Dean and Warren.
I hope they know.
Drive time. Back this afternoon from 4. This is Wycombe Sound.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound. Bob Johnson with you on our election night special. The turnout for Buckingham has just been revealed. 76.6%, up a good 10% on the turnout for 2017. But of course, you have to remember that Buckingham was the Speaker John Bercow's seat. And so you can understand why probably, in fact, it's quite impressive that actually in 2017, 66% of people bothered to go out and vote because, of course, tradition dictates that the main parties stand aside when the Speaker is standing, and so last time John Bercow's majority was 25,725, but there is a proper contest going on there tonight with the Liberal Democrats, Labour, Conservative, an Independent, an English Democrat and the Brexit Party all contesting the seat in Buckingham. And we can cross now to Claire Sherman, who is at the count for both Buckingham and Aylesbury, because they are happening in the same place. Hello, Claire.
Hello.
So how are things going? When we spoke to you earlier on, it all sounded quite quiet, and they were very kindly finding you some soya milk. I'm imagining things have livened up a bit since then.
Well, they did liven up a bit, and now it's getting a bit subdued now. I mean, we've had the verification for Aylesbury and for Buckingham, and now they're actually doing the count now. So all of the candidates have been watching the television and seeing how it's going in the rest of the country. So, yeah, it is getting a little bit subdued now. It got very noisy at one point, but now it's quietening down a bit.
Have they given you any indication at all as to how long it might be and what time they will be revealing results in either constituency?
Well, they've only just started counting, so I would say it's still going to be between about 5 and 6.
Wow. Okay. So sorry, Claire.
Long night.
You definitely drew the short straw then when we sent you there.
Well, I've got a nice building to be in. I may well have the nicest building. And I keep on being locked in the cafe, and then I can't get out again.
Well, that
sounds all right, but my phone's going to die.
that always sounds like a good place to be. We shall be back with you a little bit later on when hopefully you might be a little bit closer to declaring the results. Ian Duncan Smith has held his constituency of Chingford and Woodford Green. Very close, though.
Wow.
He hung on by 1,000 votes plus a little bit more. So the Labour candidate, Fazine Shireen, polled 22,419. Ian Duncan Smith polling 23,481. It does seem that actually the closer or the more south you go, the closer things are, and the better actually the result is for Labour.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that as more of the London seats and some of the sort of greater London areas are declared. So I'm looking forward to things like Richmond, Twickenham, those sorts of areas, which are traditionally actually very strong Lib Dem areas, aren't they?
And we have already seen Putney, which has gone to Labour.
Yeah.
Which is really the only result so far tonight that has really stood out for them. Whereas obviously the so-called red wall has very much been battered up in the northeast.
And Stella Creasy has held Walthamstow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and talking about the Red Wall, the Blythe Valley, that's been Labour since 1935. It ain't anymore. Wrexham, Labour since 1935. And Lee, that was Labour since 1922.
And have they gone
They've all gone Conservative, yeah.
I mean, again, Wrexham doesn't sound like somewhere that should go Conservative. You would imagine, if it didn't go Labour, that possibly it would go Plaid Cymru.
Yeah.
But certainly it doesn't sound like a Tory area. But again, I would imagine, and I'm only guessing here, but I would imagine it's probably an area that voted to leave.
I think it was all pretty strong Leave over there, wasn't it? Yeah. So there's two trends that we need to watch at the moment. One is the Tory progress in their target seats. So we've seen the Vale of Clwyd, Peterborough, Wrexham, Darlington. Is that going to continue? And also wildcard gains as well, which are sort of outside the list, like Lee, where Labour lost a 10,000 majority. So... we just keep watching as they keep rolling out.
We're still hearing that it looks close in Beaconsfield. No sign, apparently, of Dominic Grieve there yet, who, of course, has been Beaconsfield's MP since 1997. I know that we've explained this a few times, but we will explain it again because it is Beaconsfield is normally, and I did say it earlier on, I felt a little bit bad, but actually, as a constituency, it's normally one of the more boring areas because you're absolutely pretty much guaranteed that the Conservatives will get in. It has had the title of being the Conservatives, or one of the Conservatives' safest seats previously. However, this time it is a very interesting race because, of course, Dominic Grieve was thrown out of the Conservative Party for his objections to Brexit, and so he is standing there as an independent, and he is seeking to overturn his own majority, which was 24,543. The result for Battersea is just coming in. The Conservative Party candidate Kim Caddy has polled 21,000 votes. It has to be said, we're just looking on our monitors. The Labour candidate is looking very pleased. The Conservative candidate's looking a little bit fed up. But again, that possibly doesn't mean anything.
The Labour candidate got a huge round of applause there, and we lost the figure, so I think it looks like she's taken it.
And she, yes, I think pretty much by everyone's reaction. So they have taken it there. Labour also holding Canterbury. Which again is not necessarily a place that you would expect them to hold. So Rosie Duffield being returned there with 29,018 votes. That is a majority of 1,836.
And I'm just reading as well that the Tories have seized Stockton South with a massive swing. So Stockton, another one up in the north east, Stockton-on-Tees.
Yeah.
So we're definitely now beginning to get some of the more interesting results. We can now go back over to Maidenhead, where Mimi Harker has been speaking to Donna Simpson, who is the election agent for Theresa May.
It's been pretty exciting so far, but we are not there yet. We're still nearing the end of the count.
How far away do you think we are?
Oh, 20 to 30 minutes.
I think you're right, and the piles of paper, I think, speak for themselves, don't they?
Oh, I hope so. It's looking pretty exciting for Theresa.
Not if, but when she wins this seat, what do you think she will do as one of her first priorities?
Oh, she'll dance.
Really?
No, she won't. I hope she will work on sustainability and a green priority for the borough. I think she will go back to her love of Maidenhead and being the fantastic MP that she is. And just keep delivering for Maidenhead as she always has.
One of the things that really comes across when you're talking to people is that she shines through as a really, really wonderful, much-loved constituency MP.
She is. I have canvassed with her for quite some time, regularly on a Saturday afternoon, and she is so well-loved. When we walk through the streets, when people open the door to her, they are just delighted, and she has the star quality about her as well. So people just love to see her on the streets. And she's very well known, obviously. She's been around a long time, but she's as fresh as a daisy. When people open the door to her, they're just delighted to see her.
Well, she looks pretty stunning this evening as well.
She does. Did you see the shoes?
I did. Very lovely. And the suit is extremely elegant.
And that's after a whole day of canvassing in the pouring rain. So there you go.
Well, she looks magnificent. So, and what about you? What are your plans for the future?
Well, I am in charge of climate change for the borough, and one of the things that we're doing is we've got a cross-party climate workshop going, and we have stakeholder engagement workshops going on. It's particularly exciting. I have to go and be with my candidate. Will you excuse me? Thank you for the interview.
Thank you very much. We have some announcements coming through.
Mimi, thank you very much there at the count in Maidenhead. It does sound like there may be a declaration there very shortly. As soon as there is, then we will cross over to Mimi. I love the fact that actually she managed to get shoes into that interview as well, which, if you know Mimi, will not actually surprise anyone at all.
Well, I think we need to know more about the shoes.
Yes. Yes, well, and she didn't actually ask about Theresa's leather trousers, which was a bit of a disappointment. We definitely needed to know a little bit more about that. But yes, we are hearing that, yes, Maidenhead is fairly imminent. Chesham and Amersham declaration are likely to be made between 3 and 3:30. We know that the candidates are arriving in Denham for the Beaconsfield result. Joy Morrissey is there, the Conservative candidate, as she seeks to become Beaconsfield's new MP, seeing if she can defeat Dominic Grieve, who is aiming to overturn his own majority of 24,500. Conservatives have gained Scunthorpe from Labour, another one of those places that you really wouldn't expect really particularly to go to the Conservatives. Labour are holding some seats. We can have a look at the latest tally at the moment. So the latest tally of seats as we have it, the Conservatives currently have 55 seats, that's a gain of 8. Labour with 53, that's down 10. The SNP have 9 seats, that's up 2. The exit poll forecast that the SNP would have 55 seats, which yet again means that they're going to have a very, very strong showing in Scotland. Plaid Cymru have 2, the Liberal Democrats 1, and the others currently 3. We shall keep our eye on that, but as we await the result in Maidenhead, I don't think that we're really expecting there's going to be any particular surprise in the Maidenhead constituency. I think Theresa May is going to be returned fairly comfortably.
I would expect nothing less in Maidenhead, I have to say.
And it definitely is slightly less exciting than last time when there were 13 candidates, including Lord Buckethead, Howling Lord Hope, and also a man who stood for the Give Me Back My Elmo party. This time there's only 4 of them.
Did he get Elmo back, though?
Well,
I'm a bit concerned about this.
He only got 3 votes.
So presumably one of those three people knew where Elmo was.
Possibly, yeah, which
and
presumably
maybe
was
returned
him.
Elmo. So
Yes.
there you go.
Bobby Smith, it was, who stood for the Give Me Back My Elmo party. I don't know whether it was the same Elmo that stood against David Cameron, because that is one of the images that I can remember
controversial, wasn't
from
it?
from the 2015 election. Was that all of the cameras, of course, went over when
Yes.
David Cameron's constituency was declared, and somehow David Cameron's minders had not, had failed to sort of make sure that Elmo was down one end.
I remember that.
And so David Cameron ended up. We have the High Sheriff of Berkshire apparently with Mimi Harker, so we are going to cross back to Maidenhead right now. Mimi.
Hello, Bob. How are you holding up?
Yes, we are holding up very well, thank you. We will interrupt our conversation about Elmo from Sesame Street because I understand that you have someone far more important with you.
I do. I have Lucy Zeal, who is the High Sheriff of Berkshire, with me. So I thought we'd have a quick word before we finally declare what's happening here in Maidenhead.
That sounds very good. We understand that you are declaring fairly shortly. It sounds like things are
going
happening.
To be declaring, yes, it is happening.
I will let you speak to her before the declaration.
Fantastic. So let me just ask you, Lucy, it's great to see you this evening.
It's nice to see you too.
So, Lucy, you're the High Sheriff of Berkshire. What does that mean, and why are you here this evening?
Yes, I'm the High Sheriff of Berkshire. It's a role I am holding for 1 year. And as High Sheriff, I am the returning officer. So I'm here to declare the result for Maidenhead.
Do you know, I never knew that was one of the roles that you could perform.
It is, and obviously it doesn't happen every year. It's just fortunate for me that I've got this opportunity to do something which would never happen normally.
And how are you bearing up? Because it's quite a late night for you, I suspect.
Funny, being in here, there's sort of no windows. It could be day or it could be night. Actually, I think it's quite late, but it doesn't feel that late.
That is so true. That is actually a really true statement. You cannot tell what the world is doing outside of these walls. It's brilliant. So when you go up there, have you had some training for what you're going to say?
I've been given the words and I just need to make sure I make the right announcement, because if I don't, legally what I say is what happens.
Well, so you could actually declare the wrong person as the new MP and it would be the law.
Hopefully I won't do that.
It's quite a big responsibility.
It certainly is. I think I'll manage though.
Absolutely, and I expect you probably have a full diary tomorrow as well, don't you, or later today?
No, tomorrow's a clear day, so I'm looking forward to that. I've got a few things on Saturday and also Sunday, and then the build up to Christmas. But this is definitely the latest I've gone to bed for a while.
Indeed, I can't do this anymore. I'm quite interested to see how I cope with this tomorrow or later today. It is a bit like jet lagged, it really is. So I'm going to let you go, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Goodbye.
Brilliant. There you go, Bob. So that's a nice quick interview there before we declare.
Okay, yes, so the pressure must be on. I can imagine now that sort of what she's going through, where she knows that probably the eyes of the world will be watching, not maybe quite as much as they were 2 years ago, but even so, it will still be an interesting declaration.
Absolutely.
And any idea sort of how far away it is now?
I'm going to say in the next 15 minutes or so.
Okay, fantastic. We will come back to you when they declare in Maidenhead. Mimi Harker there for Wycombe Sound. Cheryl Tissot is still with me. So, Cheryl, very much you are definitely more to the centre and to the left. And so I think it's fair to say that really you haven't enjoyed, I know you've enjoyed being here at Wycombe Sound, but you haven't enjoyed the way that things have been going.
It hasn't been a completely pleasant evening in that regard. I'm not saying I'd support anyone in particular, but I do have concerns about where we will be heading in the next 4 or 5 years now. And I think it just has to be sort of said that some people will be feeling, grief maybe.
Yeah,
at this result,
probably that.
And shell shock, because actually I did truly believe that I never thought that Jeremy Corbyn would be heading into Downing Street, in a few hours' time. But I do genuinely believe that he would have done better. I hoped for a hung parliament, actually, because that was probably the best thing we were going to get, to make sure that we didn't sail off into the sunset on a Conservative whim. But this is where we are. So Interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting, and not what I expected.
No, I think I agree with you. I expected possibly there to be a hung parliament. I thought that Boris and the Tories would get back in as the biggest party. Yes, definitely. But that they may well be forced yet again to look for coalition partners, or possibly to continue as a minority government. I thought that had that happened, then Labour obviously again would be looking for a new leader, as they probably are, and possibly that there would be another general election, maybe a year, 2 years down the line, which maybe then would produce a different result.
Yeah, and none of us really want another one so soon, so that's ironed that one out.
Brenda from Bristol and all of those people.
Bristol,
definitely,
another one, but I think also I do worry about the checks and balances now. But we have a democracy. Democracy has spoken, and that's where we are. But that's my general feeling at the moment.
The Conservatives have gained Wolverhampton North East, which again is one of those areas that probably you wouldn't imagine that they would. They have also gained Ipswich from Labour. Labour have held Ealing Southall, so yet again Labour doing okay in the London area, but elsewhere not doing nearly as well.
Conservatives also gained Redcar as well.
Okay. Pippa.
I've got a nice little fun moment from Ruth Davidson, who did make a promise to skinny dip in Loch Ness if the SNP came through with 50 plus seats, and she's just said it's not looking great, I'm not gonna lie.
So in the exit poll they were forecast to win 55 of the seats. And I think again, my knowledge of how many seats there are in Scotland is not fantastic, but I think there's possibly either 56 or 58 in Scotland, so it is going to look very yellow up in Scotland.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Coming back to London, though, and Mark, before he left us, said the Conservatives never really gained much ground back after Boris left as Mayor of London. London's always been a Labour-leaning city, of course, and so as more results come through, I expect we're going to see some Tory losses there.
Yes, I mean the fact that Boris was returned obviously as London Mayor for 2 terms, but clearly now Labour are in London with regards to the mayoralty. But yes, it will be interesting to see how the result is in London compared to the rest of the country.
And the mayoralty, of course, up for grabs again next year.
Yes.
But seats yet to declare in London. We've got people like David Lammy and Diane Abbott, of course Sam Geema, Chuka Amuna, Chuka again, of course.
That'll be a Chuka. You're never quite sure which party he's actually standing for.
No, exactly, and we're still waiting for a number of these MPs who crossed the floor without holding by-elections. So are the public now going to hold them to account?
The wonderfully named constituency of West Bromwich West, which you do think they possibly could have come up with something different than that, has gone to Conservative from Labour. They have just gained that seat, West Bromwich West. So we're beginning to see in the West Midlands what we have already seen tonight in the North East, which is seats going from Labour to the Tories.
Have we had Jess Phillips' constituency yet?
No.
She's Yardley.
Yes, or Ladywood, is it? One of the two. Yardley.
I'm still surprised that Labour held Canterbury. I'm not quite sure how they managed that, because again, to me, that's not a Labour constituency at all, but they did manage that tonight. We are still awaiting the result from Maidenhead, which we understand is due imminently. Also locally, still waiting for the results in Chesham and Amersham. Dominic Grieve apparently has arrived at the count in Denham. So,
has he?
Yes. Yep, he is in
Must
the building.
Be imminent.
Okay, let's just go back to the Midlands. Wolverhampton North East. Don't know if we mentioned that one. That's a Conservative gain. They got 51% of the votes there.
Bishop Auckland currently being announced, another one that you wouldn't imagine that would go blue, but the Conservative there has defeated the Labour Party by almost 8,000 votes. That is another Conservative gain from Labour. Dehanna Davison has been elected there with a majority of 7,962. That is in Bishop Auckland, so another seat in the North East has gone to the Conservative Party.
And Burnley, Conservatives have also gained.
But the Conservatives have gained Burnley. Yeah. It really is just like that night of 1997, where it was so amazing that Labour were gaining places like Hove. The fact that they're gaining places like Burnley. Let's cross to Chesham and Amersham now and say good evening once again to Craig. Craig, what's happening in Chesham and Amersham?
Is it still morning, Bob?
I'm not quite sure. I'm still doing the Anton Deck good evening, good morning, but as it's now about to be 3 o'clock in the morning, I think probably good morning now is going to win out.
Okay, whatever works for you. It's been a long night. Yes, good morning. Look, there's not a lot happening here at the moment. Counting is still going on. The candidates are actually walking around, sort of having a look at what's going on, sort of keeping to themselves at the moment. They're quite elusive. But I had a chat earlier with the Greens candidate, Alan Booth. He was quite happy to have a chat, and he's hoping tonight to get back to that 5% that he had a while back. So he's quite positive. But the other thing here, Bob, is that the tea and coffee is still amazing. The sandwiches fantastic.
You do sound like you're holding up quite well. It was very interesting as well hearing your interview with the Green candidate. I thought he was very honest as well.
Yes. Absolutely. No, we had a very good chat, and a small world. His sister lives in Sydney, just up the road.
Okay. So you had a connection there. I know I keep asking this sort of question. Any idea? Have they given you any indication at all of what time it might be declared?
Well, earlier in the night, it was predicted between 3 and 3:30, and it's the general consensus. I think that it will be around about that time. So we're holding out for then, Bob.
OK, thank you very much, Craig. Pippa.
Yeah, we're just hearing from Beaconsfield that Dominic Grieve, the former Tory Attorney General who's standing as an independent in Beaconsfield, concedes he's unlikely to win. He's blaming Jeremy Corbyn and the extent to which the voters were prepared to vote for the Conservatives to keep Corbyn from number 10 Downing Street. So that's hot off the press from Beaconsfield, and we are expecting that result pretty imminently, I understand.
Yes, we will be bringing you the results from there and from Maidenhead and from all of those across South Buckinghamshire as they declare. You are listening to Wycombe Sound.
Hiya, Bucks! No, that's not just me being silly. It's a magazine and the website for Buckinghamshire. Honest. Reviews, food and drink, animals, sport and leisure, shopping. What more do you need? It's all there. Pick up your free copy today or visit hiyabucks.com. You want to know what's really going down? Just one call. Hiya Bucks! Online at hiyabucks.com and available in selected branches of Waitrose and other quality outlets.
Need branded uniform for your business or club? Speak to the experts at Cressex Embroidery and Print. From printed t-shirts for the up-and-coming hen party, corporate wear for office staff, or heavy-duty workwear, we offer a fast turnaround without compromising the quality that has made us the award-winning choice for the past 20 years. Pop into our showroom, where you can find a large selection of the latest clothing and promotional goods, from famous brands such as Regatta, Snickers, and Nike. All work is carried out on site, and our team are always on hand to help and advise. Let Cressex Embroidery and Print transform your image. Find us online at cressex.net or call 01494 533 007.
Do you prefer this sort of cricket to this sort of cricket? Do you prefer this sort of bat to this sort of bat? OK, well, the next 30 seconds may not mean much to you, but if you prefer this sort of foul to this sort of foul, then listen up. Wycombe Sound is looking to expand our sports team. Perhaps you're interested in sports journalism. Maybe you're a fan of a local club and can bring us regular reports from fixtures. Or maybe you want to transfer your passion from the terrace to the studio. We're after any age, background and experience. You just need to be a sports fan and have a knowledge of the local scene. Interested? Email contact@wycombesound.org.uk.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show with Pippa. Weekdays from 7.
Open fire.
My chimney sweep came round. Sounds like I have a big manor house. I really don't.
Was he unconscious?
No, he wasn't, but he said that I might be if I didn't get a couple of knocks.
Good job, you got one then. Well done, chimney sweep.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show. Back this morning from 7. This is Wycombe Sound.
These returning officers, they get your hopes up and then they dash them again. Apparently Maidenhead's now looking about half an hour away. So we'll calm down with that one.
What's happening in Maidenhead, I wonder? What are they up to?
Chuck Umuna has lost the seat of the cities of London and Westminster. Nikki Aitken has won that for the Conservatives with a majority of 3,953. I wonder what Chuck's going to do next.
He'll join another party.
Well, you do wonder. It's difficult to keep up exactly whereabouts he is.
It's not surprising because, you do. If you vote, you don't know where he's going to go.
No, very true. So, yes, so he has lost. A quote from one of the Liberal Democrats saying it's too early to say if the exit poll is correct. Well, I think
not.
I think the only thing to say is whether or not it was correct is actually the size of the Conservative majority.
To be fair, Christine Jardine was interviewed a long time ago, so I think that quote is potentially
that's an old quote,
yeah.
We think. We're seeing that the Lib Dems have held Twickenham, the Conservatives have held Stevenage, which I'm sure will make Mark Shaw happy. Sinn Féin have held Belfast West, which of course always then impacts on the amount of seats that actually you need to get to win the election, because Sinn Féin do not then take their seat in Westminster. So the fact that they have won their first seat, I believe it is their first seat of the night, means that actually the amount of seats that Boris Johnson needs to win to get an outright majority has just fallen. Labour have held Edmonton in London, whilst the Conservatives have held Hornchurch and Upminster. It is 5-3. You are listening to Wycombe Sound, and we can now go and hear from Alexa Collins, who was speaking to Keith Higgins. She is the Labour Party candidate standing in Beaconsfield.
I think it has been a really polite, respectful campaign. There have been a couple of moments where it was perhaps going to get a little bit hairy, and it does get excitable in some of the hustings, and we have all made our points to various degrees. But I think in general we were all very clear on what our positions were in the race and in where we were on the various policy positions, and it didn't need to get nasty. I don't think there's really a point in getting personal about things. There were a couple of attempts made on that, certainly towards myself, and a lot towards Dominic. I don't think it's necessary. I think you need to talk about the facts and not make it personal.
Absolutely, and as I said, it was quite refreshing to see the sort of polite and, as you said, respectful way you guys conducted yourselves. So well done for that. Let's hope the rest of the country can copy. So, what were the sort of things you were finding when you spoke to constituents? What were the sort of main issues they wanted to talk to you about?
I think we quite clearly we had a lot of Brexit on the doorstep. Also a lot of NHS, a lot of housing, but at the end of the day, what people were upset about is about Brexit, and I found it quite astonishing that in a lot of the sort of social housing areas and that I knocked doors in, I had people that were telling me who I would have assumed to be Labour voters, except I don't assume that, and that's why I knocked doors. And they had traditionally been Labour voters, but they were voting Tory for Brexit, and that's devastating.
Absolutely, and we'll talk about the exit poll and what's happening in a moment, but were there any sort of local issues you picked up on, unique to the Beaconsfield area?
Well, I mean, I am involved in local issues anyway, so In Beaconsfield town, they're very concerned about the local plan because a lot of that area is in Greenbelt, and there's a local plan which is looking to build about 1,400 houses in the area, which could significantly change the town. It's about a 20% increase, and I don't see why that's being pushed through ahead of the local government organisation, because we're going to have a new unitary authority within the next 6 months. So rather than pushing it through, which is what South Bucks District Council seem to be trying to do, personally, rather than waste the money, I would ask the Secretary of State to put that on hold, wait for the new shape of the new county where it's not all in Greenbelt, and look at it in a different way.
The exit polls early on seem to be giving the Conservatives a hell of a majority. I've lost touch since then. I know the Labour won Putney, I believe, which was not unexpected, but nevertheless, a nice little fillet. But if the exit poll is true, obviously it's going to be devastating and disappointing for the Labour Party.
It is absolutely devastating. And looking at the North East and the Midlands, there are traditional Labour seats that have been Labour for years and years, and they are also the big Brexit seats, and they're going Tory, and it's absolutely devastating. It needs a complete rethink. The red wall has gone. We'll have to look at how we can fix this, because we still have a totally divided country. We cannot face another 5 years of austerity. We'll have to try and bring the country back together somehow.
That's Alexa Collins, who is standing for the Labour Party in Beaconsfield. We hope to have a result from there within the next hour or so. You are listening to Wycombe Sound.
National and international news on 106.6 FM. This is Wycombe Sound.
From the Sky News Centre at 3. It looks like the results of the general election exit poll predicting a big Conservative win are being reflected in the official totals. The Tories have taken Workington, Lee, Darlington and Blythe Valley, which have all been held by Labour for decades. Projections show Boris Johnson could end up with 368 MPs and a very healthy majority of 86. Justice Secretary Robert Buckland says the Tories are making gains all over.
What I'm really pleased to see is the geographical spread of seats, getting James Davis back in the Vale of Clwyd, Paul Bristow after many attempts winning in Peterborough, but those seats up in Cumbria and in Northumberland and County Durham. This is a Conservative party that will represent the whole of the country.
Labour could be in line for their lowest seat total since 1935. It's estimated they'll end up on 191, although Jeremy Corbyn's party has taken Putney from the Tories in the last hour. Despite that, Labour's Jess Phillips says her party needs to radically change.
It's horrendous, it's heartbreaking, it's painful. It's painful for the people that I need to serve. It's painful for all of my constituents who are facing real challenges because of decisions made by the people who have governed us for nearly a decade.
The exit poll also suggests the Lib Dems will get 13 MPs. Plaid Cymru could get 3 and the Greens 1. The Brexit Party aren't expected to get any. Leader Nigel Farage says his preference for Prime Minister is Boris Johnson, but he's not entirely convinced by the Conservatives' Brexit message.
The slight problem, of course, is that getting Brexit done isn't really true, because if we pass the withdrawal agreement as it is, unamended, then I fear we're in for perhaps up to 3 years of agonising negotiations.
The SNP has already taken seats off the Tories and Labour and is projected to end on 55. And in just the last few minutes, in North Belfast, the DUP's Nigel Dodds has lost his seat. He was their Westminster leader. Sinn Féin's John Finucane has taken it. That's the latest. I'm Barry Weir.
This is the award-winning Wycombe Sound. Love funk, love soul, love the Funk and Soul Archive on Wycombe Sound.
I'm bringing the Tuesday night fever to Wycombe Sound with 2 hours of back-to-back soul, funk and disco tunes from the 60s right up to some of today's new releases. I'll play you classics that you know and love and some tracks that maybe you never heard before, but you're going to ask yourself why.
We're going to do a song that you never heard before.
Tuesday nights at 10, the Funk and Soul Archive. With Nick Keir, you're listening to Wycombe Sound, online, on Radio Player, and on 106.6 FM.
2 minutes past 3 o'clock. Great excitement in the studio as on our monitor we've just spotted our colleague Keith Higgins. Whilst Dominic Grieve is speaking to the nation, we can see Keith in the background, holding his microphone with his headphones. There's absolutely no idea that we're all looking at him. More importantly, we are hearing that Dominic Grieve may well be in trouble in Beaconsfield as he seeks to overturn his own majority of 24,500. Of course, he was originally the Conservative candidate, who he was back in 2017, but he was thrown out of the party for his opposition to Brexit. Joy Morrissey is now standing as the Conservative candidate in Beaconsfield. Dominic Grieve is now an independent. It has been a very close race there. We hope to bring you that declaration within maybe the next hour or so. Chesham and Amersham, apparently 3 to 3:30 is what we've been told. Looking much longer for Buckingham and Aylesbury, possibly between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. I've been joined in the studio now by Chris Phillips, who was earlier on this evening up at the Wycombe Leisure Centre and was observing the proceedings, and obviously got to speak to both Khalil Ahmed, who ended up as the runner-up, if you can call them that, in the election, and Steve Baker, who is yet again returned as the MP for Wycombe. You spoke to Steve. How was he taking things?
He was a bit, I think he was holding himself back a bit, because he was obviously pleased that he had won, but the fact he'd lost 2,000 of his majority from 2017 was concerning him, and it was a worry for him. And I think at the end of the day, he said in his interview, he's got to do something about that. He's got to come to the people of Wycombe. He felt he hadn't been as open with the people of Wycombe as he should have been. He was focusing on Brexit, I think, and he needs to know that he needs to come back. He was very keen to come back and now be seen around and come into Wycombe Sound. I mean, I think that was one of the good things he wanted to do, was be here and talk to the public. So I think we might see more of him coming on the station, actually.
And he did very much say that to me as well. So I interviewed him, so he came in for the roundtable discussion that we had. He also came in for the one-to-one interview, and at the end of that, very much he was then saying, well, yes, he completely appreciates that actually, things have been completely crazy for the past couple of years in ways that he didn't expect, and that yes, he does very much want to get back to being the local MP. And definitely that will mean that he is more visible. He does want to come into Wycombe Sound and speak to us, possibly on a monthly basis, which would be fantastic, and we would be delighted to see him. And so, as I said to Pippa earlier on, you almost wonder at the next election, be it in 4 or 5 years' time, whether actually you might then begin to see his majority increasing again, because he's not actually as focused on the issue of Brexit.
No. I mean, when you consider that since 2015, in 2015, I think he had 15,000, 16,000 majority, and it's now down to 4,200 and something. That is a massive drop when you think about how the Labour Party, they've had 20,000 under Raja, I think it was last time at 2017. It's still at 20,000. So the Labour Party in Wycombe has actually been getting people together and getting them out in voting, and I think that's a bit of a shock for Steve.
When he first stood in the seat, which was in 2010, so his majority then was 9,560. The Liberal Democrats came second to the Conservatives. Labour were in third that year. In 2015, Steve then had a whopping majority of 14,856. The Labour candidate David Williams that year polling 11,500, and then back in 2017, so Steve getting 26,766. So he actually got more votes in 2017 than he did in 2015, but his majority was cut to 6,578, and then this evening he received 24,766. And so his majority is now 4,214.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, I think the Labour Party can go away being happy because they've held their own. They may not have won, but they have held their own with a change of candidate. So that is one thing. I think that's a vital thing to remember. I think, to be honest, if Raja had been the one that had come in and done it this time, he would have beaten Steve. I think he was a very, very popular candidate. Very popular. And I think there would have been a closer call for Steve. And I think, in a sense, he's lucky that they have changed their candidate.
Did you get to speak to Julia Wassell at all?
Didn't see her, actually. This was the amazing thing, actually. In fact, what was holding it up...
So we could hear something going on where it sounded like VJ and Julia were not there.
No, they weren't. That was the point. And Catherine wouldn't actually announce the declaration until all the candidates were on the platform. And some of them were outside watching the television. This is why they had to get them in. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Goodness me, what were they doing watching the television?
And yes, this was the big problem, is they came running in and had to be forced almost to get on the platform so she could read out the results of the election.
And, you know, their moment of glory. You heard Steve Baker's speech. What were some of the points that he made in that?
Well, he thanked all the everybody. I mean, he thanked all the other candidates. He thanked his wife. He also thanked all the tellers, the counters and everybody, and, of course, his team for actually being out on the streets and voting and pushing for him. And he thanked Sue Heiner, of course, who's his agent, and he said and I think he echoed what he said on the radio when we interviewed him, that he's got to have a face which is now seen locally and being involved, and I think this is what he actually will do. As I say, that's what he was basically saying to the audience, and of course the Conservative grouping for the town were around him. They've had the pictures taken, they've actually obviously enjoyed the result, and as one Conservative gentleman said to me, he said it doesn't matter whether it's 15 or 4,200, he's back in the Commons again, and that's the main thing from the Conservatives. They've got him back into the Commons.
We're hearing from Beaconsfield that the television interview that we were mentioning, where we could see Dominic Grieve and also our very own Keith Higgins, had to be cut short apparently because the candidates are being gathered for an adjudication.
Right, so we're about to hear the result.
Possibly we are, yes. I mean, depending on what that adjudication is, but yes, it will be interesting to hear. Of course, we will bring you that as soon as it comes.
Boris is in Uxbridge, isn't he?
Yes,
have we
Boris,
any news?
So no, we have no word yet as to whether or not Boris will retain his seats in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. You would imagine that he probably would. Conservatives currently being forecast to win a majority of between 66 and 86 seats, which is beginning to be more actually than the exit polls were saying at 10 o'clock. But the one thing that you are definitely sure about is that Boris is going to be returned with a clear majority. The Conservatives also winning a constituency from the Liberal Democrats up in East Anglia, I see.
And there's just news from London, Islington South and Finsbury. Emily Thornberry, she has held for Labour. Scunthorpe is a Conservative gain. Bridgend is a Conservative gain. And Hindburn is a Conservative gain.
I like the way that you say that you don't actually know where that is.
Hindburn. I think I was saying, I think we were off air at the time, but I did say earlier, it does bother me that my UK geography lacks somewhat when it comes to election time.
It did ever slightly so skewed, though, when it's the election, because, you know, some of the constituency names are slightly misleading.
They're not necessarily...
You know, the fact that Beaconsfield contains, you know, Gerrards Cross, Ivor and Marlow.
Yes.
You know, and it's Beaconsfield. And yes, you know, it's Wilburn Green. You know, it's and again, one of the questions that people have also asked me is, well, you know, Wycombe Sound, you're Wycombe Sound. Why are you covering Aylesbury and Buckingham tonight? Well, the reason is the constituency map. So if you look at the constituency map, Aylesbury sort of comes down like a slight sort of chicken leg into the Wycombe district, and Buckingham sort of comes along beside it, and comes all the way right down to the Risboroughs
and Hewingdon.
Yes, indeed. And
Hewingdon Valley.
So this is why
Aylesbury.
We are focusing also on Buckingham and Aylesbury, as well as Cheshire and Amersham, Wycombe, which obviously we've done, and they have counted, and everyone I assume is now home from there. Whereas yes, poor Claire Sherman up in Buckingham and Aylesbury, where they're possibly not declaring until between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning.
And they probably rung out of soya milk and
exactly.
everything.
I think they probably have. Yes. It didn't sound like you were being very well looked after, though, because Craig was reporting from Cheshire and Amersham that basically they had cake, biscuits, tea, coffee. It almost sounded like anything you wanted they were providing.
We found out we had to pay for our tea and coffee. It's £2.50 actually. It was cup.
Even worse.
Yes, and I mean, Phil bought me a cup, and I bought Phil a cup, and that was it. That was we just had 2 cups of coffee, and that was the lot.
I'm imagining that you're referring to Phil Catchpole, former Wycombe Sound presenter,
yes,
and well-known Wycombe Wanderers fan and podcaster. Is he likely to be doing any more marathons? Did you get onto that?
No, we didn't get onto marathons. Okay. No, I think he's a bit exhausted. Of course, he was trying to do the Wanderers interviews, the management interviews on Thursday mornings.
Yes, he would be.
But I actually decided not to do those and did them at lunchtime, so he could have a sleep in the morning. One of the things I was going to ask you, Bob, I mean, Jeremy Corbyn must be going away feeling a little bit down, I would have thought.
Just a little bit. We have said that we've seen him on the screen, so he has arrived in Islington for his count. Yeah. He definitely has the persona of the England football manager after they've been beaten by Iceland. The result for Dominic Raab is just coming in Esher and Walton, and he has held that seat. 31,132 votes to Monica Harding for the Liberal Democrats, who won 28,389. Dominic Raab was one of those people who was said to be under threat, but no, he has comfortably held his seat.
The Lib Dems were really hopeful of that seat, weren't they?
They were.
In Richmond Park, Zach Goldsmith, though, has lost that seat, I believe. So, yes, the Liberal Democrats have gained Richmond Park from the Conservatives. Sarah Olney with 34,559 votes to Zach Goldsmith's 26,793. So a whopping victory there for the Liberal Democrats, and I think that's probably their first good bit of news of the night.
I think so.
It is. Yeah.
Which, considering we're 3:15, that is a great shame for Jo Swinson and the Liberal Democrats. And yet again, London being, almost like a separate little country within the United Kingdom with how it's voting.
I think so. I think the way it's been, normally it's been a Labour seat, hasn't it? I think London has been Labour, yes. Islington and all around the north of London.
There are parts, I think, that have previously been Liberal Democrat. We can go back over to Craig at Chesham and Amersham, who has an update for us. Craig?
Is that mine?
Good morning, Bob.
Hello, Craig. What is the latest from Chesham and Amersham?
Well, speaking of the Liberal Democrats, I've just been chatting to the candidate here, Dan Gallagher. Had a few interesting things to say. He was had his eyes quite set on the television watching all the results, but he was happy to have a look at this. And his thoughts today: this is a win for the Conservatives, and it's time for them to get on and lead the country.
Craig, I'm gonna stop you there because yet again, as we've found a few times tonight, you have got a slight touch of the robot-itis. We are just looking now at pictures from a count in West London. I'm not exactly sure where it is. The boards behind them say Hillingdon. I'm pretty sure. So it's John McDonnell's count, I'm guessing, but. There was only what I could describe as possibly a bit of trouble going on behind him. There was quite a lot of pushing and shoving, but I'm assuming that he has been returned. But yes, the fact he's shaking various hands.
Yeah.
But yes, there was certainly a lot of pushing and shoving going on. Conservatives have gained high peak from Labour. The results currently 136 to the Conservative Party, Labour on 102, the Liberal Democrats on 5, the Brexit Party have none, the SNP have 17, and the others, including Plaid Cymru, have 11. Sinn Féin have also won a couple of seats, which, as I said earlier, does actually affect the number that Boris Johnson needs, because, of course, Sinn Féin don't then actually take those seats in the House of Commons. So it is 3:15. You
John
are listening
Goldsmith is looking rather glim, don't you think?
Yes, I mean we always wonder
John
about
McDonnell. I should say.
John McDonnell was looking. I mean, again, no great surprise. In the same way that Jeremy Corbyn obviously is looking slightly grim. Jeremy Corbyn in Islington North, they are about to declare. Now, I think you can probably pretty much guarantee that Jeremy Corbyn will be returned. There's a recount in Kensington, we're hearing. Jeremy Corbyn standing alongside James Clark from the Conservatives, Yusuf Davis, who is standing for the Brexit Party, Caroline Russell, who's standing for the Greens, and Nick Wakeling, who's standing for the Liberal Democrat, and the first loony candidate that actually I have seen tonight, called Nick Brick, which is a rather good name. We will see how, and he looks very impressive as well. He's got a fantastic hat on.
Oh, what a marvellous hat, Nick Brick.
Which looks like the sort of thing that you might have made at school, sort of like as in a sort of like Easter competition or something.
Or Christmas decoration.
Yeah, it does. There hasn't been much sign of Christmas, actually. I have to say that.
Right, Nick Brick's got 236.
Oh, yes, OK. Nick Brick's got 236. James Clark for the Conservatives, 5,483, which doesn't sound nearly enough to threaten Jeremy Corbyn, who looks quite happy with his 34,603 Jeremy Corbyn has got, which I think will comfortably see off his opponents. Yusuf David of the Brexit Party is the next one to be announced. And the returning officer is just building up their part slightly. Nick Brick is creeping ever so slightly over to the centre of the stage, clearly hoping to be stood next to Jeremy Corbyn when he makes his speech. Yusuf David with 742 votes for the Brexit Party. Caroline Russell now for the Greens, winning 4,326, so almost coming in second. And Nick Wakeling for the Liberal Democrats is the last one to be announced. And he's looking quite pleased with his total, which is 8,415. So Jeremy Corbyn very comfortably being returned as the MP for Islington North. How much longer he is the leader of the Labour Party remains to be seen. It'll be interesting to see if he says anything regarding that in his speech, but returned with a majority of 26,188.
As Khalil said, I think when you talked to me and said ask him about that, he isn't. They're not. Any of them are going to comment whether there will be a change in leader quite clearly at the moment. But the fact they've only, according to the exit polls, they're only likely to get 191 seats. That's a big worry, considering the travels that Jeremy Corbyn has made throughout the land. It's amazing that he's unlikely to pick up any more.
Yes, yeah. As predicted, so he is now speaking, and the loony candidate is standing directly behind him, so he is making sure that he gets in all of the photos and all of the media coverage. SNP have gained sterling from the Conservatives. The SNP on course for a whopping victory in Scotland, which does make you think that the possibility of a second referendum with regards to Scotland leaving the United Kingdom is likely. It is 3:20. You are listening to Wycombe Sound.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Are you looking for a new challenge? Why not come and work for us? Buckinghamshire College Group is a fantastic place to work. If you're looking for a career that will challenge and develop you, with excellent benefits including pension, generous holidays and free parking, we have a number of vacancies available, from lecturers, permanent and temporary bank staff to support and admin roles in Aylesbury, Amersham and Wycombe. To find out more about our vacancies, search Bucks College Group online. We look forward to hearing from you. Bucks College Group.
Green Telecom are your local telecoms company. Expert communication specialists established for 25 years. If you're looking for a new telephone system, faster, more efficient broadband, new phone lines or cost savings on your existing lines, if you're moving offices or upgrading your mobile phone, then contact Green Telecom on 01494 775500 or visit greentelecom.co.uk. Green Telecom. Phone the world without paying the earth.
Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas present appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the county. We'd welcome donations of small value gifts. Gifts for ages between 10 and 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each child. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas present appeal proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
Mid-mornings on Wycombe Sound.
We're just kind of, trying to highlight all the positive aspects of the town. There are tons. So, anything we can do to kind of boost that, we're
It's been a really fun year, hasn't it, so far? It's been a whole mixture of different projects, and whether it's events, whether it's looking at actual campaigns, anything individual, there's so much positivity in High Wycombe anyway, let alone then what's being added to it as well.
If you'd told myself back in the 80s that a vet from a low would be saying, come on a motorhome holiday with me, then goodness me, I don't think I would have believed you.
Having been there, I've tried all these things out myself, I know they work, so that's what I'll be sharing with people on the workshop as well.
Mid-mornings with Jonathan, Colin, Bob or Keith. Weekdays from 10 on Wycombe Sound.
This is Wycombe Sound.
23 minutes past 3 o'clock. You are listening to Wycombe Sound. Bob Johnson here with you through until breakfast time. I'm just keeping that generally vague because I'm not quite sure exactly when that'll be. Boris Johnson has arrived at the count in Uxbridge for his Uxbridge and South Ruislip seats. He looks as you expect Boris Johnson to look, really. He was bounding in earlier on. He looks quite serious at the moment, but no particular sign as to whether or not, of course, he has held his seat. Yeah.
Conservatives have got 150 seats.
So, yes,
there.
Conservatives have already now reached 150 seats, 357 still to declare. The fact that Sinn Féin have won some in Northern Ireland does mean that actually the amount of seats the Conservatives needs to win is slightly less than the normal 325.
And Conservatives have gained Delyn. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's the Welsh country from Labour.
We'll ask Cheryl because she's very good at her UK geography. No, we won't do that. That would be mean. But yes, they have. So another Conservative place, another Conservative win from Labour. I won't just knock a cup of tea over the desk because I'll be very told off if I do that. So Jeremy Corbyn is still making his speech with the monster raping Looney Party candidate behind him. It's quite a long speech, and it's still a very, very impressive hat. Locally, we are still awaiting the result from Maidenhead. What we are hearing from Maidenhead is that there have been a record number of spoilt ballot papers, and that is what is holding up the count. We had expected it probably about an hour ago now. The sort of early indications were suggesting, but no, it has been held up. Very interesting result coming in now from Sedgefield. Sedgefield, of course, Tony Blair's old constituency, staunchly Labour. You can see him, I'm sure, in your mind's eye going into the Trimdon Labour Club many times to launch the election campaigns in 1997. But the word is that possibly Labour may well have lost in Sedgefield. David Bull of the Brexit Party polling 3,518 votes in Sedgefield. John Furness, who is the Green candidate, 994. We now await Paul Howell of the Conservative Party result. He has polled 19,609. Will that be enough to defeat Phil Wilson of the Labour Party? And will David Bull's 3,518 have derailed the Conservatives' hopes of taking that? Michael Joyce, the independent candidate there, gets 394. Dawn Welsh, the Liberal Democrat, has 1,955, and now we await Phil Wilson's total for the Labour Party. He has polled 15,096, so Sedgefield has fallen to the Conservatives. Tony Blair's old seat has gone to the Conservative Party, 4,513, the majority. Paul Howell is elected as the Conservative MP. That was definitely an ooh moment in the studio.
It was new, wasn't it?
It really was. Again, Sedgefield, not a place that you expect to go
wasn't it?
blue. I don't think it was predicted really before tonight, but certainly once we had heard the exit polls, it was very much being said that yes, that they had a chance of gaining Sedgefield. But that is a big result for the Conservatives to take a seat that is so traditionally Labour in the minds of the public. Pippa.
Yeah, I just want to give you some reaction to Zach Goldsmith losing his seat in Richmond. We've got some reaction from Carrie Simmons, who is, of course, Boris Johnson's partner, and she says, gutted to hear Zach Goldsmith hasn't been re-elected in Richmond. I know I will continue to work with him to promote animal welfare and to protect our oceans and environment. So that reaction there from Carrie Simmons.
Looking locally again, as we still await the results in both Beaconsfield and also Chesham and Amersham. We're hearing from Joy Morrissey. She has said this evening that tonight has been very exciting, but I'm quite nervous. We've had a lot of people come out and campaigned who haven't been involved in politics before. There's been great grassroots activism from the local Conservative associations, so we've really enjoyed the campaign regardless of the outcome. Sounds like she's not actually daring to say anything more positive than that, because we have also heard already that Dominic Grieve possibly has been saying that he does understand that his seat is at risk.
Have we heard about Jo Swinson's seat?
I've seen
Not
Jo
yet.
Swinson on the monitor, so she must be at the count, but I haven't actually...
Yeah, she's arrived at her count, but she's...
Yes.
OK, so rumours swirling on Twitter. I know we shouldn't go with Twitter rumours, but apparently she has lost her seat. So we wait for that one. That must be due to come out any moment.
Just ask the Queen. Also, you shouldn't believe what you read on Twitter.
That's true.
Also another Conservative gain, Barrow and Furness.
Oh, okay.
So
Another
that would have
northern,
been a really important one for them.
Yeah, another northern seat. The SNP holding Dundee West. Current state of the parties at 328. Conservatives have 150, Labour 107. In fact, sorry, Conservatives on 160, I should say. Labour now on 110. The Liberal Democrats on 5. The SNP on 22, and the others on 14. The Brexit Party have none. I think that is probably how it is going to stay. Labour have held East Ham. The Conservatives have held Tatton, of course, famous for Martin Bell when he stood there as an independent and won, but ever since then it has been safely a Conservative seat. Jeremy Corbyn has said in his address to the Islington North constituency that he will not lead the Labour Party in the next election. I don't really think that is any great surprise, is it?
No, and he's blaming media intrusion as well, and saying that media intrusion against politicians is high, whilst thanking his family and friends for their support.
I'm surprised at the media intrusion. I mean, we heard this earlier on. I think it was from the Maidenhead Labour candidate who was very much laying into the newspapers and their role in the election. And I think newspapers have never played a less important role in the election than I can ever remember. You know, it is now so much driven and dominated by social media, and the newspapers really are irrelevant in the way that, you know, back in the 90s, you know, everybody wanted to know which way the sun was going to go.
Yeah.
And of course they, you know, always said, oh, well, we called the election. But, you know, that people aren't even aware of that anymore, I believe.
Well, it's all about social media these days, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. And
when you consider it, actually, the Labour Party have actually done well on social media in the sense that they claim they had 84,000 people, 840,000, was it? Large social media thing they went in for, and the Tories went in for less, a third less.
I mean, it does show you the power and how social media can manipulate things, in that actually if you looked at social media and you looked at Twitter, you very much believe that Labour were going to do very well this evening, and clearly they haven't. And, you know, and I know I made a flippant comment a few moments ago about you should never trust social media, but again, the fact that you can have rumours on Twitter circulating that possibly somebody has lost their seat or possibly even somebody has died, which obviously happened last week, you know, and lots and lots of people believe it, just also maybe shows the dangers of it as well. I don't think there's anything that can be done about it. I think we're well past that now.
The genie is well and truly out of the bottle.
It is just something that they now have to work with.
And I think the trouble is that years ago all you had was the newspapers, but you had the party political broadcasts on TV, and each party would set out what their policy was, what their line was, and the whole nation would get the same message. Whereas these days with social media, with targeting, paid advertising, the trouble is they're selling a different message to different people, and I think social media has ruined this election.
That's exactly it, Pippa. That's exactly it.
I believe that they are going to shortly be declaring in Maidenhead. I'm just going to... we'll just listen in to what's happening in Maidenhead. Any minutes now, so we will continue to monitor that. We have got pictures coming in from, or we had pictures coming in a few moments ago from Boris Johnson's constituency. It was good to see that Lord Buckethead was still very prominently in the picture there. We have been speculating actually whether it is Lord or Lady Buckethead tonight.
But that could have also been bin face. There's a bin face. And it looked like he was wearing a bin, not a bucket.
I think there's a couple, aren't there? Are there two, or is it?
Yeah, because that looked a bit more like a bin to me. But
yes,
it
who knows? It looked a little bit more like a bin to me, actually. I think I saw, because there's so much now going on, because we're at that time of the night where everybody is declaring, that the Liberal Democrats have won a seat from the SNP, which is, I think, the second good bit of news for the Liberal Democrats tonight.
Okay.
Did anyone come across that?
No.
Okay, maybe
I shall keep looking.
Maybe
moment,
that was
please,
just me. The Conservatives have gained from Labour Don Valley. Nick Fletcher is the new MP for the Don Valley. He has won that seat with a majority of 3,630. That, I would suggest, is another place that you would assume should very much be a Labour heartland.
That was Caroline Flint's seat. Caroline Flint, quite a high-profile Labour MP, so that's going to be bad news for her this evening. And in the Don Valley, the Conservatives got 43.2% of the vote, and Labour down 17.8% in the Don Valley, so that's a Conservative gain.
We await still the result in Maidenhead. We also will await the result in Beaconsfield. The reason that we are being held up in Maidenhead, we understand, is that there have been a record number of spoiled ballots, which I find slightly surprising, considering that there were only 4 candidates standing. I wonder exactly why there have been a record number of spoiled ballots in Maidenhead. I suppose the thing with spoiled ballots is that actually you don't really find out. And again, speaking to Mark Shaw earlier on, there's all sorts of reasons as to why a paper can be considered spoiled. Even if you happen to write on it. The result from Fife North East just coming through, and I was correct.
Correct.
The Liberal Democrats have gained from the SNP. Wendy Chamberlain winning that seat with a small majority of 1,316, but a gain for the Liberal Democrats from the SNP. So having said that, actually we're not seeing any particularly peculiar results, they are now starting to come through ever so slightly. The Liberal Democrats gaining a seat from the SNP, so it's not going to be a complete whitewash in Scotland for the Scottish nationalists. But it does look like it was back in 2015, where pretty much the vast majority of the seats will be going to the SNP. Jeremy Corbyn saying that he will definitely not be leading Labour in any future election campaign.
I don't think that's a surprise,
I only mentioned that a little while ago. The seat of Great Grimsby is just being declared. Again, it'll be interesting to see which way this one goes. Traditionally a Labour seat. Ian Barfield for the Liberal Democrats polling 1,070 votes. Christopher Barker for the Brexit Party 2,378. Lloyd Emerson for the Greens 514. But here come the interesting ones. Leah Nickey for the Conservatives polling 18,150, and Melanie On for the Labour Party will need to beat that figure of 18,150 and has not. So Labour coming in with 10,891. So a very clear Conservative majority in Great Grimsby.
Wow. What a night, goodness me.
OK, we are hearing that Maidenhead has just declared. We had a few technical difficulties crossing over to them. The Conservatives have held the seat in Maidenhead, unsurprisingly. Theresa May back as the MP for Maidenhead with a majority of 18,847. She polled 32,620 votes. The Liberal Democrats, Joshua Reynolds, polling 13,774. Patrick MacDonald of Labour polling at 7,882, and the Green Party Emily Tomlin polling at 2,267. So Theresa May safely back in Maidenhead. No great surprise.
No, but she did lose 7% of her vote versus last time around. The Lib Dems there in Maidenhead up 13.2%.
We're definitely seeing the further south we come, the results are a little less predictable.
Yeah.
Just coming through that Labour have held Slough, which again is no great surprise particularly, as it is a seat that they traditionally do well in, but I would think that there was probably a few nerves in Slough this evening as to whether or not they were going to hold it.
And interestingly, Slough being right next door to Windsor, and we expect Windsor to be a solid Conservative hold there, but that one's still to come. I think that one's a short time behind the Maidenhead declaration, so
yes,
they're both being counted at the same place.
Venue, aren't they? Yes, indeed. We await the Beaconsfield result. We also await the results in Chesham and Amersham, and also in Buckingham and Aylesbury, although we do understand that they are not likely until after 5 o'clock this morning. You are listening to Wycombe Sound. It is our general election special programme as we go through until breakfast. We are awaiting still the result from Boris Johnson's constituency, and I still wonder, the fact that we keep getting these slightly odd results now in the south, is Boris still feeling slightly nervous?
I would be.
He might have led the Conservatives to a stunning victory, and then actually he goes and loses his own seat.
He doesn't look particularly comfortable. And that's what I thought when I saw him just now.
Yes.
I thought you'd been happier than that, and I forgot he hadn't declared his own seat.
Yeah. And of course, if he does, or if he loses his seat constitutionally, he can still stay on as the leader of the party and as Prime Minister, as Alec Douglas-Home did back in the early 60s. But politically, will he be able to, he takes a lot of flack, Boris.
Well, yes, he
I'm
does.
not sure he can stand that one.
Right, OK. I think that we are about to have the declaration from Uxbridge and Ruislip South. There are, unsurprisingly, a lot of candidates there, and we now have it confirmed that we were right, that Lord Buckethead and Count Binface are actually different people, because they are both standing.
Count Binface, sorry.
This is going to take a while. The fantastic thing that happened back in 2015 has happened again, where Elmo is easily the most distinguished and obvious figure standing on that stage, almost next to Boris Johnson. I have to say, actually, he's not a very good Elmo.
It's a terrible Elmo.
He's
you
a
can
pretty
see his
poor
neck.
Elmo.
Isn't he supposed to be blue? Don't I see him at the
No, that's
Elmo
Cookie.
is
You're
red.
thinking of Cookie Monster, possibly. But yeah.
But you can see human in Elmo, and that's not a done thing.
Right, Count Binface has got 69. Lord Buckethead has got 125. Things that you'd never thought that you'd say on radio. Norma Burke, the independent candidate, with 22. Geoffrey Courtney for UKIP, 283. Here come the important figures. Joanne Humphreys for the Liberal Democrats in Uxbridge and Ruislip South, 3,026. Boris Johnson for the Conservative Party. We will have that number in a moment. Again, the returning officer definitely building up his part. And
he's looking nervous.
Building the tension. Boris looking slightly a bit of a poker face. 25,351, which does sound like he's probably got home. Mark here for the Greens, 1,090. Ali Milani for Labour. This is the important figure. Have they beaten Boris's 25,000? I don't expect so. 25,000 to me sounds safe. Yeah, so Ali Milani for Labour polling 18,141. So Boris Johnson has been returned as the MP for Uxbridge and Ruislip South. He has increased his majority as well. The other figures coming through: Bobby Smith with 8 votes, William Tobin with 5, Alfie Upton with 44, and Yace Yogastein. How many are they going to get? I don't imagine it's going to be more than 25,000. No, it's 23. I do think it's impressive that actually you can go along, particularly William Tobin there getting 5 votes, which you assume probably is himself and and maybe his mum and one of his friends.
So Boris there with a majority of 7,210. Let's see if we can find out what he had last time.
So I believe its majority last time was something in the region of 5,000. So definitely he has increased it. He is now addressing the people in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Unfortunately, he does have Elmo standing directly behind him, and one of either the bin face or bucket head people standing to the left of him. Elmo has actually just rather scarily taken off his head.
So Boris's vote in 2017 was 23,716. So he's up a little bit.
He's up from 5,000 majority to 7,000.
Which, again, I think is something probably that actually we weren't expecting tonight. It is just coming up to 18 minutes to 4. You are listening to Wycombe Sound.
Well, we've had wonderful grassroots
Wednesday evenings from 7.
Join me, Amy, every Wednesday for an hour of musical showstoppers as we celebrate the music of theatre and film. We will also have the latest showbiz news, what's on in the theatres near you, and your showstoppers. For the best seats in the house, join me every Wednesday for my musical soundtrack.
Getting rid of the gravel path, replacing the old garden gate, or just doing a little DIY. If you have some bits left over, you can always bring them to your local household recycling centre. Charges for non-household waste start at just £2.50, and you can pay using contactless cards or even your phone. Just take a look online to see what you may need to pay before you travel, so when you do visit, you'll be ready to tap, tip and go. For opening times and a list of prices, head to buckscc.gov.uk and click Household Recycling Centres.
You could be driving in your car. You could be walking your dog. You might just be working. But whatever you're doing, you're also listening to Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM. And if you're in business, your potential new customers could be listening too. So talk to them and let them know what you have to offer. Radio is a cost-effective and proven way to get your message across. And Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM could put together an affordable package that could work for you. So call 01494 449900 or email contact@wycombesound.org.uk.
This is Wycombe Sound.
Deadlines to meet, targets to reach, clients to see. You're busy, and the last thing you need is to be thinking about your business IT. Take the headache out of it with CST. We offer the best possible technical support service and can tailor-make solutions for your infrastructure, whatever your requirements. Outsourcing your IT is cost-effective, and with CST, you'll have total support. For more information, visit cstlimited.com. CST, as IT should be.
Drive time, weekdays from 4.
Wycombe Santa is out and about on his sleigh. He will be in the Battersbury area, which of course Duncan knows exactly where that is.
It's a lovely part of town.
He's going to be also in Dean's Garden.
Does Dean know?
I hope so.
Get out my garden!
And Warren Wood.
Does Warren know?
I don't know.
Why does he just go around odd people's places? Lucky old Dean and Warren.
I hope they know.
Drive time, back this afternoon from 4. This is Wycombe Sound.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound, our general election programme. They are just announcing the results in East Dunbartonshire, which is the seat of Joe Swinson, and the SNP have gained the seat. So Liberal Democrat leader Joe Swinson has lost her seat in East Dunbartonshire, as if the evening couldn't get any worse for her. Amy Callaghan has been elected as the MP for Dunbartonshire East. Joe Swinson, the Liberal Democrat leader, has lost her seat. In other results that are coming in, the Conservatives have held Chesham and Amersham. That result has just come through. We will try and find the figures for you shortly. The Conservatives have also gained Durham North West, again one of those seats that you don't imagine that they are going to gain. But poor Joe Swinson, who is putting on a very brave face, it has to be said, has lost Dunbartonshire East.
And we just heard that Remainer Anna Soubry has lost her seat as well in Broxtowe, so that's a Conservative hold. Anna Soubry going home.
Anna Soubry of which party, insert here at the moment? I've forgotten where she went to.
Well, she crossed the floor and joined the party that then changed its name several times. But she stayed put, unlike the others who then went on to join the Lib Dems. So that's the end of Anna Soubry's political career for the time being. Anyway.
Okay, result coming in then from Chesham and Amersham. Alan Booth, who was the Green candidate, received 3,042 votes. Dan Gallagher, the Liberal Democrat candidate, 14,627. Cheryl Gillen, the Conservative candidate, 30,850. And Matt Termaine, the Labour candidate, 7,166. So Cheryl Gillen is returned to Chesham and Amersham with a majority that I make as being over 16,000. Last time her majority was 22,140.
OK, we got some reaction from Boris Johnson. He said, "I want to thank the people of this country for turning out to vote in this December election. It's a historic election, gives us a chance to respect the democratic will and change this country for the better." And then I guess we need to react to Jo Swinson as well. And what a sad night for Jo Swinson. I just feel for her. She hadn't been the leader for very long. I think, if you are a Remainer or you were a Remainer, then she probably had a good range of policies on the table. The only one solidly standing for Remain, and it's turned out to be a very bad night for her.
I don't think she had a long enough run in.
Yeah,
definitely.
And it would have been difficult for anybody.
Yeah.
And I think she went out all guns blazing at the beginning. Bob and I discussed this earlier on it was evening then, not morning, that, she did give it a good shot, but maybe she went out too hard with something that was quite radical.
I'm just going to interrupt you there because we're going to cross now to Maidenhead, where Mimi Harker is with former Prime Minister Theresa May.
It is a huge honour and privilege to serve as the Member of Parliament here in Maidenhead. It brings a responsibility with it, and I will work hard for people across the whole constituency.
But at the moment, one of the biggest majorities, I've just lost my headphones. Sorry about that, guys.
Shall I?
Would you? Oh, that's wonderful.
Whoops,
Theresa May is just trying to put my headphones back on for me because they've slipped off. Oh dear, it's because I've got to have one ear on and one off to hear.
Okay, Mimi, we are with you live now, so we'd love to hear what Theresa's got to say about being elected as the MP for Maidenhead once again.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to re-ask the question that we missed because of my headphone catastrophe at just the wrong moment, always. So you've got one of the biggest majorities in the country so far. How does that feel?
Well, it's very, very pleasing to have been re-elected, to be re-elected with a good majority. But of course, I will represent everybody across the whole constituency.
It's been an unusual election. How has it felt going around canvassing this time round? Because it's very different to any other election we've seen for quite some time.
Well, of course, going around canvassing, Brexit has been an issue for a lot of people on both sides of the Brexit argument. So there's been that added dynamic, that added factor in the election. But for a lot of people, of course, they still wanted to look at the issues that matter to them on a day-to-day basis and the commitments we've made. As Prime Minister, I was able to give the NHS the biggest cash boost in its history, and that is now being carried on by this Conservative government.
So one of the things that has really struck me is that you've had some really, really powerful jobs in government since you've been here as the Member of Parliament. But the one thing people say is she is a fabulous constituency MP. And I think that's a huge tribute to you.
Well, I think it's hugely important because whatever job you're doing, if you're in the Cabinet or the Shadow Cabinet, the Cabinet, if you're Prime Minister, actually you're only there because people in a constituency have voted for you. And you should never forget that. It is those people that you represent. And I've always found it was important, even as Prime Minister, I used to come and knock on doors in the constituency just to hear from people what they were saying, because that connection with the grassroots is hugely important.
One of the other issues that, of course, was raised this evening was the fact that there were so many spot ballot papers, unlike any numbers that we've seen in the past. I mean, how do you account for that?
Well, there's a number of reasons. I think there's obviously the Brexit issue. A lot of people feel very strongly about that. But, people spoil their ballot papers for a huge range of reasons. I think it's disappointing. I think if somebody has gone down to the polling station, I would hope that they would cast a valid vote.
And there were some really interesting drawings.
I couldn't comment on that.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. And your next basically, you're in now. So what's your first job?
Well, my first job is I'm actually tomorrow I'll be visiting Maidenhead Stroke Club for their Christmas lunch.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, Theresa May.
Thank you.
Fantastic, Mimi. I absolutely love the fact that you asked her about the drawings on the ballot papers. I also absolutely love the fact that Theresa May wouldn't actually be drawn on that.
Very good.
Yes,
very
indeed.
good.
Excuse the pun.
It is nearly 4 o'clock.
Mimi, thank you so much for reporting in from Maidenhead and for getting former Prime Minister Theresa May on the air. Unsurprisingly, is back in the seat of Maidenhead. In the last 10 minutes or so we have had the surprising news that Jo Swinson has lost her seat. The Liberal Democrats have gained St Albans from the Conservative Party. So again, another slightly odd result as you come further south down the country. It's not going all blue, is it?
Jo Swinson only lost her seat by 149 votes.
Wow.
Going back to what you were saying earlier, I absolutely agree. I think if she'd had a longer run-in to the campaign, to the job, I think things would have been very different. She was clearly unlucky that she was in a seat that was vulnerable. I think it's a great loss to politics because she was wonderful. She did feel like a breath of fresh air.
I agree. But I think one of the main problems that she came across, because she was the Remain voice, I think she possibly came out a bit too hard for that. Now I support that, but I think she just came out with the revoke
a little bit too quick too. Yes,
a little bit too
much.
quick.
Yeah.
But then again, she didn't have much time, so she had to make an impact. But I think that possibly went against her.
I think also the fact that people or the Liberal Democrats can't get away from the fact that they went into the coalition in 2010, and that that clearly one of the things that was said to Jo Swinson was, well, actually, a lot of the things that you're now campaigning for are things that you voted against when you were in that coalition. I think had she not been tarred with that particular brush, had she been an MP that came in say 2015, she may well have done better. But actually, that was the one thing that that was against her.
I think that's right, because is that something that the Lib Dems are actually going to have to live with for another few rounds?
You wonder exactly. Goodness me, how long is it going to be? It's been now 9 years, or only 4 years since they were then out of government. But how long is it going to to be a millstone around their neck?
Is it a Lib Dem problem, or was it specifically because Jo Swinson was a minister in the coalition? It's hard to tell, and I don't think we'll know the answer to that until we come round again.
And of course, we're going to have another leadership election then, aren't we? And who are the other standout people in the Lib Dems?
And who are going to be standing?
Exactly.
Which 13 MPs, if that's how many that they get? That's what the exit poll said. Who is it going to be? Anyway, we can now hear from Jo Morrissey, who of course is standing for the Conservatives in Beaconsfield. She told Keith Higgins about her hopes and plans if the result goes her way.
Well, we've had wonderful grassroots support across the constituency, people who have never campaigned before coming out in Taplow and Beaconsfield and Gerrards Cross and sort of working every single day, and it's wonderful to see everyone coming together, and I hope we're going to be celebrating tonight, so fingers crossed. It's looking very positive. But just I wanted to say a special thank you to the association, to the Conservative Association in Beaconsfield and all the volunteers and our agent Philip, and it's just been a very good group effort.
What sort of things have the constituents been talking to you about? What have been the main issues for them?
A lot of talk of potholes, and transport infrastructure, air quality, building and protecting the green belt, protecting grammar schools, making education more accessible, a lot of local issues, and that's something that I would like to be, if I'm elected, as a local champion for the area.
Because I know how much education is very dear to your heart, isn't it?
It really is, and it's so important, and making sure that everyone has a school that their children can go to. And I have an 8-year-old daughter, and you want the best opportunities for your child, and I think that everyone in Beaconsfield deserves to have that for their children, and I'll be fighting very hard hard for more funding for schools and making sure we protect our grammar schools, and hopefully getting more apprenticeships and other kinds of BTEC and other employment opportunities for young people. I am so passionate about it because I think it's not everyone has to go to university, and why aren't we promoting BTECs just as much as grammar schools? They're both just as valuable. And we talk about needing to fill the gaps in the labor market. Why aren't we training up people at a young age to go into these professions? I think it's incredibly valuable, and I'd like to see more investment put back into that field. I used to organize apprenticeship fairs, and we'd have 500 children that would come, and I'd get about 50 businesses, and I'd say you have to have an apprenticeship or you can't be part of it. And all the kids were so excited to be able to have those opportunities, and I think it's so important. So I hope that I can, if I'm elected, work with you on National Apprenticeship Week.
You heard it first here on Wycombe Sound. Just one last question for you, Joy. Thanks very much for that support. Obviously, the exit poll suggested that there will be a Conservative majority, around about 80. I haven't had the latest results, but if that's true, then looks like it's going to be a very successful night for the Conservative Party.
Well, it's wonderful. It's very exciting for all the Conservatives, for Boris Johnson, and for hopefully delivering Brexit and moving the country forward.
Joy Morrissey there, standing in Beaconsfield, of course, against Dominic Grieve. We still await the result from there. Pippa, I know you've got some reaction with regards to Jo Swinson.
So Jo Swinson in her speech said some will be celebrating the wave of nationalism that's sweeping both sides of the border. For many, these results will bring dread and dismay. She said she'll be making further remarks later today. She's not getting the message, Bob.
No.
You know, this is the thing, you know, it's like, oh, you people over there on that side of the playground, you know.
On election night particularly, you can't do that.
No.
I think you just have to say, you know, clearly the electorate have spoken. You know, we've got a lot to learn from this. We will go away, we promise we will learn those lessons. And, you know, goodness me, if I can sit here, having been on air for, 6 hours, and I can come out with that, surely if you're the leader of one of these parties, you would be coming out with the same thing.
Yeah. We've also got another result in, which is from Totnes. And this is where Sarah Wollaston left the Conservative Party, joined the Change UK or whatever they were called, then went over to the Liberal Democrats.
And that's the fact that you don't know either, because I've been saying that, or the Change, whatever they were.
Well, her career has come to an end anyway. Okay. She's lost her seat. That's a Conservative hold. And
but again, don't muck the electorate about. Don't say, we're going to set up this amazing new party. It's going to be amazing. And then after one set of bad election results, say, oh no, actually we've decided that we're going to do something different.
Well, I mean, they did, the Change UK or whatever they were called didn't even stand in an election.
Just yes, whereas they stood in the European election.
Oh, they did.
So that was what it was, wasn't it?
That's
and then
right.
they didn't do well in that, and so then suddenly, it was like, oh, actually, no, half of us don't really fancy this.
Yeah,
you know, a bit like your mate inviting you to a party or something, and you say, oh yes, okay, we'll go, and then within half an hour of getting there, you discover that your mate's already disappeared. And, you know, and gone home.
Yeah, but again, you know, I wonder if she had said, let's have a by-election, whether she had a by-election in Totnes, maybe she would have been returned, maybe she would have survived today. I don't know. We'll never know. But I think, you know, my point of view is that the law should be changed, and if you change parties, you should stand in a by-election.
Again, another thing that I should have spoken to Mark Shaw about earlier on. We understand that Beaconsfield are declaring shortly. We are going to hear very quickly before the declaration from Dominic Grieve. He spoke to Keith Higgins, starting by considering how odd it felt to be describing himself as an independent.
It sounds a bit strange, but that's what I am. And if I'm going to describe myself, that's the correct description. It's been a campaign run as an independent. Admittedly, I've, and the truth, had support from people who normally vote for other parties. That includes Conservatives, Liberal Democrats, Labour. I think some people, in some cases, who just don't normally vote. And that's been one of the interesting facets of this campaign. It's very educational for me. Even after 22 years in politics, I've discovered lots of new things.
So I guess the main thing that people want to speak to you about, given the fact you stood as independent because you very much want to remain in Europe.
Dominic Grieve speaking to Keith Higgins a few moments ago. We are going to cross live to Keith now because I understand that the returning officer is taking to the stage in Beaconsfield.
Thanks very much, Bob. That's absolutely right. He's just about doing a bit of a test. We got all the candidates in front of us. So as soon as he's ready, we'll point the microphone towards him and we'll let him declare the result. I think he's just making sure, because there is a lot of national interest in this constituency, and he's just making sure that it all goes out live here. So forgive me if I'm speaking a little quiet.
No, that's quite all right. We do understand, and you can't blame the returning officer for wanting his moment in the spotlight, making sure that actually, all of the TV cameras are focused on him at that moment. If it was me doing it, I would make sure that all of my family knew that I was about to go on stage. But we await the results. So Dominic Grieve, of course, standing in Beaconsfield as an independent, trying to overturn his own majority of 24,543. The Conservative candidate, Joy Morrissey, was decided...
OK, Bob, sorry.
Here we go.
Just coming up now.
Keith, you're going to have to commentate on it because we can't actually hear the returning officer.
OK, I'll just have to move away a little bit.
That's
and
fine.
I'll give you the result as quickly as I can.
If you could do your best.
Can you hear me all right
yes,
here?
We can, indeed.
I'll do my best whispering Ted Lowe voice. He's just declaring Alexa Collins' result. 5,700 votes for Alexa Collins. Dominic Grieve. 16,765 for Dominic Grieve. Zoe Hatch, just over 2,000 votes. Now Joy Morrissey's result. 32,000 for Joy Morrissey.
And so Joy Morrissey is the new MP for Beaconsfield, has beaten Dominic Grieve there by quite a considerable amount. Keith, many thanks for that. We will leave you because it is a little bit of a crackly line. Pippa, that's a slightly stunning result.
That is a stunning result, yes. Well, we were getting comment and feedback from people all the way through the campaign that both Dominic Grieve and Joy Morrissey were both like Marmite characters, and you either, loved them or hated them. But to see Joy Morrissey polling double almost what Dominic Grieve got is quite something. I'm staggered at that.
I think also it's a testament to. I think we have to think that a Tory stronghold will be a Tory stronghold regardless. Now, I'm surprised, obviously, Dominic's been in that seat for, since the late 90s, 98 or something like that, 97. So it is a surprise.
Yeah, 1997 he was first elected.
22 years.
Yeah.
So he's got the history, but maybe in this particular political environment, people just feel more comfortable having that blue...
the thing is,
blue rosette, maybe.
In the Beaconsfield, in the referendum vote, it was a knife edge.
Yeah.
So...
Yes, it certainly wasn't clear and decisive in the way that possibly people thought it was, because Dominic Grieve made Brexit such an issue. In the way that people say that Steve Baker makes Brexit an issue in Wycombe. Yeah. Well, it was completely the reverse in Beaconsfield. Dominic Grieve made Remain such an issue to himself. I think he was considered to be a very good constituency MP.
Yes.
But then the fact that he very much came out in the 2017 election and said that, he would abide by the result.
Yeah.
Then subsequently what happened, maybe we shouldn't be as surprised as we are. But again, I think, let's go back to the social media thing. You see so much on social media, and I followed all of the candidates in Beaconsfield as I did all of the candidates in Wycombe. To look at social media, I really did believe that actually Beaconsfield was on a complete knife edge, and would be decided by maybe a couple of hundred votes.
Yeah.
And you see how wrong I was.
And social media becomes a bit of an echo chamber, doesn't it? So if you sort of depending on what side you actually lean yourself, you seem to just see a circular argument in that way.
Yeah.
It may also there also may be a factor that he was expelled from the Conservative Party. Maybe for the core Tory voters in that area, that was a step too far.
Yeah, I think they many people will have seen the way he has acted as a betrayal. because even those who were on the Remain side in the referendum, they saw the result of the referendum and said, well, we're a democratic nation. We should follow through on the result of the referendum. And of course, he stood in 2017 saying he would follow through with the result, and he's done everything he can to work against it.
The result, when you look at it, is actually quite stunning. So these are the figures. Again, I appreciate that the line was a little bit crackly when we were hearing from Keith. Adam Cleary, who stood as the independent candidate, 837. Alexa Collins, who was the Labour Party candidate in Beaconsfield, received 5,746, which for Labour in Beaconsfield is actually
I'd say she was a Beaconsfield-style Labour candidate, wasn't she?
Yes. That is true. Dominic Grieve, as the independent candidate, received 16,765 votes. Zoe Hatch for the Greens received 2,033 votes. Joy Morrissey for the Conservatives received dead on 32,000 votes. So nearly a majority of 16,000.
Yeah, absolutely staggering. I don't know quite what to say.
That's been one of those, intake of breath moments.
I thought it'd be much, depending which way it was going to go. I thought it would be much closer. I thought we were looking at maybe 1,000 in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not 15,000.
No. I have to say, when they all came in to Wycombe Sound for that panel discussion, what struck me actually in that discussion was how much all of the candidates agreed on. Mm-hmm. Particularly with the Labour candidate, with Dominic and with Joy, all in agreement about, how we help our young people to stay on the right path and not get sucked into, gang culture or drugs or whatever it might be, and the health service and policing. They're all on the same message almost.
There was an awful lot of nodding going on in that studio that day, which possibly had were we Wycombe Sound Television, there's an idea for you, possibly there wouldn't have been. I'm fairly sure that actually when you go on Question Time or something like that, you are briefed. Even if you agree with what the other person's saying, you don't sit there nodding your head unless you want to be very obviously agreeing with them. But the one thing that really struck me with the Beaconsfield candidates was actually when each of them was speaking, pretty much all of the others were nodding along in agreement. There wasn't a lot of argument in the way that when we interviewed the Wycombe candidates, very much there was. It was very clear, who was on whose side, and there were very clear battle lines drawn. But actually, the Beaconsfield candidates were all very much in agreement with each other. I know that they've had this spat in the last week with regards to Hustings events, and you will have seen that possibly on social media, things about that. I think we've moved on from that now. Clearly, the fact that now the election has been called, and I think anyway, naturally, as the campaign gets towards the end, yes, things probably become a little bit more fractious.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see how Joy Morrissey's career develops within the Conservative Party as she gets settled into Beaconsfield over the next few years. I think she could rise through the ranks. She certainly is very well known and supported by central office, so she's one to watch, I think. And what's going to happen to Dominic Grieve next? Will he go to the House of Lords? Will he retire to France? Will he go and do something in Europe? Who knows, but I think the sad thing for Beaconsfield is they've lost a lot of experience. They've lost what many would regard as a fine constituency MP. Certainly when he came in here, I don't agree with all of his policies or his politics particularly, but I thought he was a charming gentleman and,
quite impressive person.
Yeah. So a sad night for Dominic Grieve, but Joy Morrissey will sleep well.
Indeed, yes, she certainly will this evening, or this morning, as it actually now is. I must stop saying that, considering it's now 9 minutes past 4 o'clock, or just gone 10 past 4. We didn't take the news at 4 o'clock because we were bringing you the result from Beaconsfield, so we will do that in a few moments. You are listening to Wycombe Sound.
Love music, love talk. Love Wycombe Sound.
Need branded uniform for your business or club? Speak to the experts at Cressix Embroidery and Print. From printed t-shirts for the up-and-coming hen party, corporate wear for office staff, or heavy-duty workwear, we offer a fast turnaround without compromising the quality that has made us the award-winning choice for the past 20 years. Pop into our showroom, where you can find a large selection of the latest clothing and promotional goods from famous brands such as Regatta, Snickers, and Nike. All work is carried out on site, and our team are always on hand to help and advise. Let Cressix Embroidery and Print transform your image. Find us online at cressix.net or call 01494 533 007.
Hiya, Bucks! No, that's not just me being silly. It's a magazine and the website for Buckinghamshire. Honest. Reviews, food and drink, animals, sport and leisure, shopping. What more do you need? It's all there. Pick up your free copy today or visit hiyabucks.com. You want to know what's really going down? Just one call. Hiya Bucks! Online at hiyabucks.com and available in selected branches of Waitrose and other quality outlets.
Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas present appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the county. We'd welcome donations of small value gifts. Gifts for ages between 10 and 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each child. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas present appeal, proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show with Pippa. Weekdays from 7.
Open fire. My chimney sweep came round. Sounds like I have a big manor house. I really don't.
Was he unconscious?
No, he wasn't, but he said that I might be if I didn't get a couple of drops.
Good job you got one then. Well done, chimney sweep.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show. Back this morning from 7. This is Wycombe Sound.
12 minutes past 4 o'clock, you are listening to Wycombe Sound. Actually, that was a little lie. Pippa's not with you for this morning on breakfast. At least I don't think you fancy it, do you?
No. We got Nick coming in to do breakfast tomorrow morning,
Okay.
so you're going to have a funk soul breakfast.
Well, that
later
sounds
now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Not tomorrow.
You know, it's
Today.
It's today.
Yeah.
Yes. We understand that the result in Aylesbury is possibly happening anytime soon. We are waiting for that. I said that I was going to read you the news because we didn't do that at 4 o'clock. Jeremy Corbyn says that he won't be leading Labour in any future general election campaign as Boris Johnson is heading back to Downing Street. The latest projection shows that the Conservatives could have as many as 368 MPs, giving them a potential majority of 86. The Prime Minister's plan to hold a snap poll has worked. They call it a snap poll here. I'm not quite sure whether I'd call it a snap poll. I mean, it took him several goes to actually get an election. I think one of the first things that we're probably going to see go, of course, is the Fixed Terms Parliament Act even. Blythe Valley, Workington and Wrexham are all among former Labour strongholds that fell to the Tories, as was Tony Blair's former constituency of Sedgefield. Labour is in line for its worst seat total in the House of Commons for 85 years. They are forecast to end on 192 to 202 seats. Mr Corbyn says that he is going to stand down, but not before a period of reflection for his party. The Liberal Democrat leader Jo Swinson has lost her seat in East Dunbartonshire to the SNP, which is forecast to win 55 of the 59 seats in Scotland. Tory Zach Goldsmith lost Richmond Park to the Liberal Democrats. That was their first gain of the night. And elsewhere, the DUP's Westminster leader Nigel Dodds was defeated by Sinn Féin's John Buchanan in North Belfast. The latest state of play is that the Conservatives have 249 seats to Labour's 166. Liberal Democrats have 7. SNP has 39, and the others have 17. We still have 170 seats to declare. We are hearing that the Conservatives have held Aylesbury. We will be able to tell you that result very shortly. But Boris Johnson is now closing in on that figure of 325. Obviously, it is slightly less than that, actually, because Sinn Féin have won some seats in Northern Ireland, and they will not take those seats in the House of Commons, which reduces the number of seats that Boris Johnson does need to win. But he's not looking too far away now from the 326 seats that he officially needs to win the election. As I say, we hope to hear with regards to what's happened in Aylesbury. We do now know definitely that the Conservatives have held the seat there, which is no great surprise. David Lidington, of course, stood down, so they will have a new MP in Aylesbury. Rob Butler will be the new MP for Aylesbury. He was battling against Liz Hine for Labour, Stephen Lambert for the Liberal Democrats, and Coral Simpson for Greens. Last time, David Lidington held that seat with a majority of 14,696. In the past half an hour, we have had the result from Beaconsfield, which was a stunning victory for the Conservative Joy Morrissey. She won by over 15,000 seats in Beaconsfield, which we're still in the studio sort of looking at each other and slightly shaking our heads, considering that was on some of the lists of, this is going to be a close and interesting race. The fact that Joy Morrissey has got a majority of 15,000, admittedly not quite Dominic Grieve's previous majority, because of course last time he stood as a Conservative. I know it's all getting a bit confusing, and it is also 16 minutes past 4 o'clock, so if you're not quite following it, I do understand. But yes, last time when he stood as a Conservative, Dominic Grieve had a majority of 24,500. Okay. Joy Morrissey has got a majority of just under 16,000.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Just,
Goodness.
It's absolutely stunning. This is definitely the time of the evening where a lot of the safer southern Conservative seats are being declared. Seeing that they've held Bedfordshire North East, they've also held Runnymede and Weybridge as well. Looking on our monitor at the moment, we can see that Boris Johnson is on his way to Westminster.
Isn't Runnymede and Weybridge Philip Hammond's former seat?
I think possibly it is, yes.
Or was that Spelthorne, the one next door? I'll double-check that.
Weybridge definitely rings a bell.
Yeah. Also, we've just heard that Laura Pidcock, who was the Labour candidate, has lost Durham North West to the Conservatives. That will be another blow for the Labour Party. Laura Pidcock certainly on the up, she was, and being talked of as a future leader of the Labour Party.
I mean, I suppose what some of these people now do is wait for the next vacancy. They wait for the first by-election.
Yeah.
And if it's in a safe seat, they all pile in there.
Yeah. We've got an SNP gain in Glasgow North East. I'm not sure what they've gained that from. Oh, so that was Labour. That's gone to the SNP.
I mean, again, it is a stunning victory for the SNP, just as it was in 2015, where they pretty much have painted that whole map yellow.
Yeah.
There's going to be possibly 4 seats, I understand, that aren't going to be the SNP.
Yeah.
But other than that, the declaration is shortly going to be declared, I believe, in Brighton, where we will see whether Caroline Lucas has held her seat for the Greens. They are just on the stage now, including a very interesting individual who is dressed in sort of a khaki gear with one of those tops that maybe you would wear if you were somebody who, say, works in on a JCB or something like that.
I thought you were talking about the man who looks like ZZ Top in the middle.
There's another. Yes, there's a guy who looks like he's in ZZ Top, who's wearing some sunglasses. He's the UKIP candidate. So here we go. The results for Brighton Pavilion. Bob Dodds, the independent candidate, 212. Nigel Furness, who's the one who looks like he's from ZZ Top, UKIP, 177. Emma Hogan, the Conservative candidate, 10,176. Adam Inriapure for Labour, 13,211. Then Caroline Lucas, 33,151. She has very, very decisively held that seat. So she has held Brighton Pavilion. The Greens were only forecast to win one seat, and that has been Caroline Lucas holding Brighton Pavilion.
Safe seat for Caroline Lucas.
Yeah.
The result is just now being announced in Kensington. Yet again, another London seat where we're seeing there's quite a lot of heckling
Is this Sam Geemer?
and unpleasantness going on.
I'm not sure who's heckling who on our ones because we can't hear it. But,
No, we can see that people, certainly some of the people wearing red rosettes are looking very cross, so I think we can probably take from that possibly the Labour Party have not held Kensington. But clearly whatever is happening has actually interrupted the returning officer declaring the result in the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. We will await to see the result of that one and we'll bring it to you. But Caroline Lucas, a stunning victory in Brighton Pavilion. 33,000 people voting for her. Coming second was Labour with 13,211. And it does very much remind me of what we were saying earlier on when we were asking how the Liberal Democrats can actually get more votes. The Conservatives have gained Kensington from the Labour Party. That has just been announced. We haven't got the figures, but the Conservatives have gained Kensington from Labour. Not, I would say, a huge surprise. Kensington always used to be a very safe Conservative seat. Michael Portillo, of course, famously was the MP there for a while. But ever since the Grenfell Tower disaster,
we got the Grenfell issue.
That was very much an issue last time in 2017, which has probably resulted in Labour taking that seat, but they haven't held on to it. The Conservatives have won in Kensington. We definitely know that Rob Butler has won in Aylesbury. We are waiting for the figures from that one.
OK, and then another high-profile one, Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford. That is Yvette Cooper's seat, and she's held on to that. Labour hold, they're down 21%. The swing, 21.6% on a turnout of just 57% in Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford.
The majority in Kensington was wafer thin, so 150 apparently was the majority.
Did they
there.
have a recount or didn't they?
They did
one?
have a recount.
Yeah.
No, there were possibly even a couple of recounts there. The Conservatives have gained a Crewe and Nantwich from Labour. Another seat that you would think would probably up in the northwest be a fairly safe Labour seat, but no, the Conservatives have gained that as well. Current state of play, 266 for Labour, 266 for the Conservatives, 172 for Labour, 7 for the Liberal Democrats, 41 for the SNP and 18 for the other parties. You need 326 to win the election. We await as Boris closes in on that 326.
And Donald J. Trump has woken up. He says it looks like a big win for Boris.
Labour have held Chesterfield, of course Tony Benn's former seat, so that has remained within the Labour Party. Again, not a huge surprise there. It is interesting to see some of these Labour seats. One of them, of course, Bolsover was one of the ones being talked about, and you think, goodness me, Dennis Skinner's seat. Really?
Yeah.
Is that really?
I may have missed this as they were coming thick and fast now, but Jess Phillips has held her seat in Birmingham Yardley.
Okay. 4:23, you are listening to Wycombe Sound. We do hope to cross at some point to Aylesbury and also to Buckingham to find out what's going on there. As we have been saying, Aylesbury, the Conservative MP has definitely been returned in Aylesbury, but we await currently the actual result.
Got some reaction from Dominic Grieve as well. He has lost his seat. He came second with 29% of the vote in Beaconsfield. He said in his speech that the union is now in serious danger.
Interesting. And again, you look at how the SNP have done tonight, and you think, well, yes, will there be a referendum?
Who knows? But interestingly, in Beaconsfield, that stunning result for Joy Morrissey of the Conservative Party, she got 56 0.1% of the vote, but that was still down 9.2% on where Dominic Grieve was last time around.
We can cross to Beaconsfield, back over to Beaconsfield. Keith has been there for us all night, Keith. So in the end, a very, very comfortable win for Joy Morrissey.
Hello.
Yes, Keith. A very comfortable win for Joy Morrissey in the end.
Indeed. I'm ever so sorry. I was just chatting to Alexa Collins as you came back, so that's why I missed you there. Yes, I have to say, I heard Pippa's reaction after the result, and I think generally there was the feeling round the room that, the result was a little bit of a surprise. I mean, there is different ways of looking at it. I mean, I've become a spin doctor since I've been here, so you could say that the Conservative vote has been reduced. I haven't done the maths totally, but it was 64% last time. I think it's down to 55, 56%. The irony is that Dominic Grieve's majority, it was 24,000, and he slashed it down to 16,000 for the Conservatives, but of course he's lost, which is a bit of an irony. And I have to say that when he gave his speech at the end, he really did, he was obviously very upset, but as a statesman that he is, somebody described him as a statesman, and he's still now giving interviews to the national channels, and he's certainly a man of principle and a man that's very well respected. And when he finished his speech at the end of after the results were announced, I think he probably got the loudest applause by some distance from the people gathered here. But I agree with Pippa. I think the result was certainly a bigger majority for Joy than it's always going to be a majority for Conservatives, but certainly a bigger majority than I was expecting.
Can you let us know some of the things that Joy said in her acceptance speech?
I have to say it was pretty much what you would expect. She thanked everyone who worked for her campaign, and I have to say when they came up on stage afterwards, the stage, you could hardly see it. There seemed to be a lot of people supporting her, members of the campaign team, her count agents, who I've got to know today. It's a lovely expression, isn't it? So, she was thanking the people who worked with her. She thanked the other candidates, for a good campaign, and something we touched on a few times, that we certainly felt there was a reasonably good spirit amongst the candidates in the Beaconsfield constituency. And then I've managed to get a 40-second clip with her, which I'm afraid was all the time I could squeeze in. But in that, she expressed how much she's looking forward to serving the people of Beaconsfield. She came on a ticket of supporting the government that is now clearly going to be elected, although she's very passionate about education, and I think we might see some moves there to improve vocational education, which is something certainly dear to my heart. So it was a pretty typical speech, Bob, to be honest with you. It's a bit like a speech at the end of a wedding, the father of the bride speech. There are certain things you have to say, and she said them.
Okay, fantastic, Keith. Many, many thanks for your reporting from Beaconsfield. We very much appreciate it. Joy Morrissey being returned there with a majority of 15,000. Dominic Grieve coming second. His previous majority, 24,500. So that, depending on which way you look at it, because clearly Dominic Grieve used to be the Conservative candidate. Joy Morrissey now is the Conservative candidate. So the majority going down there for the Conservatives. But there's some special reasons as to why that was. Just looking at the result from Kensington, and we said how ridiculously close it was. The Conservatives polled 38.3%, Labour polling 38%. So very, very close in Kensington. Okay, we are looking at the results at the moment, and the latest that we have is that the Conservatives still are short, but not by very many now. So we're looking at about another 50 seats that they need before Boris is definitely confirmed as being back in number 10 with a working majority.
Okay, and we were wondering what was happening in Kensington with all the booing and gesticulating.
We were, yes.
So lots of booing and shouting after Conservatives gained the seat back from Labour. It was a 69% Remain seat, but the Remain vote was split with the Lib Dems, and it was Sam Gamer in Kensington. So a lot of Labour people not happy there. The Conservatives have won through because because the Remain vote was split.
So feeling very much the same as the Conservatives probably were in the North East, where we saw time and again tonight that actually, had the Brexit Party not stood in those seats, that actually far more of the North East would have been blue than you would ever have expected. And that all down to actually Nigel Farage and the Brexit Party standing in those Labour seats and very much denying the Conservatives a victory, because you do assume that actually the people that voted for the Brexit Party probably would have voted Tory. And had the Brexit Party not stood, they would have got in.
Yeah. So that was the pattern across the North East, and as we move further south, still a few London seats we're waiting for. There's a couple around Surrey that I'm particularly looking out for, somewhere where I used to live, seeing what happens there.
Cheryl, I believe, has the numbers from Aylesbury, which we have been waiting for.
Yes, so from Aylesbury, Rob Butler, Conservative, 32,737. Liz Hind, Labour, 15,364. Steve Lambert of the Liberal Democrats, 10,081. And Coral Simpson of the Greens, 2,394. So Rob Butler holding that quite comfortably.
Quite comfortably. So the only one that now we are missing to complete the set is the results from Buckingham, which will be an interesting constituency. Clearly, John Bercow, the Speaker, has been the MP there for many years, but certainly for 10 years whilst he was Speaker. Of course, tradition dictates that the main parties do not stand against the Speaker, and so for the last 10 years, the people of Buckingham have not had proper representation. However, that has now changed, because of course John Bercow has stood down as the Speaker. Lindsay Hoyle now has that job and was comfortably re-elected, unsurprisingly, tonight. So it will be interesting to see what happens in the seat of Buckingham.
Yeah, now we've not seen Lindsay Hoyle in that role yet, have we? He was the Deputy Speaker,
yes,
wasn't he?
Yes, he was the Deputy Speaker. Did we see him?
He was elected the day that they broke.
That's right.
So,
that's right.
He hasn't actually done it yet.
I'm looking forward to that, though, because he said he's going to wear all the regalia, didn't he? He's going to get the wig back on and all the gear. So
he's quite traditionalist, isn't he?
Yeah.
About the role.
And I felt he was quite outspoken actually about the things that he wasn't going to do that John Bercow had done.
Yes.
It wasn't to me, oh yes, pass on the back, thanks very much, what a fantastic speaker you were. He didn't really criticise him, but just some of the things that he said he was going to do, it was quite obvious that actually he's not going to do it in the way that we have become accoushed to John Bercow.
I don't think we're actually going to hear very much from him, and that's the point.
Yes.
Because rather than becoming, a figure that then leads a narrative, that's not what the Speaker is supposed to do. So actually, I think he's probably going to be very quiet.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point of it. So it's going to be very different.
I think he's going to be great, actually. I'm really looking forward to him getting into the swing of it. Yeah.
I like him from what I've seen from when he's in the chair as a deputy. To me, it seemed the most sensible choice when it comes to electing.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I would say as well, I liked John Bercow a lot, but at the same time, I'm not quite sure, particularly towards the end, whether he was suitable for the role that he had. Because remembering other speakers, and Betty Boothroyd, you could say, was a high-profile speaker. She was very noticeable, but she was noticeable because of the way that she dealt with the MPs, rather than anything particularly that she said.
Yes.
And I think with John Bercow, in the end, it became actually more about what he was saying.
Yeah, he was a great orator, I think, John Bercow. Not always on... I wasn't always on with the message, but the way he speaks commanded attention, certainly, if nothing else.
But I think, almost maybe you should have stuck to being an MP, because that, we like that from our MPs, being brilliant orators, whereas actually, when you're really the referee...
Yeah, you shouldn't be bending the rules, or you shouldn't be, I don't want to suggest he bent the rules, but he went up very close to the boundaries.
Yes.
And I think he was sometimes interpreting things rather than just reading things in black and white. That would be my interpretation of it.
So it'll be interesting to see the new speaker, and I think yes,
it's all change, isn't it?
It won't be as it won't be as obvious as the order.
No.
Which became such a catchphrase that actually you could go abroad and people would say to you, "Oh wow, I really like that bloke who says order," and you think, "Well, goodness me, he really has cut through, hasn't he?"
Yeah.
Normally you go abroad and people talk to you about the Queen, but actually if you're going abroad and people were speaking to you about John Bercow, that is quite impressive.
So I wonder when they're all due in the House. Then is it Monday or will they turn up tomorrow?
Very good question.
I would imagine.
I would think.
not
Yeah, I don't think it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly
they don't usually sit on Fridays anyway, do
that's
they?
true. Yeah, that's true.
So I would say Monday. Sky News have just updated their forecast, interestingly, and it's coming out at the moment as a Conservative majority of between 76 and 88.
So going back to the exit poll, I can't even remember now, but it's definitely increased through the night, hasn't it?
Yeah, and if it does reach that point, it will be bigger than Blair's majority in 2005 and Thatcher's in 79.
Wow. Okay. So not as big as Blair in 1997 or Thatcher in 1983, which were really, really big. But even so. Given that I think a lot of people thought that Boris might just about get his working majority, but it might still be a hung parliament with Conservatives being the biggest.
And it's Labour's worst result since 1935.
So we've got to ask ourselves why. And Caroline Flint, she puts the loss of her seat down to the fact that Labour moved to stop Brexit. And became a pro-Remain party. A few commentators sort of agreeing with that. Of course, I think
some people would say they didn't, though.
It's no secret that Jeremy Corbyn is no Remainer. He's been anti-EU all his career,
and I think that's part of it. Again, that you've got the leader of the Labour Party pretending, putting on this face of, oh well, yes, I do want to stay in the EU. I'm not quite sure that Whereas we all know that actually he doesn't like the EU.
Yeah.
You could say, of course, the same about Boris. That actually
he's a Remainer.
Up until 2016, it was very much sitting on the fence. And some of the things that he said, particularly when he was London Mayor, you would think he was a Remainer.
My personal problem with that, though, is that actually, really, it shouldn't matter what the leaders personally feel, because it's about instigating what the party policy is, but also initiating what the people have voted for. So I get very uncomfortable when they were trying to pin Corbyn down to say, where are you? Don't sit on the fence, because actually, I think he was trying to be noble. I'm being kind. I'm just gonna. I think he was trying to be noble in saying, well, it doesn't matter what I think. We are saying that we will do the best for the people in what they decide. And I think you get into murky ground then when it's all about the person, because we don't live in a presidential society. I
was about to come on to that. Isn't it the way that our elections are actually structured? So you have this very strange system. And again, I've said this earlier on this evening. So my daughter voted for the first time yesterday, as it now was, so we've had quite a lot of conversations in the past couple of months, because she's not that interested politically. She very much wanted to vote, and just sort of trying to explain our system of, well, actually, you're voting, really it's 650 little local elections that are going on, but the results of those mean that that these particular people, you're choosing those particular people, and she got her head around it, but she was like, well, hang on, that's so that's that completely confuses it, she said, because I know who maybe I want to vote for nationally, but maybe that's not the same as the person I want to vote for locally. And I said, well, that's the whole contradiction politics, of whereas I think we're so used to hearing about the US and and it's such a personality contest, but actually, if we could have a bit of that might be fairer, that actually you vote for the Prime Minister, but you still vote for your local MP.
Yeah, but then it gets more complicated still.
Yeah.
Because then, you voted for your local person, whichever colour they may be, but then do they represent you? or do they toe the party line?
Yeah.
You know, and this was a discussion, I think it was a question you asked all of the candidates in the one-to-ones, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear you got different answers from different candidates.
Yes, and I mean very much from those who are or were the incumbents pretty much answered one way, whereas actually those who of course were on the outside and looking to be elected can answer a different way and say, oh well, no, if my party wanted me to do something, they weren't quite as explicit as saying I'd ignore them, but that was the implication. Whereas actually those who've been through the process, those who know what being whipped is like in the House of Commons, are very much like, well, I would have to consider very seriously. Quite clearly, Dominic Grieve considered it very, very seriously and ended up, being thrown out of the party. But, it was very interesting to hear them all answer that. But yes, I do think with regards to the voting system, I know it's not going to change.
Well, I don't know. Let Nige have 6 months off, and he'll be back to stir it all up.
Who knows? Will that be his next crusade?
I think there is definitely a discussion to be had, or some thinking to do, because we are just so it's so us against them, isn't it? What's the word I'm looking for? In the system that we have. But then it is a system that has worked in the UK for hundreds of years, and actually if it ain't broke, don't try and fix it. I'd like to see more collaborative working. I think we could do more cross-party stuff. I mean, obviously all the committees are cross-party committees, and I think actually maybe some of the media focus should be more on the work of the committees rather than just the PMQs, the big sort of set pieces. that is theatre, isn't it? It's
But then before now, if we'd had this conversation at 10 p.m, remember 10 p.m? I would have said the two-party system is dead.
And Mark Shaw sat there saying, I'm not tired. And we were like, you just wait.
The two-party system is dead. Well, at 4:41, it's not, obviously.
Is Mike Tomic still here? Shall I see if he wants to come and have a chat?
Well, yes. At some point, I think, that would be an interesting conversation to have. I think with regards to the two-party system, I know Liberal Democrats will be howling at the radio with this, but, I do wonder not whether they should give up, but whether they should be looking and seeking maybe some sort of alliance with the Labour Party so that actually we have a very clear two-party system. Because at the moment, again, as we've said all night, the strange thing about the Liberal Democrats, you've never had a Tory party who are more to the right, you've never had a Labour Party who are more to the left. Why haven't the Liberal Democrats tonight mopped up in the middle?
The centre is lacking at the moment.
So the political parties and our political leaders have drifted away from the centre, and that's got us to where we are. But I think many of the people, the large majority of the people, are all floating around in the middle. And it's just that those people on the extremes seem to have the loudest voices, they shout the loudest, and actually people who are in the middle, maybe just a little to the left or a little to the right, are just so fed up with being bombarded with the criticism of those on the extremes that most people just want to keep quiet. And the silent majority has spoken this evening. I think there's lots of people in the middle. I think we're now going to see Labour move back towards the middle. Either that or they will split and we'll end up with a Blairite party and a left-wing party. And the Lib Dems need to go and lick the wounds and come back
once again.
Yeah.
So the state of play at 4:43, the Conservatives currently have 291. That is up 40. The Labour Party on 190. That's down 52. The SNP with 43. They have gained 12 seats tonight. The Liberal Democrats with 7. The DUP with 6. That is down 2, and the others with 13.
Love music. Love talk. Love Wycombe Sound.
Green Telecom are your local telecoms company. Expert communication specialists established for 25 years. If you're looking for a new telephone system, faster, more efficient broadband, new phone lines, or cost savings on your existing lines, if you're moving offices or upgrading your mobile phone, then contact Green Telecom on 01494 775500 or visit greentelecom.co.uk. Green Telecom. Phone the world without paying the earth.
Are you looking for a new challenge? Why not come and work for us? Buckinghamshire College Group is a fantastic place to work. If you're looking for a career that will challenge and develop you, with excellent benefits including pension, generous holidays and free parking, we have a number of vacancies available, from lecturers, permanent and temporary bank staff, to support and admin roles in Aylesbury, Amersham and Wycombe. To find out more about our vacancies, search Bucks College Group online. We look forward to hearing from you. Bucks College Group.
Are you always interested in what's going on in your town? Do you like making sure the facts are right? Are you fanatical about balance, about hearing both sides of a story? Then Wycombe Sound wants to hear from you. We want you to help us tell High Wycombe what's going on in High Wycombe. Be Wycombe Sound's eyes and ears in the town and get the satisfaction of hearing your news reports on Wycombe's own radio station. Call us now on 449900 or email newsroom@wycombesound.org.uk. Help us to write, report and be the news in High Wycombe.
Mid-mornings on Wycombe Sound.
We're just kind of, trying to highlight all the positive aspects of the town. There are tons. So, anything we can do to kind of boost that, we're
It's been a really fun year, hasn't it, so far? It's been a whole mixture of different projects and, whether it's events, whether it's looking at actual campaigns, anything individual, there's so much positivity in High Wycombe anyway, let alone then what's being added to it as well.
If you'd told myself back in the 80s that a vet from a low would be saying, come on a motorhome holiday with me, then, goodness me, I don't think I would have believed you.
Having been there, I've tried all these things out myself. I know they work. So that's what I'll be sharing with people on the workshop as well.
Mid-mornings with Jonathan, Colin, Bob or Keith. Weekdays from 10 on Wycombe Sound.
This is Wycombe Sound.
Conservatives are closing in on the 326 seats that they need. They need 21 seats to give Boris Johnson a majority in the House of Commons. Of course, this evening we have already had Steve Baker being re-elected as the MP for Wycombe. We have had Joy Morris's stunning victory in Beaconsfield, where she has gained the seat from Dominic Grieve, as it were, with a majority of 15,000. Cheryl Gillan has been returned in Chesham and Amersham. We also have had the result in Aylesbury, where that was held as well. Theresa May has unsurprisingly been returned as the candidate in Maidenhead. It's Rob Butler who was returned as the MP in Aylesbury. Mimi Harker has joined us now. She has returned from her jaunt down to Maidenhead, where she did manage to secure an interview with former Prime Minister Theresa May. And I can't quite believe as well that you actually were talking to her about what was on the spoilt ballot papers. But actually, she wouldn't really be, and sorry, this is a pun, she wouldn't really be drawn on what was on the spoilt ballot papers.
She would not. In fact, they tried to steer her away as soon as I said it.
Oh, did they?
But,
okay.
But it was interesting.
I'm surprised you didn't ask about shoes, because you did ask, there was another interview where you got onto shoes.
We did indeed, because we've known each other for about 20 years or so, if not more. So therefore, there's that sort of sense of camaraderie as well. And it was really lovely to see her. It really was. She looked splendid this evening.
She sounds so much more relaxed,
yeah.
And she's seeing her as well. With the fact that she's been seen in Beaconsfield campaigning for Joy Morrissey, she really looks like a woman who's had the weight of the world taken off her shoulders. But also just in how she's now coming across in the media when you hear her on interviews and things. And I slightly think, why weren't you a bit more like that when you were Prime Minister? Because you sound so enthused and fantastic, whereas actually when you were Prime Minister it was a little bit robotic.
I think she's become very statesman-like since she's stood down as PM, and I think actually the pressure's on you when you're in that position. I mean, let's be honest, I mean, you go in there, you think you're going to never change when you're always going to be that very true person that you are, and she's always been very true to her principles and her beliefs. She's always always been very steadfast and very, very dedicated to what she believes in. But when you get into that office, all of a sudden it's not just you anymore. It's other people around you, and they're pushing and they're pulling and they're tugging this way and they're tugging you that way.
And that's even just if you're the MP, let alone if you're the Prime Minister. I mean, it's interesting. We were saying that with regards to the interviews that I carried out with the candidates, and all of them, other than the incumbents, answered the question where I said, well, OK, so there's a decision in Parliament that you have to take, and you disagree with your party. What would you do? And pretty much everybody said, I would definitely, go on my principles and I would vote against the party. However, the incumbents, so Steve Baker, who I spoke to, and Dominic Grieve as well, both were very clear in it depends on, the circumstance. And, you could see that they'd been through they'd experienced life in the House of Commons, whereas everybody else, and it's completely fair enough, they hadn't.
And that's the issue, isn't it? Because you don't realise how much pressure there is on you once you're in that environment to actually toe the line, listen to the whips, do as you're told, not make trouble, don't make waves, just get on with it, make it happen. And it's actually quite tough. If you want to stand up and be your own person, you will probably find yourself very much on your own.
I mean, I know that you haven't been an MP, but I know that you are very, very politically active. What is it that the whips can do to you in the House of Commons to, ensure that you do vote the way that they want you to vote?
Well, it's a disciplinary thing, because if you don't do what the whips say, there are certain consequences to that, and that is what you have to be aware of. And are you prepared to take those consequences? Because if you're not, then you need to listen to the whips. I'm a bit of a maverick, I suppose. I always have been. I do what I feel is right. I very rarely do what I'm told to do. I have to really believe it to do it. So I guess that's why I'm here and I'm not there.
You're not there. You might be there one day, though. You never know.
No, I don't think so. I think my time came and went some time ago. West Bromwich West, funnily enough, was taken by the Conservatives tonight.
We did notice that, yes.
I fought that seat in 2005.
Ah, did you?
Yes,
okay.
I did.
Yes, well, that was noticeable, because I always like the fact it's West Bromwich West.
Indeed.
Could they not come up with a better name than West Bromwich West?
Well, it's Betty Boothroyd's old seat.
Yes, of course, yes.
So, when I was there in 2005, I mean, it was such a huge Labour majority, and that was what they called the bloody nose seat. Yeah, so you went and fought a seat like that, and then after you'd done that, you were rewarded with a better seat.
So this was Tony Blair coming in 1983 and fighting Beaconsfield. That's
it's that sort of thing.
And
that was the way it used to be. So I fought that seat. I got a 2.23%, something like that. Rise in the vote. For especially not bad for somebody who was only there for 10 weeks.
Yeah.
Because I was selected very, very late in the day. And yes, and it was just those 10 weeks leading up to the elections. 2.23% increase in the vote on the previous elections, and I just thought to myself, yes, I think I've won the world here.
If you did manage to get a seat, and you did get in, what would that mean to you? Because I slightly sort of think, we were talking earlier on about the Miliband brothers,
Mm-hmm.
and the day of that vote when it was revealed that Ed had won and David had lost, and beforehand, where actually if you looked at it, you would have thought that David was definitely going to win, because he was the one sitting there grinning and Ed was the one looking slightly worried, and then you realised that Ed had won, and possibly that Ed was actually sitting there thinking, goodness me,
I wasn't expecting this.
I'm going to have to now do all of those things that I've said.
Yes.
Whereas David was sitting there thinking, oh, thank goodness for that. I haven't got
and
it.
what a treacherous brother I've got.
Yes, so if you become an MP, is that maybe slightly what you're thinking? Joy Morrissey today, this morning,
yes,
with a whopping majority now of 15,000 as the new MP in Beaconsfield, is she slightly thinking, goodness me, I'm a member of Parliament?
Actually, I think with Joy, I had the great pleasure of working with her. I know Joy, and she is a brilliant candidate. I had no doubt whatsoever in my mind that she was going to win this with a big majority, because she's just got that charm about her. She's really good with people. She's got a wonderful way of talking. You feel as if you're in a safe pair of hands. And I think, sad for Dominic Grieve in a way, because
I think you could say some of the same things about him, actually, that you
Absolutely.
felt very safe with him.
Absolutely. And I think it was just unlucky for him in a sense that such a great candidate came along who had those wonderful qualities. And she's been with the party a while. She's a councillor in Ealing. So she understands the system as well. She's been around. She knows. She's stood for the Europeans as well. So she's done this before. I mean, but she's really good fun to work with. But when you listen to her, she is just so grounded. I think that's the thing. She's grounded. She's sensible. She's charming. She's got a great smile, which is a really winning smile. I think that's important. And she's just a lovely woman. And I think she'll be a fantastic MP for Beaconsfield.
I think she's also had to possibly overcome a couple of things that people said to me within the constituency where, they were saying, they hadn't met her at the time, but they'd heard about her. And so, very much, first of all, the fact that, yes, she was from Ealing, so she's not a local person.
Indeed.
And it doesn't matter what anyone says, if you're a constituent, you like the persons, to be from that constituency,
sure,
rather than even if they come in from the constituency next door, you still think, oh, well, they're not really one of us. So she had that against her, and she's overcome that. And she also, has this fantastic accent, and the fact that,
yes,
as soon as you meet her, she says, I'm from Ohio,
yes,
which you don't hear very often in Beaconsfield.
Indeed.
And so, again, you could see, particularly in a fairly sort of safe, traditional Tory heartland, that they might have been thinking, well, who on earth is this American person coming over wanting to stand for us?
Indeed.
And yet she's blown it away completely.
And it is completely down to not only the hard work of the people in the constituency, the members there who went out and worked hard. We had lots of people coming in from all over the place, from surrounding areas, to come in and give her a hand. But you see, if she hadn't had that genuine, grounded, sort of a feeling about her, if she hadn't genuinely been someone that you felt you could trust, she wouldn't have had this great success. But she really is going to be fantastic. What was the slogan? Bring joy to Beaconsfield. Well, they've certainly done that.
I have to say, as somebody who actually interviewed all of them, so I spoke to all 5 candidates in Beaconsfield, I have to say, and I know that Keith was alluding to this earlier on, I know there was a little bit of a falling out at the beginning of this week, but we'll gloss over that. But, they were all so friendly with each other, but also the passion that they spoke of and the knowledge that they had of not only Beaconsfield but also Marlow, of Gerrards Cross, of going all the way down to Ivor, of Burnham as well, was so impressive that actually you came away from both the roundtable discussion that I had with them and the individual interviews thinking, whichever one of these 5 people gets in as the Beaconsfield MP, Beaconsfield is going to have a cracking MP.
Indeed.
So that was wonderful. I believe that we can go to Claire Sherman, who is... they are declaring soon in Buckingham. Claire, how long away are we in Buckingham?
Sorry?
How long away until a declaration?
They're just about to announce the results any second now. It is about to happen.
Okay. Would you be able to basically interpret for us? So I don't think we'll be able to hear the returning officer on your phone, but if you can quietly, in your best stage whisper, tell us what's happening.
I'll try. Yes, I will do, yes.
So this is in Buckingham.
I can't because I'm not allowed to be on the phone in here.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, we will come back to you once there is a result in Buckingham. Claire, many thanks. Obviously, it's an interesting result in Buckingham because it is a place that has not had a proper MP, if you like, for at least 10 years. Of course, it was the seat of the Speaker, John Bercow. Conservative Greg Smith is standing there against David Morgan for the Labour Party and Stephen Dorrell for the Liberal Democrats. There is a Brexit candidate there. Andrew Bell is also an English Democrat and an independent as well. So quite a lot of people interested in the Buckingham constituency. You would assume that it would be a safe Conservative seat, but we shall see. But certainly I know one thing with regards to the people in Buckingham. They are very glad that finally they are going to be represented properly in the House of Commons. And again, that's one thing that I slightly regret not speaking to Mark Shaw about earlier on. Just, how ridiculous it is that actually the Speaker takes up one of those seats. Surely we could come up with a system in our politics where once the Speaker has become the Speaker, there is a by-election in the constituency where the Speaker stands.
Actually they haven't had adequate representation, and that's not Mr. Burko's fault.
No, not at all.
It's silly.
Also, it then grows. The resentment against him then grows, which is not fair on the person who is the incumbent
Indeed.
Speaker.
And I think the role that you take on as Speaker as well, it takes you away from the work you're doing there. And when they say that you've got to be apolitical in that role to the majority of the degree,
the very fact that they even say that straight away means that actually you can't necessarily represent your constituents.
Of course you can't.
And again, if it's clear to us sitting here at 5 a.m, surely something can be done about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are listening to Wycombe Sound. As I say, we are rapidly approaching the 5 o'clock news, but we will continue after the news as Boris closes in on his majority.
National and international news on 106.6 FM. This is Wycombe Sound.
From the Sky News Centre at 5. As the results keep tumbling in, the Conservatives are forecast to win the general election with a comfortable majority.
It does look as though this One Nation Conservative government has been given a powerful new mandate to get Brexit done.
Boris Johnson's party has taken several Labour strongholds in the north of England on a bruising night for Jeremy Corbyn. He said he'll not be leading the Labour Party at another general election, but will stay on while a period of reflection takes place. Several candidates have criticised his leadership, including Ruth Smeeth, who lost her seat in Stoke-on-Trent and said he should have gone many months ago. The broadcaster's exit poll, released at 10 o'clock last night, predicted a majority of 86 for the Tories, with Labour projected to suffer significant losses. The SNP are on course to dominate in Scotland, where the Liberal Democrat leader Jo Swinson has lost her seat in East Dunbartonshire. She's spoken of her dismay at what the political changes will mean for the UK.
These are very significant results for the future of our country, and I will be making further remarks later today. But let me say now, for millions of people in our country, these results will bring dread and dismay, and people are looking for hope.
Reacting to the results so far, SNP leader Nicola Sturgeon said Mr Johnson emphatically does not have a mandate to take Scotland out of the EU. She says Scotland must be granted another independence referendum.
Not everybody who voted SNP yesterday will support independence necessarily, but there is a clear desire and endorsement for the notion that Scotland should not be landed with a Boris Johnson government and ripped out of Europe against our will. We should have a choice over our own future.
Meanwhile, the DUP's Westminster leader Nigel Dodds has lost his Belfast North seat to Sinn Féin, and the US President has tweeted this morning saying it's looking like a big win for Boris in the UK. That's the latest. I'm Barry Weir.
This is the award-winning Wycombe Sound. You're listening to Wycombe Sound, online, on Radio Player and on 106.6 FM.
The Conservatives have just gained Dagenham and Rainham from Labour and have secured a majority in the House of Commons. They have won their 326th seat, giving Boris Johnson a win in the House of Commons. He does have a working majority, the working majority that he craved. Seems rather appropriate that I have Mimi Harker, who is a prominent local politician and a Conservative supporter, in the studio at the moment. So, Mimi, I will go first to you for a reaction.
Well, I'm one of these people that said it's going to be a blue wash. I was told that was nonsense. He would just about scrape through and we were probably looking at a coalition of some description or a hung parliament or something, on all those terms we used. And I just said, literally being out there, talking to people, hearing what they've got to say, All I'm hearing is we've had enough, we need to get this sorted, and therefore the only way they were going to get that done is by voting Conservative.
The Buckingham result is just being announced now, so we will focus on that for a few moments. So Greg Smith is standing there for the Conservatives. Obviously, before John Bercow became Speaker, that was a very safe Conservative seat. So we await that result. The returning officer, again, is slightly building up his part by clearly saying quite a lot that really isn't necessary. And if he could just get on with actually reading the figures, that would be good. A bit like those people who announce the Eurovision Song Contest result when they go over to the various countries. And exactly, and and they say we're now going over to the Belgian person, and the Belgian person says it's been wonderful, thank you so much for a lovely show, and you think we just want to know who you're going to give your 12 points to. We know it's not going to be England or the UK, but just get on with it. Right, okay. Andrew Bell, the Brexit Party, 1,286 votes in the Buckingham constituency. Stephen Dorrell for the Liberal Democrats, 16,624. David Morgan standing for the Labour Party is the next to be revealed. He has 7,638. So Greg Smith of the Conservative Party needs more than 16,624, and he has got a whopping 37,035 votes. So he has romped home with a majority of 20,000. So Greg Smith is elected as the Conservative Member of Parliament for Buckingham. And so with our local area, that is a Conservative blue wash, as Mimi Harker would say. So they have won the seats in Buckingham, in Aylesbury, in Wycombe, in Beaconsfield, in Chesham and Amersham, and also down in Maidenhead as well, which of course borders Wycombe, so that is why we have been focusing on Maidenhead tonight. Mimi, you were saying with regards to Boris, I would say, and particularly some of the things that Mark Shaw was saying about how Boris had possibly been slightly kept away from various bits of the campaign and not allowed to meet Andrew Neil. Have they almost won tonight in spite of Boris, or have they won very much because of him?
Do you know, that man has got so much charisma. You just need to watch him in groups of people. And I speak as somebody who was not his biggest fan when I first knew of him. I became a big fan of his. It was when Ian Duncan Smith was leader and Boris was the warm-up act at a conference. And he came onto the stage and I just looked at him and I just thought, okay, you could have done your hair or something, and tidied up a bit. But, he stood there and he spoke. With humour, with knowledge, with understanding, and he explained things. And all of a sudden you realise you'd just swallowed 10 sort of policies without even realising you'd done it, because he'd explained it in such a way. It was just easy to understand, easy to see what was happening, easy to see what was going on. And I just thought, what an incredibly clever man. But he does it all with so much humour. And that's the thing about him. So if you know him personally, it's a very different story to the way the media portrays, and that's him, and that's the same with an awful lot of politicians.
From what you're saying, though, he sounds to me like he would be a fantastic celebrity, as a person on I'm a Celebrity, but as a Prime Minister, is he going to now deliver the goods for the country?
I think he is an incredibly, incredibly clever and astute politician. You have to look at his results when he was the Mayor of London. Now, that is a city that should never, ever have had a Conservative mayor, but they had a Conservative mayor, not once, but they re-elected him as well. He's got to be doing something incredibly right for that to happen, because that was something that nobody could ever have dreamed of.
I would say I felt probably the first time that he was elected, it was probably as a reaction against Ken Livingstone.
Yes.
However, I will grant you the fact he got elected again, and the fact that now, since obviously he's stood down as London Mayor, it has gone back to being Labour. I think it's going to now be fascinating to see Boris Johnson actually leading the Conservative Party with a working majority as to what happens, because clearly ever since he's become Prime Minister,
yes,
he has been very much hampered.
And I think what we have to remember as well, that every single candidate who agreed to stand and who was selected, they could only go forward if they were going to toe the line. It's as simple as that. You have to support Brexit. That is what the democratic vote was all about in 2016. If you do not support that, please do not stand as a candidate. That seemed to be what was being said.
Cheryl, certainly not Boris's biggest fan. How are you feeling right now, knowing that he has got the majority that he craved?
I'm not surprised. I am crushed, but, we will see what happens. And that's as much as I can say at 5 o'clock in the morning.
What are you hoping for from the other parties now? What are you looking for from Labour in their leader, and even the Liberal Democrats from their leader, given that Jo Swinson lost her seat?
I think my main concern is I don't actually have an agenda from the other leaders as such. My concern is that the Conservative Party have veered to the right quite dramatically so, and my concern now is that there aren't any checks and balances on that, and how far does it go? Now, it's no secret that Conservatives, I'm not the biggest fan of Conservatives, but I also don't think that this Conservative government are representative of the Conservative Party as was, and so that's what I fear now, that we are going to go somewhere we will not be able to return from, and that's what concerns me.
I think you've got a really, really good point there, because what happens is when you have a big majority and you see around you the other parties disintegrating, because they literally are, the biggest problem with that is you've got no one to challenge you. There's no challenges, and as you say, there's no checks and balances. One of the reasons the coalition worked so well was because there were checks and balances at every stage, which was almost a double surety that you were going to have better results rather than just somebody sort of mowing through and just delivering what they wanted. So I do agree with that side of it, and I've seen it myself in, sort of councils where you have large majorities. You've got no opposition to fight, so you start fighting yourselves, and the infighting becomes the thing. Then you have factions within that. Then you start splintering off. And it becomes very divisive and very difficult.
Well, you look at the Labour Party, and that's exactly what happened with Tony Blair.
Absolutely.
And Jeremy Corbyn is only leader as a reaction still against Tony Blair, who hasn't been their leader for so long.
Absolutely.
Now.
You need to have a good opposition in order to have a healthy democracy. It's really that simple.
So should we introduce proportional representation, which would then give you the coalition that you're saying, and would possibly be a fairer way for all?
That is such an interesting question. It's a dilemma that I've had to work my way through over many years. 10 years ago, I would have said to you, absolutely not. First past the post, best system going. But now, I have to say, with the way politics has changed, the way we all as ordinary people can see what's going on because of social media, because of the amount of news that's available to us at our fingertips, I think everything's up for grabs. It's all changed so much, and it's not really that system that used to be there as was once upon a time in an ivory tower up there. We're all involved. We're all very, capable of seeing what's going on, and we're all very good at making our voices heard and showing when we're concerned. So I think there is an argument now for PR, definitely.
I think it would be interesting, if the election of 9 years ago now was happening tonight, and maybe that vote then was coming in now, as you say, particularly with things like social media, and almost you don't even have to call it social media anymore. We just all know. That's how the way the world now works. The newspapers, they used to be so influential, they're now hardly influential at all. People are watching this election, they're watching what's happening, they're not watching things like party political broadcasts anymore.
And that point you make there, hasn't that become a bad thing? Because now we read a newspaper and we're looking at something that's trying to catch a headline, catch your attention to get you to read it, rather than, as has sadly become the reputation, reporting the real facts.
Yes.
Instead, it's just a story now.
It happens, so much as well on the internet, doesn't it? That actually those stories and those nasty little adverts that you see at the bottom of various websites that that want you to click on, you'll never guess what this person's been doing.
Yeah.
And it's so prevalent.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be. And that's influencing and affecting politics as well.
No, absolutely.
Completely. And that, I think, is something that we need to be ever mindful about, because not everything you read is true. And this, I think, has been one of the biggest and most difficult things that people have had to literally claw their way through, all this information that's being thrown at them by the media, because trying to seek a headline. Is it true? Is he really a liar? Is he really a Marxist? Is he really you've got to really, really sit back and try and be very grown up about it to a certain degree and try and analyse it yourself by reading as much as you can from other sources other than print media.
Definitely. And, I think particularly with the Labour Party and everything that has been said about Jeremy Corbyn, and particularly with the anti-Semitism, and you look to see on the internet what's actually gone on there, and it's very, very, very confusing. I still find it completely bizarre that actually it was Philip Schofield of all people who sort of got to the bottom of it, and actually what Jeremy Corbyn did then say, sorry,
yes.
It wasn't the Andrew Neils, it was it was the guy who used to be on Children's BBC.
Indeed.
Very, very, very strange. Very strange times that we're in. But I find it fascinating that you as a Conservative sitting there saying, well, actually, I used to be a big fan of First Past the Post, and now I'm not quite so sure.
I really am not, because I see the benefits. But I think where it really used to get me was if you look at some other countries in the world where you have got some very extremist groups that have managed to take power purely because of PR, and that's what worries me, because it does open the door to those extremists for them to come in and take power and then to just literally decimate the areas that they're in. I'm not going to name them on here because I think it would be very wrong to do so, but I think we've seen it in the news. We're all aware of where these countries are and what's going on, and I find that quite scary, and that was the only big reason that I had against PR.
I think also from some other countries where they seem to have election after election after election because of PR.
Yes.
And again, I don't think any
Don't want to see another election for quite some time. Thank you very much.
Just coming into us from Gordon in Scotland, which sounds like a person but actually is a place, and the SNP have gained Gordon
Another
from
one.
the Conservatives with a very slender majority of 819. Nicola Sturgeon has got to be one very happy person.
She must
this
be, mustn't
evening.
she? Yes.
We have gone back to how it was in the 2015 election, where basically the SNP have pretty much painted the whole country yellow. There's a few seats that haven't gone their way, but very much so.
And doesn't that make a little bit of a point here as well, that everybody says it shouldn't be about the leader, because you're not looking at the leader of the party, it's the party and what it stands for that you should be voting for. But actually, when Ruth Davidson was there, she was brilliant. She was the one that brought people in. She was the one that made it happen. Yeah, and I mean, and you can see that. I mean, they say don't rely on the leader, but wow.
Well, and
they have an
Sturgeon
influence.
has done such a good job that actually I know plenty of people in England that say, I wish we could vote for her.
Do you know what? I like her tailor. I do like where she gets her clothes from.
I knew that you'd bring it back around to clothes eventually. I'm still disappointed that you didn't speak to Theresa May about clothes. Did she?
She looked really good.
Leather trousers?
No, she had the most beautiful cobalt blue suit. And it was very, very beautifully tailored. She looked stunning.
I didn't dare say this when you were speaking to her, but I know that we did allude to it with some of her representatives. I'm sure that she was glad that she wasn't actually sharing the stage with Lord Buckethead and some of the other interesting people that Boris Johnson was having to share the stage with earlier on, including, very bizarrely, the man dressed as Elmo, who did the absolute thing that you're not, took the head off during Boris's speech.
No.
And you just think, well, why?
Well, of course, I was stuck in the middle of another room, so I didn't see all of that.
No, it was quite disturbing.
We've had the results in from Bolsover and Dudley North, and Bolsover has gone to the Conservatives.
This is unbelievable, isn't it?
Dennis Skinner.
Yeah, Dennis Skinner is out, and Dudley North has also gone to the Conservatives from Labour.
Wow.
I mean, Bolsover was such a, Bolsover and Labour were just, those words went next to each other. You always thought that they would be, that there was no way in the world that
Dennis Skinner.
I'm going to miss his heckle that he does.
Dennis Skinner, of all people, what a character.
Just, unbelievable. Almost more unbelievable than Sedgefield. Sedgefield was a huge shock.
And this is
Bolsover, Dennis Skinner is the Labour Labour
he's a
Party.
legend. He's a legend.
Yes.
He's a complete legend.
And you would think, in that constituency, they would want him back, but clearly no. The Conservatives have won in Bolsover. Absolutely amazing. We really have had some moments here tonight where we have just sat there with our mouths open. Joy Morrissey being one of them, winning so big in Beaconsfield by almost 16,000 votes to take that seat from Dominic Grieve. And also, in case you missed it earlier on, Steve Baker being returned in Wycombe with a majority of 4,000. You're listening to Wycombe Sound. It is our general election coverage. Bob Johnson with you for the next hour or so.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Deadlines to meet, targets to reach, clients to see. You're busy, and the last thing you need is to be thinking about your business IT. Take the headache out of it with CST. We offer the best possible technical support service and can tailor-make solutions for your infrastructure, whatever your requirements. Outsourcing your IT is cost-effective, and with CST, you'll have total support. For more information, visit cstlimited.com. CST. As IT should be.
Getting rid of the gravel path, replacing the old garden gate, or just doing a little DIY. If you have some bits left over, you can always bring them to your local household recycling centre. Charges for non-household waste start at just £2.50, and you can pay using contactless cards or even your phone. Just take a look online to see what you may need to pay before you travel, so when you do visit, you'll be ready to tap, tip and go. For opening times and a list of prices, head to buckscc.gov.uk and click Household Recycling Centres. Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas present appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the county. We'd welcome donations of small value gifts. Gifts for ages between 10 and 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each child. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas present appeal, proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
Drive time, weekdays from 4.
Wycombe Santa is out and about on his sleigh. He will be in the Battersbury area, which of course Duncan knows exactly where that is.
It's a lovely part of town.
Going to be also in Dean's Garden.
Does Dean know?
I hope so.
Get out my garden!
And Warren Wood.
Does Warren know?
I don't know.
Why does he just go around odd people's places? Lucky old Dean and Warren.
I hope they know.
Drive time. Back this afternoon from 4. This is Wycombe Sound.
21 minutes past 5 in the morning. You're listening to Wycombe Sound's General Election Results Special. In the last few minutes, a record number of women MPs have been elected to the House of Commons. We have just passed the previous record of 208. The pound has surged against the dollar, with the Conservatives having a comfortable election victory. Sterling rose 2.7% to $1.35, its highest level since May last year. The pound also jumped to a 3.5-year high against the euro, as investors interpret the results as providing greater certainty over Brexit. I think it is very good news. After a sad night that we have lost Jo Swinson. She lost her seat, and so clearly her future as Liberal Democrat leader is unclear, I think we should say, at the moment. But fantastic that actually a record number of women have been elected to the House of Commons, Mimi.
Absolutely. We are 51%, if not 52% now of the population, but we're not reflected in that way in the House of Commons yet.
And you should be.
And we should be, absolutely. In everything we do in life, there should be a reflection of the community. So in the same way, we can break it down into not enough women, not enough ethnic minority candidates. And, it's representation, isn't it? That's what we're all about. And that's what we need to be working and striving towards.
And I think it was fantastic to have Theresa May as Prime Minister. And
Indeed.
It is a shame that she is no longer Prime Minister. And similarly, it's fantastic to have, people like Nicola Sturgeon as the head of the SNP, and also it was great to have Jo Swinson as leader of the Liberal Democrats. And I think that is probably one of the sad points of the night, because definitely she didn't really have enough time, you feel, to actually get going.
Yeah.
And had she had longer, maybe what happened tonight wouldn't have happened.
It's a really difficult call, isn't it? Because I'm going to have to just say it as I see it, I'm afraid, because that's all I can do. When she was elected as the leader of the party, I was thrilled, because I just thought, great, a woman who's been around a bit, she was in the last government as well. Here she is, now she's leader of a party. This is a really good move. This is so positive for the country, for democracy, for women. It's such a good role model, such a good example. But actually, I'm just going to say this, she was very disappointing as she went around speaking here, there and everywhere. You can't say the media made it up, because there she was on our screens, jumping out at us, unable to really get into the meat of it, changing policies, making policies on the hoof. People see through that now. People see it as soon as it's there. They don't have any choice but to see it, because it's there, and we're all much more informed, as we were saying earlier. We're more educated, we're more involved, because it's all around us. You cannot help but be involved these days in politics, and in because it's your everyday life.
Yes, yeah, and yes, we are immersed in it in a way that back in the 80s, if you didn't catch the news at 9 o'clock, if you didn't read a newspaper, you were fairly blissfully ignorant. Whereas it's very hard to be blissfully ignorant today.
Exactly.
And even if you're not following those particular people on social media, probably one of your friends is, who will then retweet something.
Absolutely.
So you will then see, or someone will share a post on Facebook. Very much in previous elections for the 2015-2017, social media was talked about as being this this big change, but very much, as we were saying earlier on, I do think now actually it doesn't even need to be discussed like that, because yes, it's here. The genie is out of the bottle, as was said earlier on, and it's just something now that actually politicians are going to have to learn to live with.
And even if the rules change around election spending, because social media, so much of it can be done at zero cost, that's not even a way to control it. I think fact-checking as well. We've seen a couple of instances where there was one instance where the Conservatives, during one of the TV debates, set their Twitter up saying they were a fact-checking service. So I think we need to clamp down on that, maybe set up some sort of independent body that lays out all of the facts before the campaigns begin, perhaps. I don't know what the answer is, but social media has got to be harnessed, because the fake news, the targeting, the sending different messages to different groups of people, it's out of control.
And it's dishonest.
Yeah.
It's really dishonest, isn't it? And it's what gives everybody a bad name. So even as a local councillor, when you say that that's what you're involved in politics, people's noses go a little bit up here somewhere, and and actually all you're trying to do is the best job that you can possibly do to serve your area, and to do things and get things done, make a difference.
And again, I know I've said this a few times tonight, but as someone who had the pleasure of interviewing all of the candidates, both in Wycombe and Beaconsfield, that was something that came across really from them all, that they were all absolutely passionate in what they believed in what they wanted to do for their constituency. I couldn't deny them that, and yet when you hear people talking about politicians and they're only in it for themselves, and that they're not interested in the local area, that wasn't my experience at all from the 12 people that I spoke to who were looking to represent Wycombe and Beaconsfield.
But Pippa makes an excellent point there, because with that bad usage, if you like, or those uncontrolled uses of social media, what then happens is a perfectly good person can easily be tainted and easily be made to look like a villain instead of who they really are, because it's so easy to manipulate. That's the big thing that has to happen. And I think anybody that delivers social media has got to grasp that and do something about it before it's completely and utterly out of control.
I mean, are we thinking that this is a body that should be set up in this country? Are we thinking this is something that the politicians themselves should be looking into? Or are we thinking that this is something that actually those who run Twitter, those who run Facebook, it's really their responsibility, it's their platform that it's sitting on?
But where do you draw the line? Because it's not just politicians and official parties that are putting this stuff out there. It's your Steve Coogans, it's your film stars and pop stars and so on, people who are idolised in popular culture by young people who are influenced by it, by footballers and all sorts of TV presenters and all sorts. Where do you draw the line? That's the trouble.
And also, it's not even famous people either. It's some guy sitting in his bedsit, who can tweet something, and if it has traction, suddenly it's been retweeted 100,000 times and everybody's talking about it.
It's doctored photographs, it's videos, it's even broadcasters where they've and I'm not suggesting for a moment it's deliberate, but where subtitling has gone astray,
which happens so often.
We've had a couple more results in the last few minutes while we've been chatting about that. South West Hertfordshire is a Conservative hold. Now, this is where David Gauke was standing as an independent. He got 26% of the vote. The Conservatives have held it with 49%. They were down 8.3%. And also Luciana Berger, who left the Labour Party to join Change UK, and she has not been successful in Finchley, so she's out of a seat as well.
Conservatives have just held Winchester with a very slim majority, but they have held that. I know that is a seat that has flip-flopped in the past, and possibly at some point was held by just 2 votes in the long and distant past. But yes, they have held that as well. Going back to then the social media, sort of influence on the election, very much the fact that that one person possibly sitting in their bedsit wherever they happen to be can have such traction in an election. Again, is there anything that we can do about that? Because personally, again, the fact I think that the genie is out of the bottle, probably it's not, but it's not fair at the same time when people are having to take in everything that's happening in an election. That's a big enough job anyway, but to actually then have to sort of go through each thing and think, is that true, or is that being put out there by somebody? It's such a difficult task then to be asking people to do.
So I was just going to say, I think one way that you could deal with that is based on complaints. So if, for example, somebody put a dreadful tweet out about me and it was completely untrue and I raised the issue, then it should be taken seriously. That might be one way of dealing with something like that at the first level. But it is so big. It's exactly what you were saying, Pippa. I mean, where do you draw the line? Because you can't stop the footballer from saying what he wants to say, or the pop star, or the rock star, or the film star. They're going to have their say. They have an influence.
And we do also seem to be, in the era as well, that people, as soon as they see something slightly controversial, that they screenshot it, so that then actually, if it's then withdrawn, a little bit later on, they can still then say, woohoo, I've got it, here it is. Yes. And, of course, then that gets shared, a million times.
Yeah. I got to the point where I stopped believing anything I was reading on social media. And so then you think, well, I'll turn to the broadcasters. But, I just get the feeling that the broadcasters are all spinning stuff as well,
that's the problem.
Because they're getting money from the EU or from other sources, and perhaps it's an age-old question, isn't it? Are the BBC biased one way or the other? I think actually, to be fair, that people on both sides of the argument equally think that the BBC is being biased. So therefore it must mean actually that they are pretty straight down the middle.
I mean, I think the interesting thing with the BBC then is the fact that the licence fee has been raised and been questioned, and then you think, well, are they trying to keep in with a particular side to try and ensure that doesn't happen? I think the BBC have had a fairly bad election. I don't think I've ever thought that before. I think particularly Laura Koonsberg in the last couple of days, where she inadvertently revealed how one of the postal votes was going. And I think, speaking as a director here at Wycombe Sound, I know that if we had done something like that, we probably would have been not told off, but actually faced some very serious consequences for doing something like that possibly would put our whole future in doubt.
Yes.
Whereas, again, a little bit like with the big political parties, because it's the BBC, it sort of seems to be, it's fine, it didn't break the rules because blah blah blah. Whereas you think, well, no, actually, if that was a smaller organisation that had done that, I'm sure they would have come down on them like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
And yes, particularly with the BBC and the fact that the licence fee has been raised, again, I think people wonder, but I do agree with you, Pippa, that actually I hear as many people on both sides saying, I think the BBC is biased, so actually I think they are doing a fair job, but I don't think they've had the best election.
It's a difficult one, and it's a difficult one because I think a lot of people do think that you raise the issue of the licence fee, and at the end of the day, when you're given a pot of money, you're not that careful with it. If you have to earn that money, you're really careful on how every single penny is spent. Yeah, you're given it, we can just do this, we can do that, we can do the other, we can raise so-and-so's salary by however many percent, so that he's now earning £750,000 for every show he does, or whatever. You do get that, by the way, Bob?
No, I don't think I do. What have I had tonight?
Just checking.
I've had 2 mince pies tonight. That's been my fee. And also, you then have it's coming to the end of the financial year. And we've got quite a lot of money left over.
Yes.
We better quickly spend
what
that.
Can we spend it
so
on?
Exactly. So it doesn't then look like actually, you could reduce the amount of the licence fee. I think. Yes, all of these things are clearly going to be looked into.
And they need to be looked into, but it's not just the BBC. We've seen equal sort of, accusations hurled at both Sky and also at Channel 4.
Yeah.
And all of those have had these very partisan debates. And frankly, it does come over that way. I mean, and I just think there has to be a line drawn somewhere, because if we continue like this with public money, don't forget, as I'm not with Sky, but certainly with Channel 4, they're partly funded by us as well, the public. And you've got to take that responsibility seriously, and therefore you have got to present things based on their facts, not on how you feel.
I think a simple answer to that is, and it's all there in the accounts if you dig down into it, they just need to be blatant and clear up front and say, well, Sky or Channel 4 has had this much funding from the EU this year, or and this much funding from licence fees and this much from central government, or whatever. Certain parts of the BBC used to be funded by the Foreign Office, I think it was, the World Service.
World Service, yeah.
So, maybe that's the way to take it forward. But they're all looking at the national picture, apart from in this campaign where they've gone out with their buses and they've focused on different key towns every night of the week. And of course the Sky bus was here in the High Street in High Wycombe in the first week of the campaign. But it's smaller, local broadcasters, people like us, people like our local newspapers and so on, which are telling the local stories. And there have been a few people in our town saying what great coverage the people of Wycombe have had with all the number of different hustings events that have gone on. So the Bucks Free Press held one with the university. We've done our own event. I think there were 3 separate hustings events in local schools. So, that's 5 opportunities for the public to actually go out, have all of those candidates sat in front of them where they can answer questions about the local picture. And it would be interesting to see, how many different hustings events MPs and candidates have had up and down the UK, because I think it's a very strong argument for more stations like us and more schools and universities working together to give the public the opportunity to have their questions answered.
And how lovely it would be if maybe we could have a little slice of that pie. Because you look at things such as local newspapers that are in such financial difficulty at the moment, and are a backbone of our democracy. And if they're in trouble, a station such as Wycombe Sound that is run purely by volunteers, none of us are paid, none of us that have been here tonight are being paid in any way.
Absolutely.
And we're not whenever we're on air here at Wycombe Sound. However, we see nothing of the licence fee, and yet we're here providing hopefully a fantastic service. And also a democratic service as well. And without organisations like us, and without organisations such as your local newspaper, the Bucks Free Press, there will be a big gap, a big hole.
Which goes to show quite clearly that you do not need the gazillions of funding that come into an organisation for it to be exceptional. You just need to have ethics, and you need to have a really good work ethic, a good way of work moving forward, and you have to have a mission. And if your mission is to serve your local community and it's to give them the very best that you can give them, you're halfway there.
And I think we do that very well here on Wycombe Sound. But then I would say that, wouldn't I?
But then again, you say that, but then look at us all. We all volunteer here. None of us have to stay here. None of us are chained or, manacled to any bit of the equipment in here.
No, we tried to do it with Mark Shaw earlier on, but he escaped.
I'm sure he's probably finished on his other job by now.
I think he probably has.
We could probably give him a call.
Back.
Actually, there were a couple of things that we meant to ask Mark, which we didn't. And one is about the rule around the deposit. So when you stand as a candidate and there's this business about, he's lost his deposit, can you explain how that works?
So basically, depending on the level of the election, there is a certain amount of money that you have to pay as a candidate, and that is called your deposit for standing in that election. If you don't achieve a certain percentage of the vote, and it's different for whichever election it is, then you lose that deposit.
Right.
And that's basically what it is.
It's as simple as that.
It's as simple as that.
Okay. So we're sort of starting to see the end story of tonight's election results. Here in Buckinghamshire, we're going to be looking ahead now. We're going to have Christmas. We're going to all relax a bit and, hang up our or your campaigning materials and so on. But in the new year, it's all going to ramp up again.
Yes, it
as
is.
we head towards this unitary
authority. Yes, indeed.
Any thoughts ahead on that and how that might shape up?
Do you know what? I really wish we didn't have to go through another election. It is just so exhausting. And this is the thing that people don't realise, I think, because once you've been and cast your vote and someone's elected, you've done your job. But for the person who's received your vote, should they be lucky enough and fortunate enough to win?
Again, the point I was making to you about the Millibans. Yes, if you are lucky enough to be elected, suddenly you've got to do all of that work.
The work starts again. So you've just had the most gruelling period of time where you've been knocking on doors, you've been canvassing, you've been out from 7 in the morning leafleting. When it's decent, i.e. 9 o'clock, you can start knocking on doors in the morning. You, again, do that all day till about 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. And then you know that by 9 o'clock, you've got a watershed there and you must stop bothering people. So but you're doing it. You're filling those hours. So it's 14 hours a day that you're filling, if not more. I mean, some people will get up even earlier than 7 to get out there and start shoving things through your letterbox. If they're, depending on how dedicated they are. But if you've been doing that every single day, Monday to Sunday, week in, week out, for a month or 2 months, can you imagine how tired you are by the time you get to that? Then, of course, you go through, you're there at the count, you watch it all happening. I must confess, tonight, when I watched those ballot boxes come through the door, because they came through one door for us and we were all stood there glued to that door as it opened, and in they came. For me, as someone who has stood for 5 different local elections, wow, the goosebumps that went down me, because it is an absolute thrill to know that what you're seeing being rolled in those boxes is the result of your hard work. And then you've got that sick feeling in your stomach. Am I going to win? How have I done? And you've got to sit there through all of that with the biggest smile on your face while the count goes on, while everybody's doing their thing, while everyone's sitting there. And sometimes there's a recount and you're thinking, and you're tearing your hair out. But it is the most thrilling thrilling experience. I can't describe it to you.
But if you are then that person who gets in,
You then start
you
immediately.
very much, I was going to say, you can't then say, actually, do you know what, folks? It's been a really, really difficult 5
Yes.
weeks. I'm just going to have
a couple
week
of
off.
weeks off on holiday.
You know.
No chance. Well, you heard what Theresa May said to me, didn't you?
Yes, that she's out somewhere tomorrow.
She's got things on. Well, today.
Yes, today
Yeah.
as it now is.
As in now, she's going to go home, get a couple of hours sleep, and then she's going to be off and back out there doing her thing.
I mean, I slightly wonder with the very unusual timing of this election. You know, you might have got half an eye on it and thinking, well, goodness me, at least it's Christmas.
No, it's the busiest time of the year for
really?
us. Yeah.
So you know,
I haven't had a break.
You would be expected
personally.
to be out, even on Christmas Day, seen at church services and
not
that
just
sort of
church services, but also there are lots of parties that are being hosted for older citizens.
okay.
So if you, and with me especially, I have a lot of older citizens that go to these parties because that's a big part of the work I do. So I can't just abandon them on Christmas Day. So me and my family, we find them and we go and see them. And if we're not there, I have an open house as well. So
okay, so it continues. So you're not really thinking, oh, good, it's nearly Christmas.
There's no feet up in that at all. Actually, Boxing Day is quite good because Robin and Aaron go off and play golf. So I get the morning off.
Okay.
And we've got leftovers from the day before.
Oh, well,
so I don't really need to worry about anything. So Boxing Day is a good day for a day off. But at this moment in time, as we sit here talking, I have not had a single day off in the last 6.5 weeks.
Okay. Well, I will give you a couple of moments now to just relax, Mimi. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Hiya, Bucks! No, that's not just me being silly. It's a magazine and the website for Buckinghamshire. Honest. Reviews, food and drink, animals, sport and leisure, shopping. What more do you need? It's all there. Pick up your free copy today or visit hiyabucks.com. You want to know what's really going down? Just one call. Hiya, Bucks! Online at hirebucks.com and available in selected branches of Waitrose and other quality outlets.
Need branded uniform for your business or club? Speak to the experts at Cressex Embroidery and Print. From printed t-shirts for the up-and-coming hen party, corporate wear for office staff or heavy-duty workwear, we offer a fast turnaround without compromising the quality that has made us the award-winning choice for the past 20 years. Pop into our showroom, where you can find a large selection of the latest clothing and promotional goods from famous brands such as Regatta, Snickers and Nike. All work is carried out on site, and our team are always on hand to help and advise. Let Cressex Embroidery and Print transform your image. Find us online at cressex.net or call 01494 533 007.
You could be driving in your car. You could be walking your dog. You might just be working. But whatever you're doing, you're also listening to Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM. And if you're in business, your potential new customers could be listening too. So talk to them and let them know what you have to offer. Radio is a cost-effective and proven way to get your message across. And Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM could put together an affordable package that could work for you. So call 01494 449900 or email contact@wycombesound.org.uk.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show with Pippa. Weekdays from 7.
Open fire. My chimney sweep came round. Sounds like I have a big manor house. I really don't.
Was he unconscious?
No, he wasn't, but he said that I might be if I didn't get a couple of rocks.
Good job you got one then. Well done, chimney sweep.
The Wycombe Sound Breakfast Show. Back this morning from 7. This is Wycombe Sound.
Just gone 6:15, you are listening to Wycombe Sound. Boris Johnson has secured a majority in the House of Commons. He continues on as the Prime Minister. Locally, Steve Baker has been re-elected as MP for Wycombe. In Beaconsfield, Joy Morrissey has been elected as the Conservative Member of Parliament for Beaconsfield with a truly stunning victory over Dominic Grieve. We were led to believe that it was going to be very close. In the end, Joy Morrissey romped home by over 15,000 votes. votes. It does, again, make me slightly feel that actually the returning officers, everybody involved, does slightly ramp it up to sort of make you think that it's going to be, quite dramatic.
Well, it's their moment, Bob, isn't it?
It is.
It's their moment in the spotlight.
They have absolutely no difference to Ant and Dec when they reveal the result with absolutely anything. Where they're doing that, Pippa, it might be you. Where they do that bit, the returning officers are the same, and they make us believe, it's close here.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it's not. It's 15,000 majority.
Exactly. In Beaconsfield, we were led that one particularly that was going to be really close
all night,
and it wasn't. What was the difference there? 16,000.
Yes, 15,000, and a decent amount.
Yeah,
which that's not close.
It's not. Shall I give you just a roundup of where we are nationally?
That would be great. Yes, please.
So there are 650 seats in the House of Commons. We've had declarations from 635 of those. The Conservatives have 354 seats. They're up 46 on last time. The Labour Party have 202. They've lost 58 seats so far. The Scottish National Party are on 47. They're up 13. The Liberal Democrats on 10, which is down 1. The DUP are on 8. They're down 2. And others on 14. That's plus 2. So only 15 seats to go until we have a full set of results. I wonder if they'll come in before we get to 7 o'clock this morning.
That is the goal. So Nick Keir is here with a breakfast from 7 o'clock this morning. It's not Pippa. We're not asking her to do an extra 3 hours.
Oh, can you imagine, Pippa?
That would just be mean. We've spoken for nearly 8 hours about the election. This is the first time tonight that I'm not actually going to speak about the election, but just to let you know, in travel news on the M40 northbound junction 2 to 4, lane closures are in place due to barrier damage that happened from a collision late last night, and the closures are expected to stay in place throughout the day. So if you are travelling on the M40 up from Beaconsfield towards High Wycombe, there are lane closures in place there due to barrier damage from a collision late last night, and the closures are expected to stay in place throughout the day, which does sound like it might affect the evening at rush hour. Obviously the morning rush hour probably not quite so bad because most people probably are going in the opposite direction, but is something to look out for. Let's take a look at the front pages of the newspapers, and unsurprisingly the election dominates them all. Rejoice, says the Daily Mail, which congratulates Boris Johnson for being on the way to a thumping win, which sounds something slightly like Enid Blyton might have written. The Daily Telegraph says that the Tories are on course for the biggest Conservative landslide since Margaret Thatcher was in power. Times says that it's the worst result for Labour in more than 80 years. The Sun, surprisingly, also leads on the general election, calling it a crushing win for Boris. Nightmare before Xmas is the headline on the Daily Mirror. The Daily Express calls the election a victory for Boris and for Brexit. The Daily Star calls the PM Bozo the Clown and says that the general election got comical after the exit poll was released. And the Guardian shows Father Christmas casting his vote, saying that the Tories have smashed through Labour's red wall. And goodness me, it didn't they? Really, there has been... It's obviously been a very dramatic night, but actually there was very little doubt really early on. The fact that the Tories did so well in the northeast, which is traditionally completely the Labour heartland, that's always why that area confidently predicts that actually they're going to be some of the areas that declare first. And from, I think the third result was Blythe Valley, which the Tories took from Labour, and as soon as that went, you did think, all right, okay, yes, the exit poll probably actually has underestimated the victory that the Conservatives went on to
I didn't
win. No, that's true, you didn't. You were saying that it was going to be a blue wash. That's your phrase.
That was my phrase. It's going to be a blue wash. It just felt like that, just talking on the doorsteps, just talking to people, just being anywhere and everywhere and just having that conversation. You just got that groundswell of feeling. And even though people around me were saying, no, he will just get his majority if he's really lucky, and we'll just avoid having another coalition.
But again, I think, I know we keep going back to it, but all of the stuff that we see on the internet very much leads you to believe that actually you can see that the other parties are putting out stuff saying oh yes we're winning here, we're gonna it's gonna be close here, and so actually yes, you do believe it. But it's interesting to hear your your experience as somebody who actually was out on the doorstep speaking to people.
Yes.
And you presumably very clearly get that sense. Whereas I'm assuming when you were out, say, back in 2001, 2005, on people's doorsteps, when Tony Blair was in, you weren't hearing, quite the same things, and could probably get an idea that actually, yes, you weren't going to win that particular time.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the other thing that was really quite indicative to me, there's a lot of nastiness going on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and the more you read of that nastiness, the more it turned you away from whatever it was trying to, put you off from. So if it was saying horrible things about one person, and I'm going to be perfectly frank about this, there was so much stuff out there about Boris, about him being a liar, about this, and loads of comments about him that was so negative. And I was reading all of these, and I just thought to myself, if you say something enough, you hope that it sticks. That's one of the theories behind it. But also, if you really look behind at the scenes and you look at the man himself and you see what he's achieved, you've got to be able to stand back and disseminate all that information and just say to yourself, well, actually, as an adult, as somebody who is reasonably intelligent, do I believe everything I read, and do I believe everything I see? Can I not make a decision based on my understanding of the situation from what I know, rather than what I'm being told?
I think you could say the same, though, with regards to Jeremy Corbyn.
Of course you could.
And I think, yes, okay, the people have spoken today, but I think, everybody would be so pleased if actually, say, at the next election, the party's focused on the positive things about themselves.
Yes, wouldn't it be lovely?
Wouldn't it be lovely?
Wouldn't it be lovely?
Whereas you'll forever hear, in the whole campaign, the Tories very much were, if you vote this way, you will get Corbyn.
You will get Corbyn, yes. Yes, exactly.
I personally, I feel, tell me about why we should get Boris.
Exactly right.
Don't tell me why we should get Corbyn.
Exactly right. And one of the areas, if the Conservatives really want to be successful over the next 5 years and to have a really good opportunity at the following election after that, they need to look really long and hard at their policies affecting young people. They really do.
Definitely.
Because I can say this from personal experience. The young people that I knew who used to vote Conservative, please note the terms I'm using, when I speak to them these days, they will say, well, I can't see anything being offered to me. I look at my own 2 children who've gone to university. My daughter, having worked for 3 years, her debt is now bigger than it was when she left university, and that's because her interest rate is going up so rapidly, and that was George Osborne's leaving present to our students. And it's things like that that need to be addressed. So both children working hard, both of them earning reasonable money, and then finding a big chunk of it is taken by student loans.
I think it's interesting with young people. We always talk about them, and possibly they're going to affect the next election.
Yes.
And actually, it never seems to materialise, and particularly tonight, in Uxbridge, people were saying, Boris possibly going to be, in danger here because of all of the students at Brunel, and again, it never actually seems to happen. These young people who are supposedly not going to vote Conservative, actually, at the end of the day, seem to vote the same way as, middle-aged people and, dare I say it, old people.
Indeed, but the young people today are going to be those very serious adults at the next election who will remember that there was nothing done. I look at things like the rent that my children pay for where they live. It is absolutely ridiculous. There is no help out there, no real help. There are little bits and pieces. If you have this savings plan, you can have a little bit. We'll put about 2% into it, whatever it is. They have these sort of little starter plans, but there's nothing concrete there to help young people really get off the ground, really get on that property ladder. You have to have this massive deposit. So unless you've got Bank of Mum and Dad to actually put that down for you, you've got no chance. And you're spending, in London especially, 950 quid a month on rent when you could have been actually putting that down against a property, those sorts of things. And if we don't look at those issues, and if we don't look at how to help young people starting their lives in work, I think we're going to lose them as well, because they're not going to see that any favours were done for them.
And also, I think, they rely so much these days on the bank of mum and dad that actually mum and dad might start thinking, well, hang on a minute.
Yes, which is what we are doing. This is why this is so uppermost in my mind, because I sit there and I look at my kids and I think I feel wretched on their behalf that they are not putting 950 quid a month into a mortgage that they're paying off. It's just money that they're throwing into somebody else's pocket, making someone else wealthy.
We are rapidly heading towards the 6 o'clock news. One point I wanted to put to you is I really do hope now the fact that the Conservatives have been in not properly all of the time, but certainly for the last 9 years, is that actually they don't now keep going back to when Labour were in charge, but actually, you know, things now are said, well, yes, okay, we've been in charge for a while now. Because again, I think that's one of the things.
It's tiresome, isn't it?
Yeah, you know,
it's really tiresome.
You know, as somebody who has an interest in politics, but is, you know, not immersed in it in the way that you are, Mimi, you know, it is tiresome when you then hear them harking back to, oh, well, you know, this has happened because of what happened when you were in power.
And what they really ought to happen is we ought to have a little, if you like, in my opinion, this is just my little humble opinion, we ought to have a little checklist of all the things that really have had an effect. So things like the PFI, the private finance agreements with hospitals, etc., those are going to have a substantive effect for quite some time because of the rates of interest and the huge sums of money that were involved. So I think we need a list of things that have been carried over, but I absolutely agree that we don't need to keep harping on about it.
Yeah, it does. It just becomes...
But that list would be useful.
Yes.
Just so we've got that there as a matter of fact.
The official Mimi Harker list. And I think Pippa's possibly working on that right now. Coming up after the 6 o'clock news, we will be reviewing the events of the night. We will be hearing from some of the winners. We'll be hearing the interview that Chris carried out earlier on with Steve Baker. We'll also be hearing from Cheryl Gillan, who was safely returned as the MP for Cheshire and Amersham. We will hear Mimi's interview again with Theresa May, including her interesting comments that she made about the spoilt ballot papers. If you didn't hear that earlier, you won't believe some of the things that Mimi Harker was saying to the former Prime Minister, right here exclusively on Wycombe Sound as well. That is all to come after the 6 o'clock news, which is on its way shortly. And coming up after me from 7 till 10, Nick Keir will be here with breakfast. It's not Pippa this morning, but he'll be here with all of the usual bits and pieces and keeping his eye on the travel and the news as well. And then after him, it will be mid-mornings between 10 and 1 with Keith Higgins. You're listening to Wycombe Sound on 106.6 FM in High Wycombe and the surrounding area. You can also find us online at wycombesound.org.uk and on Radio Player as well.
National and international news on 106.6 FM. This is Wycombe Sound.
From the Sky News Centre at 6, the Conservatives have won the general election, leaving Jeremy Corbyn to announce he's planning to quit as Labour leader. Boris Johnson's party has passed the threshold that means it secured more than half of the MPs in the House of Commons. He thanked everyone for going out to vote in a December election.
Which I think has turned out to be a historic election that gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better and to unleash the potential.
The Tories made huge gains in a string of former Labour strongholds in the north of England that backed Brexit in 2016. That collapse led Jeremy Corbyn to describe the night as very disappointing and to reveal he'll step down as leader. But he'll stay in place as a period of reflection takes place. Shadow Business Secretary Rebecca Long-Bailey is widely seen as a contender to be the next leader.
We'll be having discussions within the party. It's certainly not something that I've been thinking about, and we'll have to convene, look at the election, why we lost the election, and determine a process going forward.
Elsewhere, veteran Labour MP Dennis Skinner lost the seat he's held since 1970. The SNP had a very strong night, becoming the dominant force in Scotland by taking seats off Labour, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrat leader. Jo Swinson lost her seat in East Dunbartonshire.
Amy Callaghan, Scottish National Party, SNP, 19,672. Joe Swinson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 19,523.
The DUP's Westminster leader Nigel Dodds was defeated by Sinn Féin in North Belfast. The US president has tweeted about the election, saying it's looking like a big win for Boris. That's the latest. I'm Kat Suave.
This is the award-winning Wycombe Sound.
I'm Martin Clark.
And I'm Heather Harrison.
Join us on Wycombe Sound with the Roots Collective.
We'll be playing some superb folk, Americana and bluegrass while keeping you updated with artist information and where you can see them play live in and around our area.
Catch us every Sunday from 6 p.m. for 2 hours of roots music here on Wycombe Sound.
He's Martin Clark.
And she's Heather Harrison. Together, we are the Roots Collective.
You're listening to Wycombe Sound, online, on Radio Player, and on 106.6 FM.
It's 3 minutes past 6 o'clock. You are listening to Wycombe Sound, our general election coverage. Just had a message from my mum saying, I went to bed listening to you and now I've woken up and you're still on.
Where's the time gone?
Indeed.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes, only 57 more minutes to go from us, and then Nick will be here with the breakfast show this morning. So I want to use this hour very much to review what has happened this evening. So the first and most obvious thing to say, if you are just waking up with us, is that Boris Johnson has romped home to victory in the general election. As of a few moments ago, the result was the Conservatives with 355 seats, and as I'm speaking, that's going up actually to 358, so that was a gain of 47. Labour on 203, that's a loss of 59. The SNP with 48, that is a gain of 13. The Liberal Democrats with 11, a loss of 1. The DUP with 8, that's a loss of 2, and the others with 14. So Boris is back in at number 10, and he does now have a working majority. We're going to hear now from Steve Baker. He was re-elected as the MP for Wycombe with a majority of 4,214 over the Labour candidate Khalil Ahmed. Immediately after the declaration, he spoke to Wycombe Sound's Chris Phillips.
Congratulations, you're back as our MP.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be back, of course, but I'm also well aware that I've lost a few thousand voters on this occasion.
You have indeed. It's gone down by 2,000 to 4,200.
You know, it's been a chastening campaign. I have been stridently condemned by a number of voters, which I shall always remember. I've also been lauded and praised by voters on my side of the argument. I've certainly gained Labour voters. One gentleman in particular, 3 generations of Labour voting, followed closely what I've done and decided he would vote Conservative and vote for me. So I've had both praise and condemnation. It's been a chastening campaign, but I remain convinced that everything that I've done was necessary. If I had not done what lies in the past, then we would not have had a deal around which the Conservative Party could unite and this country would be falling apart. So I remain proud of what I've done, but it's now the case that I need to demonstrate to former Conservative voters in Wycombe that we can move forward and unite around the future which Boris has negotiated.
The comments I was getting on the doorstep was that everything else had been almost strangled, everything had gone, it was Brexit, and things like the National Health, the fact the accident and emergency. I saw pictures of you bringing Matt Hancock down here.
Yeah, so it's not the case that everything else had gone by the board, but certainly there's been no capacity in the media to report anything else. I'm certain that I've carried out a wide range of other tasks in my time in Parliament in the last few years. But it is certainly the case that dealing with Brexit in a minority parliament has been utterly debilitating for our political system. Utterly debilitating. When I became a minister in the Department for Exiting the EU, we expected that the government could collapse at any moment, and we've been limping forward in minority, and it has done the country no good at all. So if this exit poll is anything like correct, and we have a clear majority with which to govern, then I believe that will do the country a great deal of good to get back to having a manifesto, keeping the promises in the manifesto, and governing in the national interest, and that's what I hope we'll do.
You support Boris's current Brexit plan?
Absolutely, yes. So we had to make some considerable compromises to accept the withdrawal agreement, because Boris only changed the backstop. But in the way he changed the backstop and the future that he's negotiated, that makes it possible to have a great relationship with the European Union, but one crucially consistent with being an independent country outside the EU's legal order and the political project of integration. Because let's not forget, the EU is not only about trade, it's about a wide range of other areas of integration. And the country voted to leave, however imperfectly, and that's what we must do. So I think if we deliver with Boris's deal with strength and confidence, we'll deliver a relationship which I think anyone objective will be able to look at and admire.
I'm smiling because all your supporters are all having their pictures taken over there. They're obviously going to want you to join them very shortly.
They clearly do, but Wycombe Sound comes first tonight, I'm afraid.
Well done.
All right, thank you very much. And a huge thank you to everybody who did vote Conservative, and to those who didn't on this occasion. You know, I hear you, I feel chastened, and I do now have to get on and deliver this manifesto.
Yeah. That was Chris Phillips speaking earlier to Wycombe's MP Steve Baker, who was re-elected with a majority of 4,214. Meanwhile, in Beaconsfield, the former Conservative MP Dominic Grieve, who was standing as an independent, was roundly beaten by the Conservative candidate Joy Morrissey, who gathered almost twice as many votes as Mr Grieve. Joy Morrissey spoke to Wycombe Sound's Keith Higgins about her feelings about the campaign and her hopes for the future as Beaconsfield's MP.
Well, we've had wonderful grassroots support across the constituency, people who have never campaigned before coming out in Taplow and Beaconsfield and Gerrards Cross and sort of working every single day, and it's wonderful to see everyone coming together. I wanted to say a special thank you to the association, to the Conservative Association in Beaconsfield and all the volunteers and our agent Philip, and it's just been a very good group effort.
What sort of things have the constituents been talking to you about? What have been the main issues for them?
A lot of talk of potholes, and transport infrastructure, air quality, building and protecting the green belt, protecting grammar schools, making education more accessible, a lot of local issues, and that's something that I would like to be as a local champion for the area.
Because I know how much education is very dear to your heart, isn't it?
It really is, and it's so important, and making sure that everyone has a school that their children can go to. And I have an 8-year-old daughter, and you want the best opportunities for your child, and I think that everyone in Beaconsfield deserves to have that for their children, and I'll be fighting very hard for more funding for schools and making sure we protect our grammar schools, and hopefully getting more apprenticeships and other kinds of BTEC and other employment opportunities for young people. I am so passionate about it because I think it's not everyone has to go to university, and why aren't we promoting BTECs just as much as grammar schools? They're both just as valuable. And we talk about needing to fill the gaps in the labor market. Why aren't we training up people at a young age to go into these professions? I think it's incredibly valuable, and I'd like to see more investment put back into that field. I used to organize apprenticeship fairs, and we'd have 500 children that would come, and I'd get about 50 businesses, and I'd say you have to have an apprenticeship or you can't be part of it. And all the kids were so excited to be able to have those opportunities, and I think it's so important. So I hope that I could work with you on National Apprenticeship Week.
You heard it first here on Wycombe Sound.
Well, it's wonderful. It's very exciting for all the Conservatives, for Boris Johnson, and for hopefully delivering Brexit and moving the country forward.
That's Beaconsfield's new MP, Joy Morrissey, speaking to Keith Higgins. Dame Cheryl Gillan was returned as MP for Chesham and Amersham with a majority of more than 16,000 over the Liberal Democrat Dan Gallagher. Her speech after the declaration thanked everyone on behalf of all the candidates for the way the campaign had been conducted.
Can I say a big thank you to the returning officer? I understand that this is your first time as returning officer, and I think that the count has been conducted in an excellent fashion, and I think that bodes well for the future. But can I also thank all of those that have been counting the votes today, but all those that have been manning the voting stations throughout the constituency. It is a very, very long day, and today it's been particularly arduous because it has been raining rainy and cold. Can I also thank my association and my staff and all my supporters here tonight, because they really have been tremendous throughout this campaign. And my agent, Philip Dunville, who unfortunately now appears to be the agent for 3 lady MPs, because he looks after Joy Morrissey in Beaconsfield and Theresa May in Maidenhead and myself. So I think he's going to have a bit of a challenge having 3 women on his hands. It is really very humbling to be elected again for this constituency. I've been its MP for 27 years, and I stood again this time because I felt I had unfinished business. And I'm very, very grateful, finally, to the electors who didn't vote for me and voted for the Green Party and for the Labour Party and for the Liberal Democrats. Because the one thing I've learnt in my 27 years is if you're elected MP, you're MP for everybody. And that is still the pledge that I give to this constituency, that I don't care what you voted now. I've been privileged enough to be returned as a Member of Parliament, and I'm here for everybody in the constituency. And I do hope my fellow candidates will join me in fighting HS2 and trying to turn the AONB into a national park, and also fighting for the resources that we need in this constituency for our schools and for our health service and for our local government. And it'll be particularly important because we have major elections coming up for the new unitary authority next May. And that, for me, is going to be a very important time for Buckinghamshire, because we need to make sure that we have, going forward, a very solid and good unitary council to lead this county.
Cheryl Gillan speaking earlier on after being re-elected as the MP for Cheshire and Amersham. During that, particularly at the beginning, Mimi was saying, "That's so Cheryl. That's so." What did you mean by that?
Well, she never ever forgets to thank people. She's always, she never forgets. She always remembers. And it's lovely because everybody feels included and everybody feels well and truly thanked. And that's really, really important, because if you're going to start on down that route, you've really got to remember everybody, because if you leave someone out, that hurts even more.
Yeah, that's so true. Yes. You know, all of those people that you thank, you know, probably will remember it for 5 minutes. That one person that you forgot will remember it forever. Yes.
Absolutely. But that's just her. She remembers exactly who did what, and she will make sure she remembers it.
Now, earlier on this evening, Mimi was down in Maidenhead. No surprise particularly that former Prime Minister Theresa May was re-elected with a majority of almost 19,000 over the Liberal Democrat Joshua Reynolds. And Theresa talked to Wycombe Sound's Mimi Harker about her feelings about being re-elected.
It is a huge honour and privilege to serve as the Member of Parliament here in Maidenhead. It brings a responsibility with it, and I will work hard for people across the whole constituency.
You've got one of the biggest majorities in the country so far. How does that feel?
Well, it's very, very pleasing to have been re-elected, to be re-elected with a good majority. But of course, I will represent everybody across the whole constituency.
It's been an unusual election. How has it felt going around canvassing this time round? Because it's very different to any other election we've seen for quite some time.
Well, of course, going around canvassing, Brexit has been an issue for a lot of people on both sides of the Brexit argument. So there's been that added dynamic, that added factor in the election. But for a lot of people, of course, they still wanted to look at the issues that matter to them on a day-to-day basis and the commitments we've made. You know, as Prime Minister, I was able to give the NHS the biggest cash boost in its history, and that is now being carried on by this Conservative government.
So one of the things that has really struck me is that you've had some really, really powerful jobs in government since you've been here as the Member of Parliament. But the one thing people say is she is a fabulous constituency MP. And I think that's a huge tribute to you.
Well, I think it's hugely important because whatever job you're doing, if you're in the cabinet or the shadow cabinet, the cabinet, if you're Prime Minister, actually you're only there because people in a constituency have voted for you. And you should never forget that. It is those people that you represent. And I've always found it was important. Even as Prime Minister, I used to come and knock on doors in the constituency just to hear from people what they were saying, because that connection with the grassroots is hugely important.
One of the other issues that, of course, was raised this evening was the fact that there were so many spot ballot papers, unlike any numbers that we've seen in the past. I mean, how do you account for that?
Well, there's a number of reasons. I think there's obviously the Brexit issue. A lot of people feel very strongly about that. But, people spoil their ballot papers for a huge range of reasons. I think it's disappointing. I think if somebody has gone down to the polling station, I would hope that they would cast a valid vote.
And there were some really interesting drawings.
I couldn't comment on that.
Thank you very much indeed. And your next basically, you're in now, so what's your first job?
Well, my first job is I'm actually tomorrow I'll be visiting Maidenhead Stroke Club for their Christmas lunch.
Theresa May there speaking earlier on to Mimi Harker, and that wasn't the only person who you spoke to, was it, Mimi? Because I know that you also, because the count was happening in the same place, spoke to the MP for Windsor.
I did indeed, Adam Afriyie, and do you know what was so lovely about it was we haven't seen each other for many, many years, but we started off as candidates together. So when I saw him, I said, "You probably don't remember me," and he said, "Of course I do, Mimi Harker." And he said, "You look 20 years younger."
Oh, even
so
better.
he can be a friend for life now.
Right, okay, let's hear what he had to say.
So I'm here with Adam Afriyie, who is the just elected again MP for Windsor. Congratulations, Adam.
Thank you very much indeed, Mimi, and lovely to see you again.
It is very nice to see you too. I wasn't sure if you'd remember me after all these years.
No, very much so. You're very memorable.
Oh, bless you. So how does it feel?
I'm quite. First of all, I'm always slightly shocked when I'm elected, and I think that's because of the background I come from. I never really expect anything. I kind of work hard and then wait and see what happens. So I'm really excited to be re-elected as the MP for Windsor. There's so much more to be done around the flooding issue, locally around the flooding issue, stopping the crazy idea of a third runway at Heathrow, which doesn't make any economic sense or environmental sense locally, and also making sure that our area develops in a very sensitive way and that businesses thrive. So I'm very excited. But more than that, nationally, I'm very excited. It looks like the result is going to be people have made the judgment that actually, let's get on with Brexit. Let's just get it out of the way, whether you like it or hate it, doesn't matter. Let's conclude that chapter of our history so that actually we can have a really positive future looking about how we're re-engaging, how we're looking at, how we're being an open nation, how we can, dealing with all those issues that people care about.
Did you expect to see such a huge majority nationally for the Conservative Party?
I think about a week or two ago, I began to feel it on the doorsteps, and also been helping other constituencies as well and other candidates. Began to feel it when you were knocking on doors and people are angry that things, they're angry with me, and I'm one of the people that wants to get on with it, saying, "Why haven't you done it?" Yeah, and this is literally some Lib Dem voters and Labour voters saying, "Look, we don't want it, but actually, why haven't you got on with it?" And at that point, you began to realise that, you know what, the British people have made a judgment. They've made the judgment. Enough is enough. Please, everybody, just move on. And I think that that's going to be evidenced in the result today.
I think one of the things that people are really concerned about is, are we going to get the same behaviour in Parliament as we had previously, i.e. people actively trying to stop democracy from happening?
Well, I'm very confident and optimistic that that won't happen, largely because there'll be a working majority, and every single Conservative candidate has committed to this deal that Boris Johnson has miraculously managed to secure. So basically, we're out on the 31st of January, we're out of the European Union, and then we're talking about positive things, about how we're re-engaging with the world, trading, business, dealing with the NHS, dealing with crime on our streets. And I think, as I said in my acceptance speech, is that actually I think the British people have made the judgment that they're fed up with the polarisation, they're fed up with all the hate and chaos, and you know what? They want one nation again, where it's back to business as usual, where we are dealing with those issues that people care about, and we're not having theoretical arguments about theoretical things.
Are we going to be able to heal the country? That's the big question, I think, because yes, there is a big majority. Yes, the Conservative MPs who are now elected are going to sign up to Brexit and try and make sure it happens. But what about the undercurrent of feeling from the other parties and from some parts of the population as well?
Yeah, I think my sense is, like I say, with the mixed support that came through over this election, is that actually the nation is ready to come back together. And as I said in my acceptance speech, forget one nation Tories. I think we're all going to be a one nation nation because we're all back on the same side, wanting the best for our country. And this huge polarisation has disappeared. And I think the other thing that came through to me during this election is that actually all of the hateful stuff, all of the targeted, nasty behaviour just has had no cut through. And that's a really good thing. I think I can sense that, as a country, we can be more at ease with ourselves in the not too distant future once we've got this behind us.
Sounds absolutely wonderful. I think the other thing people want to know is how are we going to actually take the sort of the poisonous touch that seems to be there in politics and, and all the sort of things that how are we going to disappear and come back to being where we were before?
Yeah, I think, twofold. Number one is because the polarisation was largely driven by which side of the argument you were on Brexit. I'm in, I'm out. Remainers loathe Brexiteers, Brexiteers loathe Remain. It's almost a false distinction, but that is what was driving this. And then you had the whole thing being driven through Parliament, where the country wanted to leave, and yet Parliament was holding the whole process up because it was stuffed full of people who didn't want what the people wanted. And the nice thing is, after this election, all of that disappears, it falls away, and then suddenly everyone can relax and calm down and then just look at the things that they think are important to them, important to British citizens, and also important with our connections with our friends around the world. So I'm really excited about this. It's I think the result, if the result is as it seems, then I'm surprised actually how comprehensive the judgment of the British people is. But that's democracy, and if the people make that judgment, it's got to be the right answer.
That's our very own Mimi Harker with the new MP for Windsor. And very flatteringly said that Mimi looked 20 years younger.
He can be my friend forever.
You are listening to Wycombe Sound. It is just after 6:20.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Are you looking for a new challenge? Why not come and work for us? Buckinghamshire College Group is a fantastic place to work. If you're looking for a career that will challenge and develop you, with excellent benefits including pension, generous holidays and free parking, we have a number of vacancies available, from lecturers, permanent and temporary bank staff to support and admin roles in Aylesbury, Amersham and Wycombe. To find out more about our vacancies, search Bucks College Group online. We look forward to hearing from you. Bucks College Group.
Green Telecom are your local telecoms company. Expert communication specialists established for 25 years. If you're looking for a new telephone system, faster, more efficient broadband, new phone lines or cost savings on your existing lines, if you're moving offices or upgrading your mobile phone, then contact Green Telecom on 01494 775500 or visit greentelecom.co.uk. Green Telecom. Phone the world without paying the earth.
Can you help Buckinghamshire County Council spread a little Christmas magic for disadvantaged children? The Council's Christmas Present Appeal is here, and we'd love to get your help to make Christmas a bit more special for less fortunate local children across the county. We'd welcome donations of small value gifts. Gifts for ages between 10 and 16 are needed the most, but presents for all ages, from babies to young adults, are appreciated. And there's no need to wrap them. That way, we can quickly decide which gift best suits each child. Just one gift from you can make a huge difference. So please, pick up an extra toy on your weekly shop and drop it at the Wycombe Sound Studios in Bridge Street. The Christmas Present Appeal, proudly brought to you by Buckinghamshire County Council, working to make Christmas magical for less fortunate local children.
Mid-mornings on Wycombe Sound.
We're just kind of, trying to highlight all the positive aspects of the town. There are tons. So, anything we can do to kind of boost that, we're happy to do.
It's been a really fun year, hasn't it, so far? It's been a whole mixture of different projects, and whether it's events, whether it's looking at actual campaigns, anything individual, there's so much positivity in High Wycombe anyway, let alone then what's being added to it as well.
If you'd told myself back in the 80s that a vet from a low would be saying, come on a motorhome holiday with me, then goodness me, I don't think I would have believed you.
Having been there, I've tried all these things out myself, I know they work, so that's what I'll be sharing with people on the workshop as well.
Mid-mornings with Jonathan, Colin, Bob or Keith. Weekdays from 10 on Wycombe Sound.
This is Wycombe Sound.
6:25, you're listening to Wycombe Sound. It is the final hour of our general election coverage. We've been hearing from some of the winners this evening. It is now time to hear from the winner in Buckingham, Greg Smith, who was speaking to our very own Claire Sherman.
Well, it's an enormous honour and privilege to have been elected as the new Member of Parliament for Buckingham. I've promised to be the most relentlessly local MP possible, and that starts from day one. I want to ensure that every week I have a packed constituency diary, visiting as many charities, community groups, schools, residents associations, parish councils as I possibly can, to ensure I remain grounded with what people in this constituency think and believe, what their hopes, their dreams, their fears, their concerns are, and be able to take action with government to fix those issues.
And what are the main issues, do you think?
Well, people were clearly absolutely fed up that politicians weren't working for them. They were going round in circles in a hung parliament, unable to agree on anything other than that which they didn't agree on. And now we've got a working majority in the House of Commons. We can get the Prime Minister's Brexit deal through. We can move on to those issues that people raised with me every single day of this campaign, ensuring we've got more money for our NHS to fund both the physical structure of hospitals, as well as getting 6,000 more GPs to ensure that people, when they phone up on a wet Thursday morning, don't have to wait a couple of weeks to see their GP. Ensure our roads get the money they need to be improved. A lot of people in Buckinghamshire are frustrated at the state of some of our roads, and I think we need to make sure that the money is there to fix the potholes and to get them into better shape, to ensure that our schools have the money they need. Rural schools in recent years have improved. 20, 30 years have fallen behind the funding of urban schools, and it's the Conservatives who are putting 6.2% extra money into Buckinghamshire schools next year, and we need to keep going to ensure that that's not a limit, but it's the starting point to get our teachers the resources they need to provide world-class education for all our children.
And how do you feel about the results nationally?
I'm delighted with the results nationally. The Conservatives have got a good working majority for the first time since the 1980s, and that is going to allow us to get Brexit done and to move on to the priorities that people want to see us deliver on.
What about the other sort of local issues, like maybe HS2? What are you going to be doing about that?
I've always been totally against HS2, likewise the Oxford to Cambridge Expressway. Indeed, as a candidate, I managed to move the Conservative Party's position on the expressway away from it. I surprised myself being able to do that as a candidate, and we've got to follow through on that now as a Member of Parliament and do everything I humanly can, alongside all my Conservative colleagues in Buckinghamshire, to take the case against HS2 that it's the wrong project for the country, it's the wrong project for Buckinghamshire, environmentally destructive, at £100 billion price tag for no benefit.
That is the MP for Buckingham, the new MP for Buckingham, Greg Smith. Interesting comments there with regards to HS2. It'll be very interesting now to see what happens with regards to HS2 with all of the MPs returning. It'll be interesting to see what Boris decides with HS2.
Well, I hope he decides to get rid of it. It's a ridiculous project. You know, the only part of that project that is a viable, necessary bit is the bit in the north, the Y. That's the only bit that needs it. We need that east-west connectivity. We really do not need another line going from London to Birmingham and then up from there. We have perfectly good lines.
Shaving a few minutes off the journey.
And it's not, you know, and what are they saying now? It's not even about speed. It started off as a speed argument. We need to get there faster. Then it became the time factor, and then it was capacity. I mean, for goodness sake, the only people who are going to be able to afford to use it when it's built, and it's going to be a dinosaur of a project when it's built, the only people are going to be people with a big expense account. So it'll be the parliamentarians, and it'll be media folk, you know, who work for the big corporations. They're the ones that are going to be using it. Nobody else can afford it.
I was going to say, yes, not media folk in here.
No, media folk
yes,
from the big corps.
as we already know, as we've only been paid in mince pies tonight. But that's absolutely fine. They're very good mince pies as well.
They look homemade, actually.
I have to say, they were particularly tasty. It is just coming up to 6:30. You are listening to Wycombe Sound. If you are just joining us, Boris Johnson will return to Downing Street with a big majority after the Conservatives swept aside Labour in its traditional heartlands, with just a handful of seats minutes left to declare in the election. It is forecast that the Tories will win a majority of 78. The Prime Minister said that it would give him a mandate to get Brexit done and take the UK out of the EU next month. Jeremy Corbyn said Labour had had a very disappointing night and that he would not fight a future election. The forecast at the moment for the final results suggests that the Tories will get 364 MPs, Labour 203, the SNP 48, the Lib Dems 12, Plaid Cymru 4, the Greens 1 and none for the Brexit Party. I think we have spent a lot of the evening and the morning trying to figure out just why actually the Brexit Party ran at all in the end. The Conservatives will have their biggest majority at Westminster since Margaret Thatcher in 1987. Labour lost seats across the North, the Midlands and Wales, very much in places which backed Brexit in 2016. It's facing its worst defeat since 1935. Speaking after he was re-elected in the seat of Uxbridge and South Ruislip with a slightly higher majority, Boris Johnson said it does look as though this one nation Conservative government has been given a powerful new mandate to get Brexit done. He said, above all, I want to thank the people of this country for turning out to vote in a December election that we didn't want to call, but which I think has turned out to be a historic election that gives us now in this new government the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people, to change this country for the better and to unleash the potential of the entire people of this country. Mr Johnson became Prime Minister in July without a general election, of course, after the Conservative Party elected him as leader to replace Theresa May. Speaking at his election count in Islington North, where he was re-elected with a reduced majority, Jeremy Corbyn said Labour had put forward a manifesto of hope. However, he said Brexit had so polarised debate, it has overridden so much of normal political debate. Labour's vote is down around 8% on the 2017 general election, with the Tories up just over 1% and the smaller parties having a better night. Again, going back to what we were saying earlier on about proportional representation, actually, when you hear those figures, it's amazing how small they are. So, we're talking about, devastating, night for Labour, but actually their vote was only down 8%, and a fantastic night for Boris Johnson, but the Tories actually percentage of the vote just up over 1%. Our voting system, when you hear that, does sound slightly crazy.
It does, doesn't it? And also, if you look at, say, for example, you look at an area like Scotland, which has only, is it 5 point something million people, and yet they get 52 seats?
Yes.
Something like that.
No, and I mean, they used to get more, didn't they, before the Scottish Parliament came in, because that was the whole West Lothian question, where actually they were over-represented in Westminster.
But, I mean, and then you look at somewhere like, I can't remember where it was that Nigel Farage was actually comparing it with, where there was something like 4.8 million people voting, and you couldn't get even one of his candidates in. It was something crazy like that, and I just thought, it makes a lot of sense when he says that. I can't remember the exact figures.
Not often, but sometimes.
We've been talking all night here. We've all been talking since about 7 o'clock yesterday evening, and my brain's going a bit. But
no, that's fair enough.
Something like that it was. But there was a real comparison, like only three MPs, or I think it was he got in versus 52 for that very marginal difference of population.
And again, we're looking at the Liberal Democrats. We're talking about what a bad night they've had, but actually, when you look at the share of the vote, they shouldn't be doing as badly as they're doing. And if it was reflected in Parliament, on say a percentage issue, actually, they would be doing a lot better than they are. In other developments, talking of the Liberal Democrats, Jo Swinson, who only became their leader in July and began the election campaign by saying that she was going to be the next Prime Minister. She lost her Dunbartonshire East seat to the SNP by 149 votes. Nigel Dodds, the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party at Westminster, lost his Belfast North seat to Sinn Féin. The Liberal Democrats, in one of their few successes of the night, took Richmond Park from the Conservative Minister Zach Goldsmith. Labour's Caroline Flint, who backed the Tory Brexit deal in defiance of her party, lost in Don Valley to the Conservatives. One of the big shocks of the night, Labour's longest-serving MP Dennis Skinner, he will no longer be in the House of Commons, losing his seat to the Conservative, Bolsover going to the Tories.
Yeah.
As we know, Remain backing former Tory Minister Dominic Grieve came second to the Conservative candidate Joy Morrissey in Beaconsfield. Anna Soubry, who quit the Tories to form a pro-Remain group of MPs, lost her Nottinghamshire seat to the Tories, and it was also a bad night for the new Liberal Democrat recruits, with ex-Labour MPs Chaka Umana and Lucinda Berger and Tory Minister Sam Gyimah failing to win a seat. So all of those pretty much who crossed the floor.
Yeah. And that was a particular group of people that I was watching, so I shall top those up and double-check them when I get home. But I think that's pretty much all of those MPs that crossed the floor are all now out of a job.
They are indeed.
Now, the other thing is, of course, we'll have the Queen's New Year's honours coming up in a few weeks' time.
Oh, yes.
So it'll be interesting to see whether any former parliamentarians get offered a seat in the House of Lords. I'm thinking maybe of Dennis Skinner, so that's something to watch in a few weeks' time as well.
Lord Skinner of Bolsover.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I think he's earned it. My goodness me, has he not just earned that? Do you know, the interesting thing for me tonight was West Bromwich West.
Which was your
which
was the seat where you formerly...
I fought it in 2005.
That could have been you.
Well,
we could have been talking about Mimi Harper.
Well, but good for them for taking it. Good on them. It was right for it was always meant to be, I felt. And in fact, both of those seats turned blue tonight. Or last night.
Yes, it gets difficult to know actually which one it is, doesn't it? A stunning result again in Scotland for the SNP, which does very much now put against Scottish independence.
Yes.
It looks like maybe Brexit actually might get resolved, but the whole thing of Scottish independence possibly now is going to come back to the fore.
On the table. I think so.
Is, absolutely.
And Nicola Sturgeon has already come out tonight and said that the result very much doesn't give Boris Johnson the mandate to take Scotland out of the EU. Now, clearly that probably is going to happen, but she's already very much, I think, putting them on a sort of a war footing for a referendum. And clearly she will want that, I would imagine, as quickly as possible. Clearly it's not going to be before Boris tries to deliver Brexit by the end of January. But even so, I think probably in Scotland they are racing towards another vote.
But I think, I've seen some polls in recent weeks where they're asking the question specifically, do you want independence? And the outcome is still no. Indeed. Generally.
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah.
So I think that even though she has won, it looks like it's on other policies, and that independence isn't the key thing in the minds of the Scottish people. So that's something to watch over the next few weeks to see how that one pans out. But once Boris takes us out, I thought the EU had already said, Scotland, you can't just sign up on your own, because it's it's a much bigger question than that. There's the currency, there's how we're going to split the assets if they do go off on their own. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think the Scottish people want it.
And as you say, you can't then just say, oh right, okay, actually we want back in, and the EU say, oh yes, okay,
no.
We'll allow you back in.
Yeah, it just does not work that way. And look at all the upheaval it's going to cause. And I just don't think you're right, Pippa. You talk to people, they don't want it.
No,
they really don't.
And I think we've got to give Boris the chance now. Now he's got this huge new mandate to... we haven't seen him on the steps of Number 10 yet. Let's see him come out in the morning or later on in a couple of hours' time and see what he's got to say. Which direction is he going to take us in? What is going to be his focus over the next 3 months? Is he going to get Brexit delivered by the end of January? How is he going to handle the next stage of the process, which is the whole political declaration? Because we're only talking about the withdrawal agreement so far. There is a lot more to do yet. What happens with all the trade deals that he wants to do around the world? Does he have to wait until the end of 2020 before he can start delivering those? There's still plenty of questions. There's still going to be plenty of arguments, I think.
You are listening to Wycombe Sound. It is just coming up to 20 to 7.
Love music, love talk, love Wycombe Sound.
Deadlines to meet, targets to reach, clients to see. You're busy, and the last thing you need is to be thinking about your business IT. Take the headache out of it with CST. We offer the best possible technical support service and can tailor-make solutions for your infrastructure, whatever your requirements. Outsourcing your IT is cost-effective, and with CST, you'll have total support. For more information, visit cstlimited.com. CST, as IT should be.
Getting rid of the gravel path, replacing the old garden gate, or just doing a little DIY. If you have some bits left over, you can always bring them to your local household recycling centre. Charges for non-household waste start at just £2.50, and you can pay using contactless cards or even your phone. Just take a look online to see what you may need to pay before you travel, so when you do visit, you'll be ready to tap, tip and go. For opening times and a list of prices, head to buckscc.gov.uk and click Household Recycling Centres.
You could be driving in your car. You could be walking your dog. You might just be working. But whatever you're doing, you're also listening to Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM. And if you're in business, your potential new customers could be listening too. So talk to them and let them know what you have to offer. Radio is a cost-effective and proven way to get your message across. And Wycombe Sound 106.6 FM could put together an affordable package that could work for you. So call 01494 449900 or email contact@wycombesound.org.uk.
Drive time, weekdays from 4.
Wycombe Santa is out and about on his sleigh. He will be in the Battersbury area, which of course Duncan knows exactly where that is.
It's a lovely part of town.
Going to be also in Dean's Garden.
Does Dean know?
I hope so.
Get out my garden!
And Warren Wood.
Does Warren know?
I don't know.
Why does he just go around odd people's places? Lucky old Dean and Warren.
I hope they know.
Drive time, back this afternoon from 4. This is Wycombe Sound.
You are listening to what is now the final part of Wycombe Sound's election special. We have been here since 10 o'clock last night, as a few people have now texted in to say, we went to bed with you and you're still on, you're still here. Well, if you are just waking up, Boris Johnson is continuing as our Prime Minister. The Conservatives have won an outright majority in the House of Commons. Locally, Steve Baker has been re-elected as Wycombe's MP. Joy Morrissey has won in Beaconsfield, and the Conservatives also winning in Chesham and Amersham, in Aylesbury, in Buckingham, and also in Maidenhead as well. It has been a stunning evening. Some of the results we haven't had, we haven't had quite the Portillo moment. I don't think this evening. Certainly, maybe none that will particularly stand out. I still think Dennis Skinner Dennis Skinner going from Bolsover is a bit of a shock, and also the Sedgefield result as well, the fact that went to the Conservative. But as we were saying really quite early on, actually, very much with the exit polls, and then the fact that the Tories managed to take so many seats in the northeast that you just completely think would be Labour forever. As soon as that happened, really, you could see which way tonight and this morning was going to go. I don't think there wasn't a great sort of twist in the events, shall we say?
No, a couple of things surprised me. I thought the Lib Dems might do better than they have. I'm sad on a human level for Jo Swinson, not just because she lost her seat, because that's the game that they're all in, but the fact that she was the leader and that she came out so strongly in the beginning, and as we've said a couple of times this evening, I just don't think she had enough of a run-up and enough time to not just to establish herself as leader and her policies, but to develop the persona that is needed for a leader. So there were a couple of times in some of the debates where her voice was getting higher and higher and higher, and famously Margaret Thatcher had the training where they taught her to drop her voice, which gave her the extra gravitas that she needed as leader. And the other thing, Jo Swinson, please just get rid of the earrings.
Oh, and that was, I must say to you, a comment that was made to me yesterday about her. A well-meaning sixth former is how she comes over. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a lot of stuff levelled at her, but to give her dues.
And again, I would say, would it be, was it levelled at Vince Cable?
No.
Was it levelled at,
Do you know, I think women have a really tough time in politics, and I'll get absolutely slaughtered for this, I know I will, but I know that as a woman in politics myself. If you're a woman in politics, you're already seen as, I don't know how she managed to do that. That's one of the attitudes that you get. And then it's a question of always trying to trip you up. It is a constant thing. I don't know why it happens, because it shouldn't happen. You should just be judged on what you do, what you achieve, whether you do bring about the changes, whether you do keep your promises, whether you have lived up to what you said you would deliver. That's what it should be based on. How good are you at representing your community?
But Jo, she did really well for example, in the Andrew Neil interview. I think her performance was among the best out of all of the interviews that he did. So there were aspects of her campaign that were really strong if her policies are your thing. So it's a shame for her. But, who is going to be the next Lib Dem leader?
Well,
that's the question, because I can't think, I'm not even sure I can name another Liberal Democrat right now.
I think we're looking at the same question for another one of our major political parties, aren't we?
Labour. And
Labour.
That's going to be the next big battle, isn't it? Jeremy Corbyn came out earlier on saying, he wants to just sort of hang on for a time of reflection, but I think he's accepted that he is going to have to go.
I think that's probably sensible, because I think it always seems quite hasty, and particularly thinking back to the elections in the early 2000s when successive Conservative leaders, almost at about this sort of time, were saying, right, okay, that's it, I'm gone.
Yeah, David Cameron.
John Major, famously off to the Oval. William Hague very quickly. Michael Howard very quickly. And it always is, goodness me, really, you've gone that quickly.
Yeah.
So I quite like we're going to have a period of reflection, but surely that's
the leadership race.
You're just being the caretaker manager.
It has started already.
I mean, he's got a while to go, hasn't he, before, there's another election, fingers crossed?
Yeah. I think the interesting thing with Labour is that, yes, you're going to have the Keir Starmers and the Emily Thornberrys on the one hand, on the sort of the Blairite side of the party. You're going to have your Angela Rayners, your Rebecca Long-Baileys on the other side of the party. What's John McDonnell going to do?
Yeah.
And the way that the Labour leadership vote is set up as well, will it see actually another person on the left of the party be elected?
Yeah.
And again,
it will be a union favourite.
How good is that for the Labour Party? They now need to find somebody, surely, who is a lot more in the centre.
Yeah.
And again, particularly because we've seen tonight from the Liberal Democrats that they had that race in the centre wide open, and they've come nowhere.
Yeah. And the other thing, of course, with Labour is, where will the big union leaders?
This is it. It will be another union person, won't it, that will come in and take over the leadership.
And again, it sort of reminds me of the Conservatives, it's several years ago, where they kept electing people such as Ian Duncan Smith, who, yes, you could see completely appealed to the Conservative voter, but actually didn't really appeal to the people in the middle. And that's the ground that you have to find. I think that Boris certainly has found.
The moment,
exactly right.
the moment that Ian Duncan Smith lost it was when he said, "The quiet man has spoken, and it's turning up the volume."
Yes.
And that's the moment for me, really, when he lost it.
And you could imagine that actually written down, that somewhere somebody thought, wow,
great line.
we
What a great
found
line.
fantastic. But when you can't deliver it.
I was there at that conference when he delivered it. And I will say to you, we all sat there and we looked at each other. We just looked at each other.
It was one of those moments.
Yeah, it was one of those moments. And then we knew, because you're there, you're loyal, you got to get on with it. We knew that this, needed a round of applause, so we did that round of applause.
Yeah.
But I remember that moment like it was yesterday.
Oh. So we talked about the Lib Dems, we talked about the Labour Party. The Greens, I think we were saying earlier that the Greens, they never expect they're going to get into government. Would be nice to see them win a few more seats, but I think the general election process is just a way they are a campaign, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Green Party, and spending money in a general election is just part of the cost of running their ongoing campaign. So I think they'll keep going and they'll keep doing what they're doing, and they'll keep holding other parties to account with their green policies.
But I think it's one of those things, the other parties are actually all catching up.
Yes.
And again, you know, the fact that Steve Baker, the Conservative candidate here in Wycombe, again elected as our MP, said to us, we are all environmentalists now, very much shows, well, yes, actually, they are all catching up with this, you know, that you have to be green, you know, as well as whatever else, you have to have, you know, the green credentials.
Yeah.
They need a day trip to France, not kidding. The way that the French have adopted this whole green ethos, I thought was just on a day trip, just in a supermarket, all the plastic, so-called looking plastic stuff was all biodegradable. The carrier bags, the bags for your fruit and veg, if you left them in there too long, the bags started melting. You know, and we need to start doing things like that. We do need to do it.
Yeah. The one person we haven't talked about in the sort of wrapping up of the evening is Nigel Farage.
Yes.
And what's he going to do? Is he going to disappear for another 6 months and then come back with a new party?
I think, you know, he has fought the most terrible election campaign.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a fan at all.
Yeah.
But I completely understood up until this election where he was coming from.
Yeah.
And you know, you quite admired the, you know, the dogged way that he went about what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
But with this election, it just, none of it made any sense.
Yeah.
You know, well, yes, okay, we're going to stand in all the seats. Oh no, actually, we're only going to stand in half of them. You know, we're only going to stand in the Labour ones.
That was actually when he lost it.
Yes. Yeah. And at that point, you thought, well, hang on, you know, either be completely in or completely out.
Yeah.
You know,
Anybody
either
that
way,
supported
fine.
him. Yeah. That was the moment that anyone that supported him said, hang on a second.
Yeah. And I think
that's it. I'm not doing it now.
And I think the only seats that he's influenced this evening, I may be wrong, are the ones that the Conservatives might have won.
Yes.
And we saw that time and again early on this evening, particularly in the seats in the northeast. You know, the northeast could have looked actually a lot bluer than it does.
Yes. Yeah.
Because time and again the Conservatives were losing by amounts, and the Brexit person was getting more than that. And you thought, well, if the Brexit person hadn't stood, the Conservatives
would have been
won
a blue,
that seat. And,
blue
you know,
wash,
and Nigel Farage, you've only got yourself to blame.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, yes, I don't really know where he goes now, but I don't think wherever he does end up, he's really going to have the credibility.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see. It really will.
It's an interesting word, that credibility.
Well, yes. You know, but I think,
they all need to be working towards credibility and regaining trust and faith in politics.
Yes, I mean, the thing that I do think is, though, that we do seem to say that time and time and time again, and, you know, when is it actually going to happen? You know, we saw it with the expenses scandal. You know, we saw it after the terrible offence with Joe Cox. You know, we're still saying it now, that actually, you know, we want our politics to be a cleaner place. We want it to be a kinder place. You know, the fact that it's been revealed this week that actually all of the new MPs are going to have to go to the House of Commons and have a proper briefing and safety, you know, talk to tell them actually about, you know, how they can keep themselves safe, because it's such a dangerous thing to do, to be an MP.
Yeah.
And again, thinking of all of the people that I interviewed, and you know, and they all said, well, you know, really, we're stopping campaigning at about 4 o'clock, 4:30, because it's getting dark.
Yeah.
That's not because we're worried about knocking on people's doors and disturbing them once it's dark. That's because we're concerned about the safety of our people.
Yes, indeed. And there have been some incidents that haven't been very nice.
Yes, and you know, and that's what we keep hearing, and that's what you see all of the time on social media, that actually there's a lot of things that go on these days because, you know, all it takes is one keyboard warrior to, you know, to start. And really, you know, what an unpleasant place that is to be.
Yeah.
And, you know, I wonder, and I almost take my hat off to anyone who would want to go into politics, because I don't really understand why you would, with all of the vitriol that goes with it. I can't imagine that, you know, it is a very nice job to have.
I think some of the things that worry you the most is, from my point of view, there are times when I actually stop myself from putting things out on social media because I am really seriously concerned about the backlash. Because it's not just words anymore, it's physical.
Yeah.
It's phones. I've had to change my phone number twice, you know, and it's things like that. And it's not nice when you start getting phones at 2 a.m.
No.
You know, and someone's calling you and they're just doing it to be abusive.
And, I think we respect politicians very much who actually put their information out there and they say, here you are, you can contact me. But,
Your public property.
More and more, you can understand why actually now they don't and why the access to them is being restricted because, yes, at the same time, you want people to be safe.
Yeah.
So,
Indeed.
yes, I think, if we can learn anything, again, going forward from this campaign and from previous campaigns, it would be nice to have a nicer politics.
I think if things come back towards the middle and we move away, I think if we get this Brexit thing done, then people can come off the extremes and we can start to come back towards the centre ground. And I think, I pray that will calm things down from that point of view. But I just, my last sort of parting thought is all of those MPs that in 2017 stood on the manifesto to carry out the referendum result and then didn't follow it through.
Absolutely.
All of the people who stood for the Conservatives this time around all had to swear allegiance to Boris and his deal, his oven-ready deal. I wonder how many of them now they're back in and elected, whether they will all stand by that, or whether he might still have a few people on the edges who are determined to stop it happening.
It'll be very interesting to see, and you as you say, I wonder how long it'll start. How long we will have to wait to start seeing a few dissenters.
Yeah.
I'm imagining that yes, there will definitely be a honeymoon period. But I would think that, yes,
But don't be surprised if you don't see the dissenters for the simple reason that was one of the absolute reasons that people were allowed to stand.
Yes.
You had to swear that allegiance.
But I remember what you said a good few hours ago now with regards to actually if you don't have a strong opposition, and really there isn't now a strong opposition, particularly.
That's the biggest problem we have with our democracy.
You start falling out and you start arguing amongst yourselves,
and it's very
you wonder,
easy to do.
And again, you look at Tony Blair and you look at what happened with Labour, and that's what happened.
Indeed.
And you wonder, is it going to happen again? Are there people already looking at Boris thinking, "Oh, well, I quite fancy your job," who might start making?
Do you know
mischief?
what? I really, really sincerely hope, for the benefit of this country, that is not what starts happening. We've made that decision. We've had the election. This was the time to say yay or nay. The country has spoken. It's yay. Let's just do it. Let's just get on with it, and let's just seal the deal and get out of Europe. That's what we voted for. That's called democracy. And we have now reinforced that with the absolute blue wash victory that Boris has secured by having this amazing victory across the country with the Conservative Party. And there is absolutely, if they don't adhere to that now, there will be war. People will really, really come out. I mean, they were angry enough. They will be seriously angry. It's not trying to rebel rouse or anything like that. People want to see democracy delivered again.
Mimi Harker, thank you very, very much for joining us on Wycombe Sound. Pippa, thank you very much as well.
Thank you, Bob, for everything. You've been amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You have been listening to our election special. And so as things stand at 6:58 in the morning, the Conservatives are the largest party, winning 361 seats. This is after 645 of the 650 seats have been declared. Labour currently on 203. The SNP on 48, the Liberal Democrats on 11, the DUP on 8, and the others on 14. Locally, Steve Baker was re-elected as the MP for Wycombe with a majority of 4,214. Dominic Grieve in Beaconsfield lost his seat, standing, of course, as an independent. He polled half the number of votes of the Conservative candidate, Joy Morrissey. Cheryl Gillen was re-elected for Chesham and Amersham with a majority of over 16,000. The Tories were returned in Aylesbury. They also won in Buckingham in the seat of the former Speaker John Bercow, and unsurprisingly Theresa May was returned as the MP for Maidenhead. Many thanks to everyone tonight who has contributed to the programme here on Wycombe Sound. In particular, thanks to all of our reporters who went out to the accounts. Thank you as well to Pippa, to Mimi, to Mark Shaw, and to Cheryl as well for joining me in the studio. Coming up after the 7 o'clock news, Nick Keir will be here with the breakfast show. Then slightly later than normal from 11, Keith will be here with the mid-morning show. And Chris Phillips is back with you between 1 and 4. And then Luke is back with Drive Time between 4 and 7. That is it from myself, Bob Johnson. Have a fantastic Friday. I'm going off for a little lie down now.